What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are back again. It is Tuesday. Fucking Tuesday. But it's my Monday. Everyone, we are live. Cool. All right. Come on in. Come on, come on. What's up, y'all? Good morning. ACD, what's up? I don't want to show too much skin. I don't want to get everybody all thirsty. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Raw? Are you laughing at me? My wife's back there laughing at me. She's working, though. Okay. Let me get all my shit set up here. Got some donuts. Feed me some donuts. Delicious. Good morning, Raw. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. So I'm just going to do an open panel today. Why the hell not? Because tomorrow will be a much different show. I may go on for an hour. May not, but today we'll be here. But it's a holiday week, so I imagine things will be a little less formal. But we've got Donald Trump out there. He's like, oh, if Russia puts it together, then it's good. We're just going to run with that, whatever they say. And then I read this article today that says, let me pull it over here so everybody can see. Fucking nuts. I don't buy it, honestly, but I'll put it up either way. Good morning, Aqua. Says U.S. official says Ukrainian delegation has agreed with U.S. on terms of potential peace deal. Bullshit. That peace deal that Russia put together, that Donald Trump just ran with, Marco Rubio's like, I didn't fucking do that. It was a hand job to Russia. And now they're acting like, oh, the Ukrainian delegation has agreed to give up its land. Right. What's up, Donovan? Yeah, they're claiming that they've agreed to it. Quote, the Ukrainians have agreed to the peace deal, the U.S. official said. This is quote, there are some minor details to be sorted out, but they have agreed to a peace deal. Doesn't say which, but I have to assume it's the one that they put out as if they put it together, only to find out that it was Russia that put it together. Donald Trump hadn't even read it. I don't think any of them read it when they, sent it out to the media and was like, oh, look what we did. It's a bad thing. Well, no, I mean, if Ukraine agrees to it, that's on them. But to me, they should give up no land to Russia, zero land. Why in the hell would anybody want to reward bad behavior? Makes no sense to me. But then again, I'm not in a war-torn country, unless you consider school pew-pewings part of wartime. And then if you did, then yeah, I guess we would be in a war-torn country. But the fact of the matter is that if they do this, it's the result of this bullshit corruption crap that they're trying to pin on Zelensky. And of course, it appears to be everybody else but Zelensky so far. Don't have any evidence that Zelensky was a part of the kickback program that they were doing. And also, it's like, I don't even know if it's that big of a deal because the U.S., we have Republican governors doing it in Texas, Ohio. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been essentially paid to our politicians in exchange for votes. It happens quite regularly. It's kind of sad. Then the war is over. Well, no. I mean, that's not true. That's not true. There are agreements in place to develop Ukraine. They want that cash. You mean there are agreements in place to exploit Ukraine? I mean, because that's what Europeans do. They go around, they dominate, they exploit, they steal resources, they unalive cultures, they force assimilate to foreigners. So, I mean, I don't see it the way you do. This is just another more powerful European nation taking over a less powerful European nation when a Russian asset gets in the White House and says, well, fuck you. But again, this is what our people are saying. I haven't actually heard Ukraine say that yet. I haven't seen that reported. And we know this administration likes to lie. So take that with a grain of salt. Wow, you're feeling very counter-revolutionary today. Well, I'm just sick of the European colonialism. I'm sick of it, whether it's in Europe or anywhere else. Let me go through some of these comments here. At this point, I don't care if he is infinitely more likely he's an Israeli asset. Well, that's true. And I've got a video, in fact, that I'd like to play here in a minute because it's I don't know. These people they just say it right to your face. Good morning, Jules. Sadly for Ukraine, this isn't a peace deal. It's a surrender. Aqua, that would be a more accurate statement. Correct. Ooh, open panel today. Yes, Jules, but that also requires people to request up. So far, nobody has. There are agreements in place to develop Ukraine. Let's see, rebuild. What's up, Rando? Yeah, fuck colonization. I'm right there with you. You prefer the Islamic variety of colonialism? The Islamic variety of colonialism? Islamic countries haven't been colonial nations. What are you talking about, Donovan? You're just making that up. Beethoven says definitely is. Prefer neither. In fact, Putin was humiliated by the collapse of the USSR. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially true, and he's been butthurt about it ever since. And they've had a plan in place since the 80s to use propaganda to come after us, and it worked. I mean, we got a group of, like, cultists that are protecting a P3DO defender. So, what's up, Rando?
What's up? Good morning.
Good morning.
Coming at you from New Yorkistan.
New Yorkistan. So have you been forced to wear a hijab yet? Just
I
curious.
would wear one voluntarily.
Well, there you
honestly.
go. See, there you go, Donovan. How does that feel, Donovan?
I'm all about minimum wage, $30 an hour. I'm about rent freezes. I'm about affordability. I'm about addressing food deserts.
How dare you?
Pro local farmers that will supply these grocery stores. I'm for Netanyahu being arrested and held accountable for his crimes against humanity. I'm pro free cribs for parents. I'm pro universal child care as a parent myself who struggled. My kid's older now. He's 14, so I don't have to worry about that anymore, but pro that. What else? You know?
Pro
F Trump,
people.
F ICE, free Palestine forever.
Pro people. How about that?
Yeah, let's get the PDFs out of office. Let's get those files
They're
out.
everywhere, aren't they?
Oh, man. You heard about, was it RJ May in South Carolina back in August?
Huh.
He was I can't remember, I think he's House. RJ May out of South Carolina was arrested on 280 counts of child porn on Kick. And his username was Joe Biden with 3 N's 69.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your GOP.
I mean, it just keeps happening, right? I also saw an interview they did with this priest who he knew that one of his pastors or whatever the fuck they call him was graping the congregation's kids, and he didn't report it to police. And instead what he does is he makes them go into a meeting with the guy that raped the kids, made the kids and the parents sit down and push forgiveness.
You know what's interesting to me about the people who do that? The typical faiths are only 2 out of the 3 Abrahamic faiths.
Right?
There's one that gets a really bad rap. You hear, well, child marriage. But yeah, they're not the demographic for that, interestingly.
Right. If they don't look European, they're weird and therefore must be bad.
Yeah.
Good morning, Misty.
Talk about the tunnels under my city.
Yeah. Donovan says, cringe. They say they hate misogyny and then embrace the most caustic version. I don't know what exactly that means, Donovan. You're welcome to come up and explain. But I do remember the Baptist church, though, not allowing women to wear pants. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, whenever I was younger, the women would wear dresses, and the men would wear pants, and people that didn't, adhere to that gender role, they were ostracized.
Interesting. Yeah, he says maybe he's confused. I think, was that back when we were talking about the hijab?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Oh, I think he's just confused that, like, Muslim women choose to wear that.
Yeah, it's more cultural.
It's not cultural. It's about covering their body and not being objectified.
Well, I say cultural because there are Muslim nations that do not do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so if it was about religion, they would all do it, but they don't all do it. Because it's an interpretation of something in the Quran talking about, what's the word? Not humility. I don't
Modesty?
know. Yes, that's probably the best word. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the passage is, but some interpret it some ways to say that. But they do it in the Bible too. The Bible says similar things. Right? Yeah, Bertie. Exactly. It's in the Bible too. Yeah. Ahmed said a Christian woman wears a hijab in church too, but you left Christianity. Huh? I've never seen a Christian woman wearing a hijab. Have you, Rando?
I haven't. I was raised Roman Catholic. I mean, I'm agnostic now, so I don't practice anything, but...
Maybe he's talking about, like, the veiling?
Maybe. I had to wear one of those when I did my communion. First communion. I had to wear, like, a veil and, like, a dress. It was weird.
Is it a see-through veil? Just like a, lacy?
It's like a see-through veil with, like, you had to wear the white dress and you had to do the passages. I don't really remember much of it.
John Reynolds, The Dawn Ending All Wars. It is very culty. It's very, very culty. Well, that speaks to Trump's base. It's very culty. It's almost like its own religion, would you say?
Yeah, it's the phenomenon is wild, and I've known people who have kind of broken away from it. Before it was too late for us to still be friends. And he explained it like he had this message of like drain the swamp, and I think everybody kind of felt that of like, corruption in politics, and we're seeing it on the left, we're seeing it on the right. So he capitalized on that, and then he tapped into this like American machismo kind of attitude, and it just grew. Like everybody wanted to be around him. I don't know. I mean, homosexuals usually are pretty like entertaining people, so I get the appeal.
I know some homosexuals that aren't very entertaining. Two old guys, of course, they were in their 60s. Hey man, I'm trying to find my Bible. Baby, do you know what I did with my Bible? What the fuck? Where the fuck did I put it? Man, I probably took that bitch in the house. Anyway, I was going to look up some of the head covering requirements from the Bible to make the point I think Bertie was making, or maybe it was Ahmed. Let me get through. Yeah, Christian women have to cover their hair in church, but not everyone do it. Nuns covered their hair. That's interesting. Yeah, nuns do cover their hair. And they wear... What's up? Are you looking for it too? Yep. Oh. Anyway, yeah, let me show this clip because I'd like to, since you're up here, I'd like to get your thoughts on it. I saw this. This is a lady who worked. She was a speechwriter for Al Gore, Wesley Clark, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama. Hold on, I gotta make sure I'm getting the edited version because the full one's like 30 minutes long. Yeah, this is, I don't know, this is kind of wild to me. Let me pull this up here. Sarah Hurwitz.
Media is now our source of media. Right? It is shaped, its algorithms are shaped by billions of people worldwide who don't really love Jews. So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage, and I sound obscene. Unfortunately, the very smart, I think, bet that we made on Holocaust education to serve as anti-Semitism education, in this new media environment, I think that is beginning to break down a little bit. Because Holocaust education is absolutely essential, but I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-Black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless Black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel. You fight the big, powerful people hurting the weak people.
Now, she goes on to say, and I probably should have added that in there, but I clipped it to make a video, but she then said that the real reason was that they thought that Jewish people were running Germany, and they didn't teach that, I guess, in Holocaust education. I don't know, that whole speech she gave was fucking weird to me. It's almost like admitting that they purposely put together this Holocaust shit, for propaganda purposes. And now claiming that that's the reason. It's not the bad actions. No, it's not putting bullets in babies' heads or raping prisoners or having a bunch of Israelis stand around in blackface and make fun of indigenous people. No, it's not any of that stuff. It's the fact that they see it.
Yeah, there are
problem.
Two big things that I took away from that clip. The first is that rather than address the wall of carnage and stop the wall of carnage that we are funding as Americans and that the entire world is complicit in not stopping and holding them accountable, they'd rather try to mathematically and moral launder what's happening through stats. Well, I try to give them stats and charts and pictures, and all they can see is babies without heads. I don't understand.
Right.
Maybe stop the carnage and hold Israel accountable for not only its crimes in Palestine, but also Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, what other countries? Iraq, Iran, America. Stop being a safe haven for PDF files that flee from America. So that's the first thing is like, how dare you try to even talk about facts and statistics when babies are dying every day? Literally 26 people, I believe, were unalived yesterday in what's supposed to be a ceasefire, I guess.
Right. It never was. And of course, they always blame, the victims for it.
Yeah, they violated the ceasefire over 500 times, I believe, according to Al Jazeera. And the one in Lebanon, if you go all the way back to the beginning, they violated almost 10,000 lines. They're a country that is constantly at war at the expense of the American taxpayers. And the second thing that I found really interesting about that clip is, Holocaust education is so important. No, it's not. Why are we showing children in second and third grade? Like, I'm a little older, so I got it in middle school, but like my son learned about the Holocaust in like the fourth grade. Like, why are we teaching this and not financial readiness in schools, critical thinking skills in schools? Why is our education system so poor that it's basically a factory model education that was set up in the 1920s that never got updated? So it's very task-based. It teaches us things that we don't need. I actually did see that clip. So she goes on to say something about you used to have to go to some fringe bookstore to get like
Right.
views and anti-Israel sentiment. And it's like, why is that? Why is politics and things like that, things that will be useful in the world and understanding what we can do to make it better, why is that not taught in our schools? Why are we so focused on making sure that everybody sees the Holocaust?
Yeah, and in saying that the Holocaust education is anti-Semitism education dismisses the devastation that was imposed upon other people that were not Jewish, had nothing to do with Judaism. Like, for example,
Cool.
the
I
Romani
mean,
people.
yeah,
They weren't
Romani, the
Jewish.
Bolsheviks.
Their population was actually more impacted by World War II than Jewish people. They
Why
lost
don't
like
we?
half of the entire population of Romani people.
Yeah, we have Black History Month. Why don't we teach, rather than trying to erase slavery from the history, why don't we teach like kind of the real things that happened? Why are we not telling people, these
And
children in third grade, that we used to make chairs out of the fucking slaves after they passed away? Like, why do we
to
not
that
do any
point, like the same people will say, well, we didn't do it. Why should, this white guilt be pushed on our children when it comes to like slavery that happened right here in the United States? But you've got to learn about the thing that another country did to another group of people that didn't actually have anything to do with us.
Yeah,
But
cool.
you've
We
got
can
to
do
learn
something.
that, but not your own history. No.
Why aren't we teaching the kids what's happening in Palestine then?
Right.
As anti-Muslim sentiment. I mean, the argument can be made, like, if you want something more relevant and more current, how about let's talk about the G-side happening in the Holy Land?
Well, Dynamo, you're welcome to come up and talk if you think that it's just us two talking, and you're upset by that. You're welcome to come up. But I have a feeling you won't, because that's probably a fake picture. You're probably one of those bots, like the MAGA accounts that end up coming from Nigeria or Eastern Europe. Oh, Dynamo's coming up. So what's up, Dynamo? You got something to say?
All right. No, I'm not from Nigeria, none of that. Even though they do make fake accounts, a lot of acting like they're women.
Are you from the United States?
Yes, I'm from the United States. I'm from Texas.
That doesn't sound like a Texas accent to me.
Put a video camera on and you'll see me.
I can't turn your video camera on, sir.
I'm half Mexican.
Okay. So what would you like to say?
Now, well, yeah, we were talking about different topics. So, which topic would y'all like to talk about?
I'm sorry, come again?
Yeah, we're talking about different random topics. Let me see. Okay, let's say in Jerusalem, for example. Okay, the Palestinians. You know what I'm saying, I'm okay with Donald Trump, right? I didn't vote for him because
He's not okay with you, but that's okay. That's fine.
No, he is.
No, he's not. He hates you.
No.
Yeah.
But
if you have melanin in your skin, he does not like you, sir.
No, look, that's besides the point. He doesn't hate me. But
and that accent tells me that he would ship your ass off into a fucking send you your ass to Colombia or Ecuador.
No.
Yeah, he would. He keeps doing it. He does it to Native Americans, dude.
No, but look,
he fucking hates you, and you love him, and I mean that's between you and him, I guess.
Yeah, that's between us. That's besides the point. Look, in Palestinians, okay. I know what's going on, right? Like the civilians, how many civilians death there has been, but and yeah, that's bad. But every word, no matter what, once there's a word, we know that civilians gonna die. But in Palestine, the civilians, they try to help Hamas. They won't leave because they want to support Hamas too.
Of course they do. Why would they not?
Benjamin Netanyahu actually helps Hamas.
Hamas, they're a terrorist group, which I always
no, they're not.
only
No,
Yes, they
12
are.
they're
countries.
actually not. No, they're
Yeah,
not.
only 12
They're
countries.
they're
What do you
counterintelligence.
that they're not?
Dynamo. They're counterintelligence. Benjamin Netanyahu actually created and put them in power. That's a
What?
fact.
Whoever created them don't matter, right? They're terrorists.
Wait. Whoever created
Where are you
them
getting
doesn't
this
matter.
information from?
No, it doesn't matter whoever created them.
No, it doesn't.
They're
No,
a
the host
terrorist
doesn't.
group.
Yes, it does matter.
Now, the ones that they're a terrorist.
It does
group that-
matter. Whoa. No, let's go back to that. It does matter who created
Okay,
them.
whatever. It does matter. It doesn't matter. Who cares? We're talking about the Palestinian.
Wait.
people
Okay,
su-
let me ask you a
supporting-
question. Dynamo.
Wait, hold on.
Let me
We're
let me
talking-
ask you a question then. If you think it doesn't matter, if the FBI was the one that was leading the insurrection on January 6th, do you think that matters? Do you think that matters?
My mic was turned off.
Yes, I muted you because I wanted to get that out there. I need to ask you that
This
question.
is what-
Do you
okay,
believe
I
that if
came
the
up-
FBI, well, did you? I just want you to answer this question. Do you believe if the
yes,
FBI
everybody created them.
led
Everybody
the
created them.
insurrection
Now,
on
Russia probably created
J6?
them too.
If
There's
the
different groups that
FBI,
US
Dynamo, this
support
is why I
and
muted
create.
you because you won't stop. I want you to answer
Guys,
that
'cause I'm
question.
talking to you,
I
trying to
want
talk
you
over me
to
every
no. I
time.
want you to answer that question because I'd like to make a point. Do you believe that if the FBI is the one that created the insurrection on January 6th, do you think that matters?
Look, the insurrection on January
you
6th.
Do you
Hold
think?
on, wait.
No.
Wait,
That's not what I
wait.
asked you.
wait.
That's not what I asked you.
Trump asked for more enforcement. The Democrats, they did
Okay,
not.
Dynamo,
Pelosi,
you're
they
pivoting.
did not want to do
You're
it.
pivoting. Shh, you're pivoting. I want you to answer that question. If it turns out that the FBI led
I
the
do
insurrection,
not know if the FBI did it, but
If-
I'm saying the fact that
I'm
what
saying
happened.
if they did,
Trump
do
asked
you think that
for more
matters?
enforcement,
Okay.
and Pelosi didn't want to do it.
All right. And you're gone because if you won't answer a direct question that I've asked you 4 times, then I just don't want to talk to you because that means you're not going to have a good faith conversation. And that's ridiculous. My point being, you claim that it doesn't matter who created Hamas. That's bullshit because you would turn right around and say, it wasn't MAGA that did the insurrection. It was the FBI. And you would use that same fucking logic, just flipped it backwards, and you would make that argument. And that's why you wouldn't answer the question, because you know that's right. Anyway,
So, liberal, just to clarify, Netanyahu didn't create Hamas. They started as a nonprofit, but he did fund them because he didn't want the PLO to win. So he did fund them through Qatar early on, but he didn't he's not connected to them now. And
Bullshit.
October 7th, listen, October
Bullshit.
7th, they knew about it. They let it happen,
Yeah.
but it wasn't paid for by
you
Netanyahu.
will not convince me that Benjamin Netanyahu did not have some form of control over the thing that he absolutely created.
Wait, there was no direct.
Okay, host,
from
I'd
Israel.
like to ask you a couple of questions. I'm from Israel.
I'm
You
sorry.
talk so much about Hamas. Do you? Yeah, me too. Do you know when Hamas was founded? In what year? And by who?
Make your point.
My point is that you know nothing about Hamas, and I'm trying to make a point here. Because you said Netanyahu created Hamas, so I'm asking you,
Correct.
at what year Hamas was actually founded and by who?
Did Benjamin Netanyahu prop Hamas up and get them elected?
No.
Wait,
Yes.
you didn't-
No.
question
Yes, he
though.
did.
Yes, but he didn't create them.
Yes, he did.
Can I get one person to talk to and not jumping everyone? We're going to have a civilized conversation. Also about the
An Israeli
MOU,
wants to
the
have a
3.8
civilized
billion dollars.
conversation. Is that with the
I'm trying
underage
to.
children that you traffic, or
What type of this
I'm
some trying to do
trying-
racism?
I'm-
Just because he's
I'm
Israeli, he's
trying
horrible.
to.
wait? Is
Okay,
Israeli
so
is a race?
Wait.
No,
So
that like that
host,
said, it's
host,
like some
host.
newfound racism.
This
Don't
country.
give it.
Let me
Crypto,
hold on,
cryptic,
Ariel.
please let-
Ariel, no, shut up.
I want-
Israel.
I want-
No. I don't know who is that. Cryptic. Was that you that said that?
I
You,
said it's like
you
some
believe
newfound
that me
racism.
seeing a country doing bad things is racism?
No, I said you said Israeli want to have some type of peace talk. Like that was just so weird. Like he's just a citizen. Why are you putting the crime of
I
the
don't-
government on him?
I don't care if he supports the government in Israel. Then
you
he's a
support-
fucking piece of shit.
Do you support the Palestinians? What they did to the Israelis and what they did to
I
their own people?
support human beings having the right to live.
Cryptic.
So if
Can
you're
we
supporting
stick to
human
one
beings, why not you
point at a
supporting Israeli
time?
people,
Yes.
the Israeli hostages?
I support human beings having the right to live. I do not support a person
Okay.
who believes themselves to be greater than any other person. That's called supremacy, and I don't get down with that.
Exactly. That's why we don't support Hamas or the Palestinians.
Hamas doesn't believe themselves to be superior to other people.
They do believe
They
this
also
is
don't
superior.
have the
Yes, they do.
power to dominate and control and oppress another group of people. But see,
Yes, they
Israel
do. Do you not see
does.
what they did?
Israel
Actually,
absolutely does. They count
do you not see what the
calories. They built
do
a
you-
fucking wall around an entire country. They put surveillance automation in there. They know where everybody's at any given time. They monitor phone calls. Hell, they even created fake corporations to sell pagers and walkie-talkies. 10 years they sat on that bitch and then exploded them whenever it served them best. So I'm sorry if you think that I have a problem because I don't like the Israeli government, but I
Yeah,
really
but
just don't give a shit.
yeah, but they like the Palestinians or Hamas. When the Hamas said on October 7th to unalive every Jew you could, unalive the Israeli people, unalive anyone who, no matter who they are. And then, of course, Israel will have a strong blockade and a strong defense system.
Did you
on them, 'cause both
know?
Egypt have it too.
Did you know that when they first were created, back in the 40s, they actually demanded that the United States go in and remove or unalive every Palestinian that existed in that area? Did you know that?
There's like, wait, can you
Did
provide
you
me a
know
source for
that?
that?
Did you know
Can you
that?
provide me a source?
Did you know that? Yes.
It's false.
Yes.
What Israeli government said that is, and the prime is like, who said it though?
The people that were trying to take over the country.
So was it a few Israelis who said that, or was it a government official?
It was the officials. That is correct.
All right, that's the same source.
And I'll pull it up. Yeah, I'll
Which
pull up the
officials?
source.
Can I
But
add
that
something,
has
Cryptic.
not
Liberal?
that
Cryptic.
has not
Cryptic.
changed.
Can I have a minute as well?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Host.
Sorry for
Host. I
interrupting
took.
you.
Well,
No, it's not a problem. I
Rando,
was trying
shut
to
up.
make some
Shut up,
point.
bitch. Rando, go ahead.
So I just want to say, in
Bitch.
regards to October
Yes, you're a
7th,
bitch. That's right.
Everybody
You're a
keeps
bigger
coming
bitch
up.
and
If you
ignorant.
support, bitch, if you
You're-
support Israel, you're a bitch. Shut up.
Yeah, can you keep the dog on the leach, please?
Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead,
Let
Rando.
me give you
No,
even a
sorry,
better
I wanna
reason.
talk
I'm
Let
an
me
about-
talk,
ex-ID.
sir.
There you
I'm
go.
an
Hey,
ex-ID.
I know you are. I know you're a fucking baby unaliver, bitch. That's why I called you bitch. You get absolutely no respect from me, you demonic piece of fucking trash. That's what you are, sir. And you can go fuck yourself, as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead, Rando.
Thank you. So I want to talk for a second about this narrative of October 7th that Cryptic has maybe fallen victim to. So, the media makes it out to be that these people planned this operation to go in and just unalive all the Jays. They just went in and started unaliving people. What actually happened, and there's literal documentation, there's video, you can go look this up. So it was a targeted military operation that went after 15 military bases. So you have the Reem Army Base, the Zakim Training Base, you have Bahad 4, you have the Nahal Oz Lookout, the Nahal Oz Base, you have the Eretz Crossing, there's another military installation down the street, you have the Kerem Shalom Crossing, and the Kerem Shalom Outpost. So what they did was they went in, and within a half an hour, they had swept all of those facilities. They crossed over the border, and then the kibbutzim also had security bases in them. So when they went to the kibbutzim, which is where they said they were just unaliving people in their homes, those were literally military outposts. They are the first line of defense. You can go look all of this up. Everywhere they went with a military operation. Were there civilians unalived? Yes, that is the fog of war. When you have a military installation, and as far as the Nova Festival goes, because I know you're going there next, did you know, if you look at the Nova Festival location, it literally sits directly behind the Reem base. So when they launched October 7th in the morning, they had already planned to land where the Nova Festival was happening. They didn't know it was happening. How could they know that there was a music festival, especially when that music festival was moved to that specific location and postponed a week and then delayed one more day? It was actually on Shabbat. It was supposed to end the night before.
So I just want to respond to that really quickly, though. So specifically, you said, how would they know? So Israel actually allowed both Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza to come inside Israel for on work visas to work in their country, and then use that money to go back to Gaza or the West Bank to send to their family. Those people that went inside Israel
didn't allow
with the
them
work
to
visas,
stay in their
they
own
helped.
country,
Or
bitch.
wait, really quickly,
Yeah,
really
pay
quickly,
attention. Pay
really
attention.
quickly. So they
The
helped.
Israelis
Well,
don't
hold on,
allow.
Eucalyptus.
didn't.
Hey,
Yes.
Cryptic. Are you from
Yes.
Israel?
Huh?
Are you from Israel?
No, I'm not. From
Did you?
Israel.
Are you in the IDF or did you ever serve in the IDF?
No,
Where do you live?
I live in America, but I did visit Israel.
Well,
though.
why are you on your knees suckling off Israel? Why?
Do you live in Palestine or the Arab states?
No, I just want to know why it is that
So
you are
why are your knees
gargling,
sucking them like that?
gargling the cum
Knowing that
of
they'll
this
do a terror
fucking
attack on your country.
demonic motherfuckers. Why are you doing that?
Well, so the question is, why do I support
Why
Israel?
do
I support
you
Israel. Wait,
get on your knees for this country and spew talking points that they have told you to spew? Why are you doing this?
Why do you listen to these Arab Islamists?
Why? Listen. I asked you why you do this. Because I don't understand how an American spends all their fucking time. Because you only come up here when we talk about this subject. You spend all your time gargling over Israel. Why? I don't get it.
So first, I don't. But the reason I do support Israel, though, because they have Western values. That's me, a secular government of Western values.
So they're a colonial power, and you like colonialism, and you want white people to dominate the world. Is that what you like?
No, that's not.
Well, that's what's happening.
Well, that's what's happening where in Israel.
Yes.
It's because they're a white majority. They're white people dominating the world.
No, there was a European fucking group of individuals that came over and they colonized somebody else's land. What about that? Don't you get?
Well, yeah, Oscar
No. Hold on. Not only did they colonize the land, but they continued to try and take. And now we've got Americans, probably a white person, I imagine, over here gargling for these fuckers. I don't get it.
Sir, are you miserable? Are you like a self-hating white person or something?
No, but you guys attack everybody else. You lie. You make up propaganda. You use white people to traffic children, to blackmail our politicians to the point where you've got this motherfucker going to Israel saying, I served you as mayor, not the American people, no. And you got motherfuckers like Clay KK Higgins who can't even say whether he loves America or Israel more. So I'm sorry, when a country has taken over my country, I just don't like that country. And I'm not going to gargle for them. And you as an American watching this happen, watching them take over this country, and then coming up here defending those people, that seems weird to me. You're a traitor. You're a fucking traitor.
They were celebrating 9/11. They were celebrating 9/11, and you support them. You're okay with them. They
it is treason. You're up here gargling for these folks.
Liberal loudmouth. You heard that talking point? He said they celebrated 9/11. This is a lie. So
it is a lie.
Go ahead, mute this bitch, so I can get this out. Yeah, I want to highlight this talking point and just how imbecilic this imbecile, this
debunked.
Cryptic is. So this footage that got replayed by NBC, by a Jewish broadcaster as well, by the way, was actually footage of Palestinians celebrating a victory for a football match. But if anyone who's listening to this right now, Google Palestinians donate blood 9/11. And what you'll learn is Palestinians gathered together, including Arafat at the time, Yasser Arafat, and donated troughs of blood to Americans. To help the survivors of 9/11.
Yeah, and what we do know, and we have this because I remember it at the time. Actually, I was alive during this. Those Israelis that were busted dancing and clapping and high fiving as they watched the towers burn. You don't remember that, Cryptic?
Did you know that 200 Israelis were arrested in 2001 and 60 of them under domestic tea charges?
It wouldn't surprise me.
They were caught wiretapping local police stations and had thousands and thousands of personal information related to the officers.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, they busted those 5 Israelis, turned out to be an intelligence operation. We were monitoring Palestinians in America. We were there to document the event.
Look at these terrorists happy that our country got attacked. These horrible Muslim Arabs.
Listen, what you're repeating has been debunked. It's been debunked for years. It is total horseshit what you're saying. It didn't happen.
To
But
America.
what did happen was that 5 Israelis were busted by somebody in a building looking down and seeing these 5 people. They didn't know who they were, standing outside of a fucking van, clapping and high-fiving. And when they got pulled over by local police, because they called the police because they were like, who the fuck would do that?
That's been
They
debunked.
pulled him over. No, it wasn't. And matter of fact, I'll pull up a fucking article for you right here. It was not debunked. This actually happened. Let me pull it up for you so I can prove that you're wrong. And
And
matter of
can I-
fact, they. Yeah, what's up? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to comment as you're pulling it up. I agree that that Benjamin propped up Hamas, and here's why. Because you had Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian Authority was for the two-state solution. Israel right now is not for a two-state solution. Hamas is not for a two-state solution. So essentially what they did was they preferred Hamas being in power over the Palestinian Authority, and they allowed Qatari money to funnel into Palestine because, under the rule of Hamas. So they thought, okay, well, you know what, they're more, I guess, like militant, and they chose that, they supported that. I agree with you in that regard, host, that he did. Benjamin did support, or does support Hamas, especially if you compare them to the Palestinian Authority.
I need to address this liberal mammoth. If you give me a minute, I could be quick.
It's been debunked as a basis anti-Semitism.
Cryptic, it wasn't your turn. Shut up,
It's been
bitch.
debunked already. Look, this 5 days.
Yeah,
It's
shut your
been
mouth.
debunked already. Stop with these lies.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know what's
So-
going on. I'm still, man, they've done a pretty good job scrubbing this. I looked for this about a month ago.
It's been debunked. That's why you can't find it. It's fake.
No.
It's fake. You're trying to-
No,
you're really
and matter of
so
fact,
hard, bro.
I've actually,
so hard right
listen,
now.
hey,
It's so hard to
Cryptic,
get
Cryptic,
the
hold on.
Israelis.
Hold on. Yes, I actually have the police report downloaded on my computer, but I just wanted to point out that Israel is busy scrubbing the internet of anything that makes them look
Yeah,
bad.
they wanted your computer.
Because not even, shut up, not even a month ago, I was looking up this I was looking up this very topic, and it was everywhere. And now, matter of fact, let me pull up a Discord and show you what all they're doing to scrub shit, guys. Because if you aren't aware, the global banking industry is essentially run by these fucking Zionist people. And if you go to Charles Scharf, you look up Charles Scharf. He's the CEO of fucking Wells Fargo or one of those banks. And you'll see it doesn't have any relation to Jewish people. But in October, it did. So they're going through and they're scrubbing any heritage of these people so that you can't follow these money trails. They're actively doing it. So what it's pulling up is articles talking about it, but I was very easily able to find these articles just a month ago. So you guys are hard at work, Cryptic. I know you're hard at work, and that's pretty sad. Anyway, Rando, were you trying to jump in there?
Oh, I have the clip if you want it, that news report that they interviewed the lady and then talked about it. But it's kind of long, so.
Yeah, let me. Literally a month ago, I had played it on this show. Didn't have any issue finding it. So you guys are scrubbing the fuck out of it. Maybe that was part of the $10 million plus that Israel has paid into ChatGPT to get it retrained. Did you guys know that they're doing that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I heard about that. They're trying to put all the pro-Israel on the ChatGPT. That's why they wanted your computer instructed. Mossad wanted your computer instructed evidence.
Why do you have a picture of me, Cryptic? Why'd you screenshot my profile and make it a picture?
Because this guy is some kind of an agent. Because let me tell you something. All the weird things that happen to this show, it always seems to happen when these IDF soldiers show up.
I'm an IDF soldier
These people
supporting Palestine. I'm like,
what?
You are so funny, bro. That's when the IDF.
You support Palestine?
Yeah, I support Palestine.
No, you don't.
Israel gave me $7,000 to support Palestine.
Okay.
Remember? Yeah. And that's when they went on my computer and destroyed all my evidence. That's why. Because it makes so much sense.
Okay, well that's
the
stupid.
Can I ask Cryptic a question?
Sure, go ahead.
How do you, I guess, what are your thoughts on what's going on in Gaza right now?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's sad. I think they should not be unalive, but I blame Hamas, not the Israeli government, for it.
You blame Hamas, not the Israeli government?
Yeah, I blame Hamas by attacking a country, knowing that if you hit a bear, you're gonna get if you hit a bee, you're gonna get stung. They decided to do that. They decided to attack Israel, and Israel is retaliating aggressively, very aggressively.
Well, let me ask you something. If if you lived on a plantation or around a plantation and the slaves revolted, would you blame the slaves for revolting and attacking the plantation owners? Would you?
No, I will blame the slave owners.
Okay, then stop, because that's what you're doing.
No, I'm not.
Yes, Israel is Israel is a colonialist country. Period. It is a European colonialist country backed by European money, backed by European powers, backed by European military assets, and now U.S. military assets. And the people have never stopped fighting. It's just like the indigenous in this country. They never really stopped fighting, and now it's a different kind of warfare. We just use their money to buy up their own land. But that was, 400 years or so of that, and this hasn't even been 100 years. And Cryptic, you believe these people should just surrender because you have a colonialist mentality. I believe you believe that white people are superior to others, and I believe that's why you're okay with it.
Do you like the UAE? What they doing in Sudan? It's funding the genocide,
which is disgusting.
Because like you only talk bad about white people, but whatever everybody else do is good.
And guess who is funding that country to do the G-side?
The UAE.
And guess who is funding that? It's a bunch of European powers. Bro, Europe went into Africa. Listen, Europe went into Africa and took all of those countries. Are you aware of the history of Africa in European colonialism?
Yes, I understand the history.
That they've been doing it since the 1800s, at least, and probably even prior to that.
The 1500s. Yeah. That's when colonialism started.
Well, I'm talking about Africa. Specific to Africa. For example, like when, France and the Republic of Congo and Belgium, when they needed rubber. So they went in there and they unalived these people.
Yeah, they cut off their hands, they cut off their arms, they cut off their legs.
So this European colonialist, demented fucking group of individuals went around and took over 90% of everything, essentially, is what they did. And you're over there defending that. That's what you're doing. Yes, you are. You're defending
UAE.
Yes, you
are. I'm not. Are you defending UAE?
No, you're defending European colonialist bullshit because it continues to happen. You're like, oh yeah, but those people, they have they're people of color, and therefore they're not European colonialists, except for the fact that they're funded and propped up and supported by colonialists.
Just because I believe in Jewish people having their right to return back to their homeland, I'm a European colonizer, lover.
Yeah, listen up, Cryptic.
Yeah, thank you for admitting it's a G-side.
Yeah, listen up, Cryptic.
That is great.
Ivanka Trump, her Russian ass is not from Palestine. And she's not the same ethnicity as Lenny Kravitz, whether you like it or not. Like, you're not going to
know what you just said, but all right, bro.
Yeah, I know you don't know. It's above your pay grade.
Yeah, exactly. It's way above my pay grade.
I know you do not comprehend. Otherwise, you wouldn't be up here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be up here regurgitating the dumb shit you've been regurgitating for the last.
You're doing the same thing. It's a G-side. It's apartheid, colonialism, European colonialism. That's the same talking points, bro. Like, the script. Take away the script for a second.
Any of those are?
Take away the script for a second, bro.
Yeah, obviously, you don't even comprehend what any of those things are. You're like, oh, you just keep throwing words. You just keep throwing words at me. They're words.
Grown man, by the way. Like, this is a grown man doing this at the same time.
I don't know that you're a grown man.
You're a grown man, and you took my picture off my profile, little bitch.
Which is gross. It's gross.
Exactly.
By the
The picture
way,
is very gross. That picture is extremely gross. I agree with you, host.
No, the actions that you took were gross. Here we go.
Binoculars, and I could see the towers from my window. And this is where I'm looking. And all of a sudden, down there, I see this van parked. And I see 3 guys on top of the van, and I could see that they were like happy. They didn't look shocked to me. They didn't look shocked. I thought it was very strange.
Amazingly enough, we have found the moving company where the 5 Israelis worked.
Was this building being used as a front for some kind of Israeli intelligence operation that possibly was doing surveillance on the Arab American community? Were there men celebrating or slapping 5s or whatever?
We had received an all points bulletin, and I just happened to see the van and, hollered over to my lieutenant. I think that could be the van. We checked it out, and it was. We were all on edge, obviously, so I really wasn't looking to make friends with these people, and neither were the officers that I were with. Once we started talking to them, they were pretty much like, hey, we're not against you, we're with you.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
There you go. Yeah.
The 5 Israelis is debunked as a basis in anti-Semitism conspiracy theory.
Okay, so wait. Let me get this straight. These Israelis were caught in a van by a woman who didn't know who they were. Nobody knew who they were. Just these people high-fiving and celebrating as they watched the towers burn. Because she called it in and gave the license plate number, the local police department was able to get this van, and they pulled this van over, and it turned out that there happened to be 5 Israelis in there who just also 2 of them happened to have connections to an intelligence operation right here in the United States. And you're telling me that's anti-Semitism? You fucking idiot.
It was debunked as a basis anti-Semitism.
No. This is the U.S. government has been taken over by Israel, period. The U.S. government has been taken over by Israel, period. So if the FBI comes out and says, well, we've looked into it, doesn't seem like that they had anything to do with it, I don't believe it, because they have been taken over by this country. So it has not been debunked. Nothing has been debunked. We know for a fact that there were Israelis that were dancing that day.
Okay,
So
yeah, sure, they
take
were
that
dancing.
for what it.
But
Yes.
if there was
Okay.
a Palestinian dancing,
Uh-huh.
can I say the Palestinians did that?
I'm sorry, if the Palestinians were here under an intelligence operation.
Oh, they're under
Sure, you could have
operations
a sure you
attacking
could have a
9/11.
problem with
Okay,
that.
now I get your little theory, your little conspiracy theory now. Let me guess, the Jewish
Right.
people, they did 9/11, they killed JFK too, right?
But what about those other people that don't look like Europeans? What about those guys?
What? What?
What about the people that don't look European?
What
Can't we
about the
blame
people that
them
don't look
instead? Can we blame them instead?
Then how about we blame the people who's known for doing T attacks, which is the Islamist terrorists?
No, actually, Israel is the one that does T
Not
attacks.
Islamist terrorists, Arabs. Just
Israel is literally a terrorist state. What are you talking about, bro?
Once again, genocidal state.
Yeah. They commit acts of terrorism all the time. Hell, in Egypt, they went around and planted boom booms in movie theaters and got caught. And then heralded the guys that got caught as heroes.
What about the EU funding? the
And
genocide?
they unalived
What about the
the
King
U.S.
David Hotel?
soldiers.
What about the
King
Beirut
David, there you go. The
But can we all agree that the
pagers,
EU
the walkie-talkies and pagers, if that had been any other group, you would have said, oh my God, they're terrorists.
Actually,
the
the
EU funded a genocide to my
original
African people.
terrorists in ancient times were actually the Sicarii, which was a Jewish sect.
Yeah, and I just want to just ask one more. Cryptic, is Gaza a country?
No,
Gaza's a
Palestine is.
So it's not a country, right? And just out of curiosity, who controls Gaza's borders?
They don't have their own independent. They never fought for their own independent nation.
Yeah, so who controls Gaza's borders, airspace, and sea access?
Egypt and Israel. They both control the borders and stuff.
Israel.
Yeah, Egypt and Israel. They both have a joint
Israel.
operation to really support
Israel.
control them.
Israel.
Do y'all
Israel
know Egypt have a
controls it.
stronger blockade on them? Are y'all like anywhere smart?
Cryptic.
Egypt have a stronger
Israel.
blockade
No.
than Israel do.
Okay,
You
so
just
we
said that
need
Egypt
to.
was working with.
Yes, we
Yeah,
need
they're both
to
working with each other to
listen,
have a
Cryptic.
strong blockade.
We need
I
to
agree
we
with
need
that.
to make clear that Egypt gets paid to do that. It is
He gets
Israel.
paid by the European Jewish people who
No,
funds
by the United
colonization.
States.
I forgot.
By the
that.
United States. We pay Egypt to leave them alone and to do as they're told. Yes, we do.
Jordan
And we've
too.
been, yep.
So why did Jordan? Why
So,
would Iran?
okay, well, let's go back to the question because I had a point I'm sure I was trying to make. Let's be clear who is controlling all of those things. It's Israel. Go ahead, I.
Yeah, so Israel controls it. So we have, it's not a country, right? And let's assume that it is, right? But when it's not a country, the rules of war are more skewed against the country, right? For obvious reasons, because a country has, certain powers that a territory, does not. So then in the doctrine of just warfare, you have to look at the civilian population loss. And yeah, there could be some collateral in terms of like civilian casualties here and there, but to the degree that it is in Gaza, that's why the U.S. That's why the rest of the world is calling this a humanitarian crisis, because it. But who caused it? A country caused it. It wasn't. Even if you looked at the people of Gaza and their support of Hamas, it wasn't like the majority of them supported Hamas and the people in power. No, I mean there's some records that say that maybe like 40%.
According to the Palestinian Center research, 72% is already false.
Well, no. It's what happened after the attacks? Did the popularity go down, up or down after the October 7th attacks? It went down, but even before that, there's records that show that Hamas wasn't necessarily popular. So it's not like an overwhelming majority. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say is that you're going to argue that you have to punish the populace that one isn't part of a country, that two, a lot of them, they don't have influence in their own politics too, and three, a population that already is economically distraught, socially distraught, whose borders are controlled by Israel. So what is the incentive for the population to say, hey, you know what, you Israel, you control everything. Let's go ahead and be all in and promote this attack against you guys, because they know what would happen. They know they would get eliminated. Israel can wipe them off in seconds. But in place of, I don't think the people want that. The government did, but yeah. I mean, I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. You can't just say that Israel. I feel like you're viewing like Israel and Gaza as two like equal sides, and you're saying that Israel is, well, they got attacked, so they had the right to use excessive force and to do what they did. No, they could have had more targeted attacks. They could have gone in limited or in conjunction with an allied nation. They could have done something else and not been as excessive as they are. So, I mean, I just don't agree with this.
I know what you're trying to say, and I do agree with you. They shouldn't have used so much force. I think that's where both we can find a middle ground at. But I can't just say they shouldn't have still went in. They should have still went in and got Hamas. The way they took it to, we can both agree it was too excessive.
Yeah, but you said you can agree with me, right?
I said I agree what they did.
They used excessive force, but you see, there should be consequences for using excessive force. If you disagree that they use excessive force,
I don't like Netanyahu. He's too far right. Take Netanyahu to jail. Forget Netanyahu. Take him to jail. I don't like him. I don't like Trump. I think they both should be in jail right now. I support Israel, not Netanyahu.
That's the default. I'm actually more moderate because I don't like Netanyahu, but you support everything that this government is doing. It's not just Netanyahu. In fact, if you look at the fucking poll numbers, the vast majority of people in Israel support what they're doing right now. So get fucked with that. Rando, I saw your hand up. Did you want to jump in there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out a couple things. So Israel has a long-standing history of not abiding by any of the UN Security Council resolutions. 242, 338, they were supposed to withdraw from occupied territories. They didn't. 446, 452, 465, settlements are illegal. They haven't stopped. 476 and 478 apply to Jerusalem. They haven't returned that. 497 is Golan Heights. 607, 608, 636, 641. 694, 726, and 799 apply to the
Stop reading the script, please. Stop reading that script. It's so annoying.
1402, 1435 withdraw from Palestinian cities. They haven't. They violated the 1860 ceasefire. They haven't even implemented 25% of the current ceasefire. And then 2334 declared that the settlements, the illegal settlements, must stop. They haven't done any of those things. So that's kind of Palestinian as a whole, and the fact that Israel refuses to abide by any international law from the Security Council. But we can also talk about all of the Geneva Convention violations, disproportionate and indiscriminate attacks, unlawful attacks on protected objects and personnel, medical transports, hospitals, journalists, the unlawful transfer and forcible displacement, which they've done all over the West Bank and Gaza, and the ICC warrants for Yoav Gallant and Bibi Netanyahu. So if they're so law-abiding, why do they abide by none of the conventions that the fourth convention, which is actually put in place because of what happened to them, and then abide by none of the Security Council resolutions, repeatedly violate ceasefires, not only with Palestinian, but all of their other neighbors, a constant with 7 wars in the last 10 years. Like, what do you mean? And Israel has a right to exist? First of all, UN Resolution 181 was a partition plan, and it's also not a Chapter 7. It literally is not legally enforceable. The state of Israel is not legally enforceable, just for your own information. And then when we talk about occupying territories, because we've established that they are illegally occupied, again, like I pointed out, Israel controls land, air, and sea access. As an occupying power, you do not have the right to claim self-defense ever, period. They had no justification. They could have defended on October 7th, but everything that happened after that was not legally justified.
Well, I want to respond to that
And
first.
Hamas, under the definition of an occupied territory, has the right to resist, which is Hamas and the non-state actors, the Al-Qassam, the Al-Quds, all the brigades, all the good old neighborhood boys who came out on October 7th, stomped the shit out of 15 of Israel's military bases, and have repeatedly gotten their fucking asses clapped in Gaza because they can't maintain a force on the ground. There's a 10-to-1 by Israelis' own numbers, 10 IDF soldiers for every 1 Hamas operative. They're getting their ass kicked. Hamas is still there. They couldn't get any of their hostages back by military intervention, which was their stated goal. They had to get Trump to do it for them, and Hamas agreed and returned them. So your whole argument is bullshit. You're simping over a T-state that it's full of a genocidal regime, and I'm pretty sure you're doing it because you're paid to be on here, like whatever fucking trope that you meet.
Yeah, I want to respond to that
instead of
first
defending
point, though.
facts, you pull up pictures of me off my TikTok, and you try to use that to what? It humiliated me, dude. I posted it. I liked that video. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Thank you for the free PR.
If you wanted everybody to know that she's pretty, then good job, you did that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, she is very, very, very. Never mind. No, she's not. I won't even lie to y'all like that. Anyway, I do want to respond to that first point you made. Remove from territory. So there was a French in the English version. The French version said remove from the territories. The English version said remove from territories. The Israeli government, they followed the English version, so they only had to remove from Gaza and the Sinai Peninsula. They did. They gave it back.
You're so full of shit, dude. It's the UN Security Council. They understood
I know what
the
you're referring
directive.
to. It was a French in the English version. I know everything you were referring to. You thought you could get this debunking statement on me, but you don't. You won't. You don't know what you're talking
UNSC
about.
Resolution 2334
Yeah, I know.
passed in 2016
Yeah.
reaffirms that the settlements have no legal validity and demanded
not that one, not that
a
one.
cessation of all
Okay.
settlement activity.
Are you done?
Yeah. What other ones do you want to quiz me on?
No.
You're
the
going
first
to try to
one
use
was
an
about-
interpretation, to ethnically cleanse G-side and occupation, dude? That's your strongest argument?
No, my strongest argument is debunking all your arguments, which is very easy because you thought you could have like this one up against me, but you really won't. So the first point you brought up the first resolution, which you said they told the Israeli government to remove from occupied territory, which they did. They
Which
removed
resolution are you talking about?
Resolution 181.
Resolution 181 was the UN partition plan of 1948.
Yeah, you brought it up. Did you not just bring it up?
I did, and I said it's not legally enforceable because it's not a Chapter 7 resolution, period.
Yeah, but there was a French and English version. The French version told them to remove from all territories, and the English version said remove from specific territories. They followed the English version, and then that's when you try to make the claim that they violated it, which they did not.
I didn't say they violated it. I said UN 181 is not legally
See,
enforceable.
I'm when we get down into the minutia of it, I mean, this is a little confusing probably for most people.
What I'm saying, liberal, is that the only binding, legally enforceable resolutions from the UN Security Council are Chapter 7. The UN partition plan wasn't made under Chapter 7, which means there's no legal ramifications for violating it, which is what Israel uses to violate all of the other resolutions that I read. It's not legally enforceable. They can't put boots on the ground to do something about it. And by that logic, cryptic, the Palestinians were not legally bound to follow the UN partition plan. Okay. Israel has no legal right to exist, dude. That's what I'm saying.
And they shouldn't. And let me just say, cryptic, I used to believe in a two-party state. But after October 7th and just continually digging down this rabbit hole, they don't have a right to exist at all.
I agree with you. I don't think Palestinians have rights at all. I don't believe in a two-state solution no more. After all these Israel tried to have two-state solution throughout the whole history.
Yes.
They keep
okay, I'm going to mute you guys. This European colonialist who advocates and guzzles for colonialism is saying that the colonialist power has a right to remove all Palestinians. That's what you just said, that those Palestinians don't have a right to exist.
I said it can exist. I just don't believe they should have their own territory in Gaza.
Why?
Huh? Yeah, because
Why?
Israel has so many times. Israel offers so much two-state solutions, so much peace deals throughout their history. They always reach.
They have not ever offered any viable peace deal which would give them autonomy, which would give them their fucking land back. You're lying.
There's literally been no security in the Middle East since
None.
Israel was created. There has been nothing but conflict.
The Middle East always been destabilized. Like, come on now. Do you not know the history of the Middle
it was
East?
stabilized. In
Well,
order for it to
name
have
what
to be
year- what century was
destabilized,
it?
it would have been
Yeah.
stable at one point, which it
Wait,
was.
what year are you referring to?
Pre-48.
Huh?
Pre-48. Was there conflict?
Yes.
There's always been conflict all
Okay,
over the
there
world.
was conflict, and guess who it was, Cryptic? It was European colonialist conflict.
What about the Arabs attacking the Christians?
It was European colonialist conflict. And then when you go back before that, there was none. There were wars, there were tribes, they would war, but that's human beings, that's natural, that's how people get around, that's how people get
when the
along.
Arabs do it, it's
But they
natural,
don't, what they don't do is try and take all of somebody's fucking land and kick everybody out of that area. That most countries do not do. But Europe, for some reason, these walking skin cancer sticks seem to think that they have a right to everybody else's fucking land.
And Krypton, does your passion come from? Is it faith based? If you don't mind me asking, do you identify as Christian or?
I tried to figure that out earlier. This
Jew,
dude's
I'm not
probably
Israeli, I'm not,
this dude's probably paid.
I'm a Christian.
Well, okay. So so I guess what I'm trying to get at is your support of Israel based partially of your faith?
Nope,
And
I
then-
didn't part of a religion debate. I always said because they shared my same Western values. As a secular democracy, voting republic, that's why I support them. They share the United States value, which I'm a pro-United States.
Yeah,
You share my values.
I'm Christian too, but I'm Christian. I'm conservative, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is this, right? For countries and for people that have been given a lot, much is expected of them, right? So we can't be in a position where we can't find fault in what Israel has done. I've been supportive of Israel, throughout the years, but that doesn't mean that we can't scrutinize them and hold their feet to the fire, especially for this atrocity in particular that they've committed. I think they've committed others, but we just can't be blinded to that, because then that way, if we are blinded, then they can do anything they want, and just because they're Israel, it's all of a sudden, it's okay. So I think the host, and I don't want to speak for the host, is also like trying to say, look, just don't be fooled by this. So
I agree with you. I said the occupation of West Bank, I don't like. I think they should annex it, but as of right now, the occupation, I don't like it. They took the war too. I don't like it. They took it to a way bigger extent than what they should have.
Wait.
I can criticize Israel. I can't criticize Palestine though. I can never criticize Palestine.
You don't like the West Bank because
it's not that I don't like the West. I don't like the occupation. I prefer them to annex it instead of keeping it as occupation.
So you're advocating that Israel just take the land.
Exactly, just take the whole land.
European colonialist. That's what you are. You're sick.
Well, 90% of
you are a supremacist. Is literally what you're telling us right here.
The average Ashkenazi Jews have 40 to 50% Levant region. In
they
their
do
blood.
not.
Yes, they do.
They do not. They do not, bro. Let me explain the reason that they don't allow DNA tests in Israel's, because that's all bullshit. What you just said, that is bullshit. Europeans hijacked Judaism.
So I want to say, and I want
That's
to
it.
point out, and you can Google this, is the Palestinian Christians and the Samaritans have the closest living DNA to the Israelites based on genetic testing of the bones that were found in the land from that time. Palestinian Christians and Samaritans.
Yeah,
Samaritans are there.
Truth. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Years. No, I was just agreeing with random girl there. I've never actually spoken to her before. I'm usually not on live this early. I'm in Ireland, but what she said, what that lady said just there. I mean, the Samaritans are there. I think 3,000-4,000 years, easy proven. They live on a hill. The smallest religion in. It's not real itself. I think there's only 800 or 900 of them left due to persecution. They do speak Hebrew as well, and they wouldn't consider themselves Jew, I don't think, Jewish, but they are 100% Semitic, whereas Ashkenazis, there is no Semitism.
Did you just say Arabs are Semitic to Levant region? Do you know where Arabs come from? They come from Arabia, which is inside Arabia. They don't come from the Levant region, so they can't be Semitic to that region.
They can't wait. They can't be Semitic to that region. You do know what Semitic means, right?
Yeah.
Samaritans.
What the fuck?
Samaritans means.
I said
Semitic to the region? That makes no sense.
He's confused. It's okay.
I think so. Maybe he isn't paid because
Go Google them.
somebody who was getting paid would know.
There was actually a very good one released there under the last H group got one released under the last prisoner exchange. Another Sadak Sadaqa. Very interesting man was the fact that he actually went with the resistance. He was fighting with the PFLP and became one of their top commanders. And it's not like the Samaritans to be involved in the conflict, but he just couldn't see the injustice of it all. So he enjoyed the PFLP and rose through the ranks and became one of their top commanders. He done 22 years in Israel detention, but he's a very interesting man. He's worth reading on. Nice philosophy. He's not all out war. Let's unalive everyone. Nice philosophy. A little bit like Marwan Barghouti, he's one of these sort of figures.
Yeah, I'm going to read something real quick. I've been digging through this. This is from Robert Dreyfuss, a journalist, who I believe is Jewish. I could be wrong, but I believe he is. I know the actor is. There's plenty of evidence that the Israeli intelligence services, especially Shin Bet and the military occupation authorities, encouraged the growth of the Muslim Brotherhood in the founding of Hamas. There are many examples and incidents of that, but there were armed clashes, of course, on Palestinian university campuses in the 70s and 80s where Hamas would attack PLO, PFLF, PDFLP, and other groups with clubs and chains. This was before pew-pews became prominent in the occupied territories. So they were even funding the Muslim Brotherhood from which Hamas was derived, essentially. because they wanted to counter Yasser Arafat, who was viewed as a very reasonable person in the area. They didn't want those two people to come together. And so they funded and pushed for these mosques being built. That's why they tripled the number of mosques under the H group when it first started. This was all on purpose, and that's why I don't believe for a second that Israel ever, let go of its control of that group. I don't think they did, and I believe they actually helped push that and create it. They needed a boogeyman, so they created one.
Like I say, you believe and you feel because you know it's not true. You're just going by a feeling, not a fact.
Well, that's correct on this matter. Yes, that is correct, and I never said otherwise.
I think it's been proven that I'm pretty sure it's been proven that It's Not Real has pushed over $1 billion through Quatar to the H group.
Well, no, we know that is a fact. That is a fact. I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
You're pre that. Okay, yes.
Whether or not they continued to puppet master them, I just don't believe that Israel, who wants to control every fucking thing, and they do, generally speaking, I don't think they would allow that to get out of their hands. I don't think they would.
They really want to control everything. Why they left Gaza, in 2006, and why would they try to have so much plans back in the 80s and 90s, in the 70s, I meant?
They didn't leave Gaza in 2006. They pulled their troops out of the city of Gaza, but retained a besieged city.
So they left. They took all the Jewish people out. They went really quickly, Rando.
So is your argument
they took all the Jewish people out. They digged up the Jewish people, and they left.
A siege is better than an occupation? Because when they pulled out in 2006, they retained control of the land, air, and sea, all of the borders. Right. So technically, they were besieged. So is your argument that besieging a city is better than occupying it?
So can we both agree on something? So can we agree that Israel don't want that land because they left that land?
No, that is not true. No, that is not true. And what I would argue,
they literally clearly stated over and over again that they want the land, that they're going to annex Gaza.
Yeah, I want them to get the land, but they're not trying to get the land, though. That's the thing. And Egypt have a stronger blockade. Egypt have a stronger blockade on Gaza than Israel do. If you look at their border with Gaza, their border with Gaza, it is extremely strict, and they control the sea, air too. I like how y'all just leave out Egypt and only care about Israel.
Then why didn't the flotillas get pulled into when they passed by Egypt? Why did Israel go get them over there?
Because Israel, not Egypt. Israel have a stronger
Egypt is controlling the water by Gaza.
Naval blockade,
then
but not
why
a
were
stronger
the flotillas intercepted outside of Egyptian waters?
Are you done now?
I'm asking you a question.
So yeah,
very easy. If Egypt controls the water, why were the flotillas not detained when they were in Egyptian waters?
I said both Israel and Egypt controls the water, but Israel decided to grab the flotillas and put them in a separate area in the control place.
Israel decided to pirate and abduct the people. Please use the correct verbiage.
If you look at the video, Israel told them to go through a specific channel to go to release the food to the Gazan people, but they didn't go through.
Israel told them to go drop the food off in another country, and they'd wink, nudge, make sure it got over there, like the thousands of tons of aid that are sitting outside the border rotting.
You have to listen to that. There's a blockade on that region. You have to do it. Even if they don't want to do it, they still have to do it.
You don't have to blockade a country. What are you talking about? You act as if that is an acceptable practice for any country to do to a bordering country. I don't understand your entire view of this situation. Your view is one of Israel gets to do whatever the fuck they want. And if you complain about the oppression that we put upon you, we get to come in there and unalive your children. That's your viewpoint, bro.
What? No. What?
Yes, it is.
No, my view is
they are oppressed in that country, and you are complaining when they fight back against their oppressors. That's gross.
They have a legal right to do so. Under international law, they have a right to resist an occupying force, period. They had a right to do October 7th. It was a military operation against an occupying force by a resistance group.
So why didn't they attack
international law?
That Netanyahu knew about October 7th before it happened, a whole year ahead of it time.
Surprise!
He literally had the 40-page
Why didn't they attack Egypt? If they're so oppressed, why didn't they attack Egypt? They should attack Egypt, who have a blockade of them too. Why Israel though?
Bro,
they're not ready to take Egypt yet.
War crime.
They're not. That's your mindset.
They're not ready to take. They're not ready to take Egypt yet, but they'll get there.
They have a stronger military than Israel.
Greater Israel will include the
They
taking of
they
land
have
of
a nuke.
all the surrounding countries.
Israel have nukes. Like they both have nukes. Why would they attack Israel but not
Yes.
Egypt? Egypt and Israel have nukes. Why didn't they attack Egypt then? Because Egypt.
Why
have a
would they
blockade on them.
attack Egypt?
Because Egypt have a blockade
Egypt
on them.
protects them.
Egypt have a stronger
Yeah.
blockade. And no, Egypt don't protect them.
Yes, they
Egypt
do.
Makes sure Egypt makes sure
Yes,
there's
they do.
They've already,
No, they do
they've
not.
already attacked
They get paid
Iran.
to protect them. What are you talking about, man?
Wait, you think Egypt
Yeah.
funds Hamas or funds the Palestinian people to protect them?
Egypt does whatever the United States and Israel tells it to do.
Oh, you're trying to say, oh, I thought you
It's
meant
not real
okay.
funds the age group if you are unaware of that.
No, they do not. Where's your
as
source
well.
for that? Where's
Yes,
your
they
actual
Yes, they
fucking
do.
What's your source? What's your source?
Yes, they do.
What's your source? Your feelings is your source? I feel like they support age group. Come on now. You're
No,
better than
they
that, lady.
do. There
What's
is
your source?
evidence of Netanyahu giving them funds. I will show you.
Through
Give me one
Qatar,
second.
but
Thank you,
that
show me
hasn't
evidence.
been the situation for quite a
Preferably
long time.
.gov or
Most
.org.
of
That
their
we know
funding,
of.
yeah, most of their funding is coming from Iran.
Yeah.
And see, I don't even listen. I don't even buy that because if that was true, Iran is a very militarily capable country. If Iran actually wanted to fund them with military arms in order to go at Israel, they wouldn't be putting together rockets that are made out of like old recycled fucking munitions from boom booms that Israel had sent over and didn't go off. They wouldn't have to do that. They'd actually have arms. So I actually don't believe that Iran's, funding of them is as much as they claim it is.
But like they're besieged, and now they're heavily besieged, and Israel has a buffer zone all the way around, so it does make it difficult to like import stuff. A lot of the stuff that H Group uses as far as the munitions is stuff that Israel fired over that didn't detonate, that they then repurpose and send
Right.
back.
That's what I'm saying. If Iran was actually funding them to any large degree, that wouldn't be the case. They have tunnels. They have tunnels to get stuff in there like concrete, even trucks, parts,
I don't disagree. I
engines.
don't disagree that there's stuff coming through too. I just think that the amount of it has been severely limited due to the ongoing besiege. And like I said, they have that buffer zone. They have tunnel systems, yeah. But I mean, how much can you?
Well,
really
they get quite a bit through. They get quite a bit through.
And
That's
then
why
with
they
the
built them.
funding, yeah, and then with the funding and stuff, like it's very hard to get any sort of currency or anything into Gaza. All of the networks, all of the banks, it's all Israeli banks.
I want to make sure I know y'all conspiracy theory. So y'all believe Israel funds Hamas so Hamas can take over Israel, so Israel have the excuse to take over all of Gaza, so there could be more terror attacks inside of Israel because they took over Gaza and they get less international pressure.
No,
Actually, no.
Israel funded and stopped up H Group and allowed
Let me just really
October 7th to
understand this.
happen.
Well,
I'm trying to understand your whole
Use as
conspiracy theory.
an
I'm trying to get it.
excuse.
Well, we already, everybody
long
stopped
ago.
you because you were already spewing stupid shit. So we're trying to correct the things that you don't
Cryptic.
understand.
Cryptic. Open your ears, listen carefully. The long and
No,
short of
open
it
your
is
mind.
Israel propped up Hamas in the
Think for a
beginning
second.
because they didn't want the PLO. Hamas has done what they have done. H Group is either funded shadowy by Israel, but the long and short of October 7th is Israel allowed October 7th to happen so that they could use it as an excuse to carry out this G-side that they have been doing slowly for 75 years, that has been planned. They wanted to do it. They just needed an excuse, and this was their excuse.
5-year plan, and then finally
This was their excuse to do it. They allowed October 7th to happen and then look at this mass atrocity, to use it as a justification to commit a G-side, which is what's happening.
Okay, so now I got y'all plan. So they allowed October 7th to happen by funding Hamas so they can attack Gaza. So they have an excuse to go into Gaza to give less international accountability. To have people hate them more. So they can have probably terrorists inside their country when they take over Gaza. And they can have just everybody hating them and just the overall worst experience. That's your whole...
I thought you said they didn't want to take over Gaza. You just said when they take over Gaza.
No,
I'm saying
you just said that the only reason that they allow Hamas to take over Gaza, they allow Hamas...
was so that they could ethnically cleanse the people, yeah. So they can commit a G-side, which is what they're doing.
So they want to commit a G-side. So you want to say that they want to commit a G-side? That's like the whole plan, to commit a G-side?
Yes.
Yes,
That has been the
of
plan
course.
since the beginning.
So
Yes.
they said, let's commit a genocide in Gaza after October 7 while they're playing with Hamas, while they're planning with Hamas.
You're wanting it to be too literal. They don't have to say, we are going to go in there and we are going to commit a genocide. I'm sure nobody said that.
And what's the end goal of the genocide? After they do the genocide, what's the end goal?
To take the land. What are you talking? To take all of the land and get rid of the people that they don't like. You have to keep in mind, these are Europeans. They don't like people of color, generally speaking. That's why Ethiopian Jews are treated like trash. That's why just in fucking Israel, Ethiopian Jewish women were having their fucking, hysterectomies done without their knowledge.
No. They were
destroying, making them infertile. And they were removing all of the fucking blood bags. Oh, they might have HIV. They've treated these people like shit. These are European white supremacists.
Wait, our next claim is Israel sterilized the European Jews, because I can easily debunk
Ethiopian.
That. Oh, okay, Ethiopian Jews. Okay, so what y'all refer to is
Wait. I have a question. So these people in the Middle East, you believe these white people that this is their land and not the Palestinian land? Why?
No, I believe they both have ties to the land. I'm not denying that. I think they both of them have ties to the land.
Do immigrants have ties to the land?
What? The immigrants have ties to the land?
Do immigrants have ties to the land?
You know what an immigrant is?
I do know what an immigrant is. Do you?
Can you define immigrant?
Every European Jewish person that's in Israel right now is an immigrant.
That's an immigrant?
I didn't
take any example. I said define the term.
Can I have a minute of your time to just show something really interesting on my screen? Here, I'll let you guys see it. It's
time?
Great. It's movie time, real quick.
Adding to the present Palestine troubles, more illegal immigrant ships arrive in Haifa harbor. On board, cargoes of refugees take their first look at the land they are determined to enter at any cost. Although conditions on board were bad, it's thought that the refugees had traveled more comfortably in parent ships for the greater part of their journey, a journey organized by the Jewish underground in Europe. Strong government measures against this menace to security have now been taken. Any further ships will be directed to Cyprus or elsewhere, a determined move to show that Britain's hand will not be forced in framing a new policy for Palestine.
Look at all those YT illegal immigrants forcing the hand of Britain with their security concerns.
Your whole source
is
anti-Semitism was at its biggest, finest term during the Holocaust. After the Holocaust, your whole source is people. Is that's your source? Like when people, everybody was anti-Semitic.
What?
They literally
have you heard of the Nakba, sir?
Yes, I know what the Nakba is.
Then why do you fight for is not real then?
What?
If you know what the Nakba is, why do you fight for Israel?
You just said it's not real? What is that?
Because I call it is not real because this app doesn't like it when I say Israel. In some lives,
spying after
just call it a European colonialist country.
Yes.
Call it the Demon Sea State.
Okay, but
the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah.
Okay, well, during the Bible, that was not referring to the actual Jewish people. If you actually read more in the Bible,
you do realize
no, it's referring to people who. Synagogue of Satan refers to synagogue of Satan refers to people who claim to be Jewish who are not.
Exactly. See, look, you're smart. You're smart. I knew you had it before. But anyways, I want to respond to that Nakba claim. You said, "How can I support Israel if they did a Nakba?" Well, my claim is, Joe.
Not if they did do a Nakba. Not if they did.
It's a fact.
Okay, cool. When or if they, whatever they did Nakba, sure, but that would have never happened if the Arabs never attacked Israel on day one. Because if you look at Israeli constitution, not constitution,
and whose land was it?
It was definitely Arab land.
If someone tried to come here by force, like America, to America, you already know what would fucking happen. So why is it
Give them
why is it okay for the people who define themselves as what they're not even Jewish. They're freaking Zionists. That's what they are. And these Zionist people believe that they have the right to this land and nobody else does. Netanyahu does not want a two-state solution. He has made that abundantly clear. He wants
Netanyahu?
to annex all of Netanyahu. I call him B.
Netanyahu? Do you mean Milkowski?
Yes.
Oh, he also went by Nitay, Nitay, for a while he was here too. So
Right.
changes.
That's right. He is a man, a Polish man, and yet he's in charge of the. It makes no sense.
And here's another point. Up until 2008, and this, they had the second highest rates of skin cancer in the world, Cryptic. And the reason that Israel, yes. And the reason that they stopped is because they did public education to make sure that they carried their SPF 3,927 wherever they went, because they would just cook under the sun because they don't belong there. That's not where they're from.
They're also allergic to the pollen from the olive trees, which is why they've been ripping out olive trees and planting other trees that then catch fire, because those trees are also not suited for the land, much like the people that brought them.
They are immigrants. They are not from that land. 2,000 years go by, you don't get a right, you don't have a right to go and claim, well, I've got, 0.00076% Levant, even though, I mean, technically speaking, probably all of us have that in us as well. And we don't have a right to go back to Africa and say that we own that land. Right.
This is the first prime minister of Israel. This is his immigration documents from the government of Palestine.
Well, to be fair,
That
Ashkenazi
government
Jews
of Palestine Department of Migration. This was the first prime minister of Israel right here.
Well, Ashkenazi Jews can be traced back to the land.
Okay, but the Palestinian Christians and the Samaritans are the direct descendants.
None of us is denying Palestinian citizenship. We all agree here.
So it is their land.
It is not their land.
Well,
It is absolutely not their land.
Are you saying that Ashkenazi Jews are not entitled to that land if they are from that land?
No,
they're not from that land.
No. Let me explain something to you. Even if you find 0.00076% Levantine blood within them, they do not have a right to that land. Absolutely not. When you go and you put yourself in another country and you're there for 2,000 fucking years or 1,500 years or whatever, you don't get to come back 1,500 years later. I don't give a fuck. Do I have a right to go back to Africa?
No, brother. I'm just trying to keep it fair.
Right. I'm trying to keep it fair. If I don't have a right to go back to Africa, then they don't have a right to go back to somewhere where they believe that they're from. White as fuck, walking skin cancer sticks.
Land ownership, sir.
That's
Genetics don't govern land
That's right.
ownership, but international law does.
And
under international law, the Palestinians have the right to return to the pre-48 homes that were lost to them during the Nakba.
And to your point, does every European in this fucking country that needs to go back from where they came, do they have a right to the land in Europe?
It's just empirical proof that they're.
Do white people in the United States have a right to go back and demand their fucking land back, Maddie?
No, I'm just saying that.
Okay, then they don't have right to go to that land.
All right is not empirical proof there, brother.
You can say they have.
You're making a claim, and then you're saying I'm not making the claim that I'm making.
23andMe says Ashkenazi Jews come from that land.
Bullshit.
Come with
43andMe is Mossad origin.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Wait, but I have a question, Randall. Then, Randall, if you're against people going back to their original homeland, are you against the state of Algeria? I mean, Libya, not Algeria, Libya. So in Libya, those are all filled with North American slaves who was taken by the Europeans. They went back to Africa and they made a state in Libya. Are you against that land too? Because they didn't have nowhere tied up
the right to return under international law.
They didn't have. There was never a right to return under international law because that happened back in the 800s or it was the 700s or the 800s. I forgot.
The right to return to 3,000 years ago? No. That's bullshit.
Let's also point out, guys, that right of return does not actually apply to people who are from that and have some indigeneity to the land. Converts have right of return.
Yeah, no, I will
Yes,
definitely
please.
see, Liv. I will see and say whether it's a right or whether it's empirical proof. I will see that it doesn't give them the right to do said thing like you stated. I will see that. What I'm trying to convey is that if you have a genetic test that proves empirically that you come from that land, then that is indeed their land. I'm not saying
No.
that I'm not saying that they don't have a right to that land. They obviously do.
Wait.
A two-state solution
What?
would be.
You're
I'm
saying
not
two
saying-
things at the same time.
But okay.
Wait. You're making two contradictory statements.
Let me
Hold
clarify.
on. He's making two
clarify.
contradictory statements and saying that they're
Sure.
both true at the same time, unless it relates to U.S.
No.
Europeans. No, they don't have a right. Or me wanting to go back to Africa, you claim I don't have a right. While you then
Understand. Let me clarify. Fair enough. Let me clarify. What I'm trying to say, Liv, is that if you have a genetic test that empirically proves that Ashkenazi Jews come from said land, that means that's where they're from.
No.
That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, it doesn't mean that whether they're right to it or not, that's under the law. What I'm trying to say is that there's empirical proof that it shows that that's where the land that they're from.
No.
Palestinians don't have empirical proof from that land.
No.
I mean, that's just simple.
You
as
do
that.
realize that
basically every
it was
human on the
called
planet
Palestine.
Earth, basically every person on planet Earth has genetics that will go back to that same fucking area. What are you talking about?
Correct. Would they be from that land?
No.
What do you
No.
mean?
No.
There's markers showing that's where they're from, though.
No,
So-
you asked
so
me a
where am I
question, I answered it. No, that
Where am I
they're
If you
not
ask
from
me
that
where I'm
land.
from, I'm gonna say New York, not Russia, dude.
Right.
That your argument makes no sense. The Palestinian Christians and the Samaritans have the closest ties to the Israelite bones that were found in the area. The oldest living DNA that we have from the land matches to Palestinian Christians and Samaritans. Do other people have ties, ancestral ties to lands? Absolutely. Does that give them the right to that land? Absolutely the fuck not.
Therein lies your dilemma. You believe that. I don't. What I'm trying to say is that there's proof that they're
So
from
what
the
do
land.
you believe?
Well, then
I
I'm
believe- I
so
believe that-
as somebody
I
of
believe that there
mixed
should legally
descent.
I believe that they should legally have a two-state solution, but they won't accept that. They've already denied it.
Why?
They've already denied ceasefires and a two-state solution every time that it's been proposed.
Israel
So
Israel
is that
doesn't want
based
to
on
keep it.
genetics though?
No, it's based on that they don't want a two-state solution. They want it from themselves, from the river to the sea. They've already said that.
That's actually from the
That's-
1990
Israel wants that.
1977 Likud Charter.
Yeah.
So that
It's
line
not.
comes from the 1977 Likud Charter. From the river to the sea, all you will see is Israeli sovereignty.
What is the term from the river to the sea mean?
From the river to the sea, all you will see is Israeli sovereignty. Originally quoted in the 1977 Likud Charter, which still remains in effect to this day. Go look at the Likud Party Charter
Well,
from
when they're doing the
1977.
chant, Palestine will, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free means the ethnic cleansing of Jews.
That's
from
absolutely
the
not
not
what
what
it
it
means.
to the denial.
It's
Yes, it
freedom
does.
of occupation.
Yes, it
freedom
does.
from
That's what it
occupation.
means.
No one should live under occupation, and having a two-state solution would absolutely do that. We all know, Netanyahu isn't going to stop unaliving Palestinians. He's not.
Do you
So-
know why they want a two-state solution, Maddie? Do you know why?
Why? What do you believe they wanted it for?
The reason that Israel wants a two-state solution is because they need to retain Jewish supremacy over that piece of land. If they were to go with a one-state solution and allow all of Palestine sovereignty under Israeli law, they would lose the majority. They're 10% of the population when you look at the 10 million people on the land. Or sorry, shit, I don't have my numbers in front of me. It's like 10-1. There's 9 million people living in the West Bank.
Right.
And they would lose the Jewish majority, which is why they want it separated. They want a Jewish supremacy state, an apartheid state, that they can use to retain Jewish supremacy. It's literally written into their nation state law that the only people who have the exclusive right to self-determination lies with the Jewish people. That is an ethno state that favors one religious group over the rights of all others, period.
Right. So you believe a two-state solution is not good for the Palestinians?
Do you think that the Schnazis should have lived next door to the Holocaust survivors? Because that is the metaphor that I would use. Absolutely not. Israel has committed a genocide against these people. I would never expect them to live next door to them.
Rando,
period.
Do you believe there should be a two-state solution for Palestinians? Yes or no?
There should be a one-state
Israel
solution.
should not
It should
exist.
be called Palestine. And anybody
right.
who has committed war crimes should be jailed. Anybody who doesn't want to assimilate can go live in the Russian Oblast, where the
Again.
actual first autonomous Jewish state was
So you believe that
created
there should be a
before
one state
Israel.
for the Palestinians and fuck Israel, correct?
Fuck Israel as a country, yes.
Land.
That's right.
Again,
And if they don't want to assimilate
not.
under a one-state
There is a
solution, then they
genetic
can
test
fucking
that proves
leave.
otherwise,
Period.
Rando. There's a genetic test that
Maddie,
proves otherwise.
Maddie, I guarantee you the vast majority of humans on this earth can do a genetic test and find that they have ancestry from that area.
Because they're from that land.
Because everybody it's fucking part of fucking Africa and Southwest Asia, dude. We're all
that's
from
how
there.
bloodlines work,
I
buddy.
understand, but
We're all from there.
You're proving my point, brother. You're from that land.
You and I do not have a right to go back to that area.
I'm not saying that. I'm not agreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay, then
I'm saying
stop
that there's proof.
bringing that up because it's irrelevant because
Okay,
every
fair enough.
human on earth comes from that fucking place.
Fair enough. Okay. I'll bring it up. Miranda, let me ask you a question. Did I hear you say that October 7th was justified?
It was a military operation against an occupying power, yeah.
Okay, so 1,200 innocent people.
It
deserve
wasn't
to live.
1,200 innocent people, first of all. Let's stop with that. Anybody over the 18 is a reservist. And if you want to go through the list, we
That's
can
right.
go through the list. A lot of those people that are on that civilian list published on the government Israeli's website turned out to actually be IDF soldiers. I have the videos from October 7th. I have all the videos.
So what
Not
if
just
they're
the ones
soldiers?
that Israel
Were they-
shows.
were they-
I
what
have
were
the
they doing
ones of them
wrong?
getting their cheeks clapped in all the different military bases.
What were they
It
doing
was
wrong?
a brilliant operation. October 7th. Do you understand what
They
happened?
were occupying
October 7th?
somebody else's
They
land.
literally broke through the wall in 15 different places. They launched an attack by air, land, and sea simultaneously and took over within an hour 15 military
It was a music
installations.
festival that they slaughtered people.
They
Correct.
landed in a music festival that was moved to that day and that location by
You're
Israel. They
trying
didn't know
to
that was
convince
going to be
yourself,
there.
Rando.
Literally,
You're
you
trying
can
to
ask.
convince
You can
yourself.
ask. You can look this up. They didn't know it was going to be there. If you look at Ream Base, okay,
Mhm.
so look at where the Nova Festival map is, and then look at Ream Base. So Ream Base literally looks at the top of this mountain and looks over all of Gaza. So what they did was they flew a drone in from behind. They went around Ream Base and they landed at the military where they had planned to land for the Nova Festival. That was literally not supposed to be there. They landed there and then took Ream Base from behind.
What do you mean?
And then they
music
went down the
festival wasn't
street.
supposed to
So
be
you
there?
can look up the list.
It was a music
Go ask
festival.
ChatGPT what military bases were hit on October 7th.
Rando, you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to tell you that there was a music festival that was going on when
I
the Hamas
understand
decided-
this.
Let me finish. Let me
But
finish. guys.
but you do
Hold on,
realize
let me
that Netanyahu knew about the event before it was going to happen. He had all the opportunity to prevent it. He could have told people, "Hey, don't go here because this day is when they're going to boom boom."
Yeah, especially
could have said
considering
something.
it was Shabbat. So let's not glaze over the fact that it was Shabbat and Yom Kippur at the time. And I don't know if you know anything about the Jewish religion, but on Shabbat, you're not supposed to have any electricity, any music, which is why the festival was supposed to end the day before. But it was extended by Israel. It was also moved there. It was supposed to be 2 weeks prior. It was moved to that day and to that location from another location.
So moving the location justifies 1,200 people being slaughtered.
No, you missed the
1,200 people
point.
weren't unalived at the Nova
Okay, how many
Music
were
Festival.
unalive, Rando? What makes
At
it
the
better?
music festival?
Let's call it 100.
Okay,
Let's go
okay,
way
okay,
low.
okay. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. If you,
Hold on,
if you
guys.
were,
Y'all are
if
gonna
you
have to
were,
let me
no, 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 no,
finish.
no, 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 no,
Y'all
no,
need
no,
to
no,
let
no,
me
no.
finish. I was
Wait
talking
till
to
I'm done.
Rando.
Hang on, let's just use the old Israeli adage.
Thank you.
Sometimes
Thank you.
in military operations and in war, there are civilian casualties.
Right,
it
because
was. So
you
it
were
was
basically
an
saying like,
occupation.
oh well, I'm planning on
That's funny.
I'm planning on blowing up this building on this day, and you tell this to a contractor, right? And that contractor moves an event from one place to the place you're all of a sudden going to the building that you're going to destroy. What's going to happen? Is it the people that were going to destroy the building's fault that the people were there, or is it the person that put the people there in the first place?
Your double think is pretty good. I will give you that.
Let's
So
also
let me
point out
tell
that
you this.
Israel's
I will say
civilians.
this.
Hang on,
I
Maddie.
don't
Let's point
understand
out that
when you're
Israel's
saying that
civilians
1,200
are
people
all
deserve
heavily
to be
armed,
unalive
which makes
because
it
you
very
believe that a
difficult to
festival
determine who's
was
a
moved to a
combatant and who's
certain
not.
place at a certain time.
Literally,
You believe
Maddie,
1,200
listen to the
people
words that are
to
coming
be
out of my mouth. You
unalive because a
understand?
Let me
festival
read something
was
real quick.
moved.
Let me
That's
read
all.
something real
And
quick.
how
Let me hold on. Let me read this
Palestinians
real
have
quick.
been unalive since
Let me
1946.
let me read this real quick. Key IDF officer reportedly voiced concern about Nova Festival, but was told to okay it. Key Israeli Defense Forces officer raised concerns in opposition to approving the Supernova Music Festival, which he saw as a needless security risk, but was told to authorize it, according to a new report. So they were having all of these people come out and say, hey, this is a problem. They knew about this attack in advance, a year in advance, in fact. And so the day of this attack, they okay something that was a security risk. They allegedly remove all the people from the fucking wall and just ignore everything for hours. And you expect me to believe that one of the most, effective and efficient military and intelligence operations nations on planet Earth just was stupid one day. Just one day, just was stupid.
No, they weren't stupid. They were told to stand down.
For the sake of argument, let's say I grant all that, and it is.
Well,
and
their
that's
argument is that it was a mistake.
I'm going to grant it for this argument that everything that you just said is 100% factual. Okay, I'm going to grant that and see that. Now, with that being said, how does that justify? Let's call it 600 deaths. How does that justify it, Lib? How?
What do you mean? How does it justify
Let's
what?
say everything
Okay,
that you
let me.
just said-
Okay,
Hold on,
let's.
real quick.
This is a
I'll
matter
clarify.
of perspective.
Clarify it.
You're coming at
Everything that
it
you
from a
just
European colonialist perspective.
No. I'm saying I grant
Yes, you are.
everything that you just said. I grant it. I'm giving
Yes,
you.
I'm about to answer the question that you asked.
So how does that?
You said, how do you justify it?
I'm going to say
Right.
600 people.
Yes,
How does
and
that justify?
I'll go ahead. Yeah,
600
look
innocent
at the
people on a
perspective.
festival.
Change your perspective from a European colonialist mentality to somebody who is oppressed. Somebody else is occupying their land.
But these are innocent people.
Listen,
They didn't do anything, brother.
not a single person that exists there that supports this government
So their
is innocent.
existence
Not
is problematic.
one of them. Not
Their
one of
existence
them.
is problematic?
Except for the ones that go out and protest what is happening. Everybody else is not
You just said
innocent.
it. Their existence is problematic, brother.
Maddie, do you
no,
think
no,
that they
Their
just-
existence
You ju-
on
no,
that
you just
land.
said, man.
Listen,
You
Maddie,
said they were
stop
existing on
interrupting.
that
I'm going to
land,
mute
man.
you. Stop interrupting. I don't want to mute you. You're not letting me speak. They are on somebody else's land. Period. Everybody that exists there and knows that they have occupied somebody else's land is guilty of occupying somebody else's fucking land. Do you think that if somebody goes in and steals my fucking property and I go there and I see 60, 70 people, do you think I see a difference between any of them?
If I see
Of course
600
not.
people on
And
land
so
that's
when
not
somebody
mine,
is
I'm not
attacking,
gonna unalive
and
them,
so
man.
when somebody is attacking this thing that, honestly, I think Israel did it. I think Israel is the one that paid for it. I think they set all this up. I think Israel attacked themselves that day, but that's beside the point. So when they try to get their fucking land back because they're still fighting against an occupying force, which is Israel, they're all guilty.
But again, you just kind of put your foot in your mouth. You said they were
No, I
existing on the land, man.
Correct.
Yes, you did.
Correct.
So
They are
they're
there.
Existing on the land
Correct.
deserves unalive.
Yes. No. No. No, that's not what I said.
So what am I missing? They're existing on the land.
Nope.
And they were
that means
unalive.
they're taking part in the occupation of somebody else's
No.
land.
They were having a music festival.
They are taking part
In a music
in the
festival.
occupation of somebody
What
else's
occupation?
land. Again, Maddie, you have a perspective
No,
of
I
a
have a
colonialist.
logic to you. I
No,
have
no,
a
no.
logic to you.
No, you have a perspective of a European colonialist
No, I
mentality.
have a logic
Yes,
to
you
you,
do.
Lip.
And, okay,
It's
so you
logic.
keep interrupting me, so I'm just going to mute you again. You have a perspective of a European colonialist mentality. They are occupying somebody else's land. Period. End of story. That's it. Those
the
people
goal-
do not accept the occupation of their land. They have never
So they
accepted
deserved it. So they
No,
deserved it.
that is not what I said, Maddie. You're saying that. I didn't say that.
No,
you
said
asked me,
they-
how is it justified? And I explained to you that people are going to be unalived when they exist in a territory that is being
They were
occupied that is
existing on a
not
festival.
their land.
They
were
landed
existing
next to
on
a
a-
military base and saw security at the concert and Israeli people who are typically very heavily armed. Why would they
were
not
in-
think that they were combatants?
Rando.
Half
they
of
were
Israel is
existing
armed. And if
on
you want
a
to say
land
that they
that was
hang on,
having
Maddie.
Every
If you wanna
adult,
say
every adult
that-
in Israel is.
Hang on, I have a
Yeah.
video from October 7th. You
It-
said
it-
they went
it
in
is
there
not-
and started unaliving babies and stuff. I have a video of them literally taking care of the babies in the kibbutzes. Guess where these babies are? They're still alive
deflection.
because they were left behind at the
You're
kibbutz.
deflecting, Rando.
It was literally a military operation. They landed next to a military base. See? Allahu Akbar. They landed next to a military base and saw armed people.
Wait,
And they
armed
proceeded with their operation, which was
Who
to
was armed at a music festival?
the security forces at the
What are
music
security
festival.
forces do?
The
What are security forces supposed to do? What is
part
their
of
job?
IDF were guarding
What
the
does
music
security
festival.
do? What is their job of security?
Apparently, they didn't do a very good job that day.
Exactly, because they were unalive.
But again, you are gaslighting.
Yeah.
You are.
Why would you need?
and
why would you
ignoring
need
and
soldiers?
ignoring and
That's
ignoring
a great point,
and
Maddie.
also
Why would you need
ignoring
soldiers at a music festival?
Rando's point.
Right, exactly, because they were warned.
Exactly. So why would they put the
And
civilians in
that's
danger?
why they were there.
They weren't
were
warned.
You walk into your own trap.
You just walked into the trap, bro. You just said
they
were warned.
That's why the security guards were there, because they were warned.
And we know an IDF defense contractor or agent told them that we shouldn't do that, and they okayed it anyway on the day of the
That's
attack.
why the security guards were there, because they were warned that some crazy shit might go down, and it went down.
Well, then maybe
75
they should have
security
not
guards.
done it. Then
70
they should have postponed it.
Right.
Or
So
let
why-
it
so why
end
do
the
I-
night
Yeah.
before because
Well, we
again,
know we're
the
going to get
Nova Festival-
attacked,
the
so
Nova
let's put a
Festival
bunch
was
of
supposed
people
to
out
end the
there.
night before.
Yeah.
The Nova Festival was supposed to end the night before. They extended it last minute. They just let people stay.
Rando, I feel your passion on this, but you're wrong.
You're incorrect, sir.
I do feel
They
your
literally,
passion.
they literally
Your
had
passion
a,
is noble.
they
I will
literally
give-
had a justifiable military objective, which was to damage the infrastructure surrounding Gaza, the military bases that surround Gaza, and the kibbutzes, which all have security offices inside them. There are
Yes, ma'am.
videos of all this.
I will-
They also wanted to take POWs, soldiers, to go take back so that they could exchange for all of the people being held in Israeli detention. So they wanted people to exchange. So yes, they took POW hostages, prisoners of war,
Both sides
and
did.
they
Both sides
damaged the
did, correct.
infrastructure. They literally accomplished all of their military objectives for
No,
that
both
day.
sides did, correct?
Both sides did what?
Both sides took people, correct?
Well, I mean,
POWs.
if you know,
I don't know.
you
It's
do
just
realize
eight crew
the
members. No,
the
Israel doesn't
hostages,
take eight crew members.
yeah,
They literally unalive them.
the
They
hostages,
harpoon
Yeah.
civilians.
the hostages,
They don't.
the hostages that the H group allegedly had were actually fired upon by Israeli forces, as
I have a
was
video of that.
brought
Too.
up
Do you
by
wanna see that
witnesses who were there, Maddie. It was Israeli forces that were literally booming the houses and firing on their own people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if Is Not Real cared so much about the hostages, why did they prevent food from coming in to reach
Well,
their
why
people?
those pictures that you saw? Why
I
were
have
the-
videos.
Hold on,
No,
let me-
dude,
let me
literally,
answer her question. Let me answer her
literally,
question.
people from Is Not Real would go to the food areas and start destroying the food as well.
ma'am.
It's
Miss-
not
well,
just the government that
yes, ma'am.
did this.
Ms. Zaza,
This
let me
was
ask you
the
this.
people of Israel as well. You
Okay,
think
the pic-
that's okay?
No, the malnourished people that you saw, yes, correct, that were starving. Tell me this: why were the mothers in that picture not starving?
Are you fucking kidding me, sir?
Are you
No, I'm
serious?
not
Because
kidding
children
at all.
starve
I'm not
faster than adults, dude.
No.
Yeah.
These were not infants. These were like 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old children.
It doesn't matter. Their body
Why
isn't the
were
Dude,
same
I'm
they
as ours.
watching.
starving
I
and
have
not the
I have
parents?
friends in Gaza,
Wow.
and
So
I'm
you're
watching them starve progressively. So shut
Why
your
were they
fucking mouth.
starving and not
Why
their
are they
parents?
starving? Are you serious? You're literally denying the existence of a
No.
famine that
Again, I'm
everybody
Be
using
right
can
back.
logic.
see. Ugh. You're
Again, I'm using
disgusting,
logic.
sir. You're
No.
disgusting, Maddie. How
The
dare
pic-
you?
the pictures you
It's
saw.
not
Children starve faster,
just
and there are starving
children that are
adults.
unaliving from
Everybody
starvation,
is
you
starving.
dumbass
All the
motherfucker.
pictures
Everyone's
that you
motherfucking
saw of these
starving.
people that were withering away, the
And
parents
how
were
do you
not.
know that that's their biological parent? They might
That's
be
even
taking care
worse.
of that child
That's
because
even
that
worse.
Don't
Why
parent
are
even
they not
was
engage in that.
starving?
Everybody is
Why are
How
they
starving.
dare
Some
robust and
you?
people
fat?
don't lose weight as fast. Like you can literally see,
Why
not
were they
everybody in the age
robust? They
cross
weren't
was
even
skin and
close.
bones.
They
So
were
stop.
robust
That's a
and fat.
disgusting argument.
They
That
were
is
robust
literally
and
the most
fat.
Right.
disgusting thing I have heard this week. You're denying a starving population.
No,
Are
I
you
didn't deny
serious?
it. I'm telling you
Right, you
that you
don't
have
no
a problem
But
with it.
I asked you why it's okay, and this is what you come up with. This is your response. That is disgusting.
Answer
Saying,
my
"Oh, well,
question.
this happened,
Why
and why
were
did
the
this happen?"
handlers not
You
starving?
move the goalpost every fucking time.
Why were the
Every
handlers not
fucking time. Oh,
starving?
that's all you guys do is move the
Why were
goalpost.
the
When
handlers
is
not
enough
starving?
enough? Why? Why do people have to starve in general?
Agreed. Why were they not starving? Why? Why are the
Oh my
handlers
God,
not
everyone's
starving
starving there. Everyone is starving there.
with that? So why were they not starving, but the kids were?
They didn't show
Wait,
this. How do you know
why?
that they
Why
weren't
was who?
starving?
Wait. Okay, so
Do you realize you can
why?
be overweight
Why
and
was
be
who
starving
not
at the same
starving?
time?
Can you guys hear me? Why
Yeah,
was who
let me-
not starving and who
Yeah,
was
let me tell you
what?
let me tell you what I was talking about, Liv. My assertion was the pictures of the malnourished and they were withering away. I'm not denying that. Those were pictures.
The babies?
My pushback on that was the parents or the handlers in said pictures were very either overweight or very, very nourished, very fine. Why are they fine and the children are not?
Okay, in the time frame for a baby to become malnourished versus an adult is how long? You want me to look it up?
They would show, if you go
Give me.
without food
I'll look it up.
for
I'll
4
look it up.
days.
I'll look it up.
So
Let's look it up.
If you fast as a person, I like to fast twice a month. If you fast for 72 hours with no food or nothing, you're losing 6 pounds of weight, no matter what. No matter what. Whether you're a child or an adult, it doesn't matter. You're burning through so many calories that you're literally burning body fat. What I'm trying to say is when you showed these pictures, not you personally, but these pictures came out, were there people starving? Absolutely. There absolutely was. But you have to look also that the handlers or i.e. parents were not starving, man.
But how do you know
Children,
that?
especially
Just
young
because
ones
of their
like a
body
6-year-old, require continuous nutrients for growth and development. So malnutrition and wasting can develop rapidly within weeks to a few months if food intake is severely restricted. Adults having slower metabolism and no growth requirements generally experience a slower progression to emaciation, often over several months of severe caloric deficit or illness. And that answers your question, Maddie.
What I'm trying to say, this was over.
No. Did that answer your question, Maddie? Maddie, did that answer your question? Weeks.
No, because these pictures were taken over a
Maddie,
year.
6-year-old takes weeks to become emaciated.
Do you realize?
Weeks.
Do you realize
Maddie.
that a person?
Well, hold on. Maddie, do you understand? It takes weeks for a 6-year-old to become emaciated.
So
and it takes months to a year for an adult.
The
Do you
parents
understand
were not
this?
emaciated, Liv.
Do you understand? You do understand how stupid what you just said sounds,
No,
right?
it's not stupid at all.
Yes, it is. Okay, let me mute you. It takes weeks for a 6-year-old. It takes months to a year for an adult, and you can't seem to figure that out. That's what I just read.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so let me
Complete
clarify.
involuntary
Your
starvation in 50
Is
days.
your assertion that adults burn fat slower than children? Is that your
Yes,
assertion?
that is correct.
Okay, these pictures were taken a year after.
And
it
it's not
happened,
about,
Liv.
listen, it's not about burning fat. right? It's not about
If you
burning
burn
fat.
fat for a
It's
year,
caloric
you're gonna be
requirements.
emaciated.
No. It's caloric requirements because a 6-year-old is actively growing and its requirements are much more and it needs to be consistent. Whereas an adult, they aren't growing. They don't need that in order
But the
to
assertion is
grow.
they're starving with no food.
Yes, that's called malnutrition.
Okay, so why are they not emaciated? Why are these adults after a year?
I just
not
answered your
completely-
question. You
No,
refusing
I
to
just told you,
acknowledge
if
that
you're going
your
forward-
question was answered is your fault. Like I'm not stupid, you are in this moment.
If you're telling me
No.
that there's a
I
family-
literally, Maddie, I literally just answered your question with facts, and you won't accept it. That's fine.
No, okay. Oh,
No, you won't accept it. I cannot make you intelligent. Okay? I can lead you to shut up. I can lead you to water. I cannot make you drink it. I answered your question. It is very, very fucking simple why a baby, a child, would be emaciated and an adult wouldn't. I answered your question. This is demonstrable.
Your assertion is there's no food.
No, it's not an assertion. It is a fucking fact.
So how are they?
It
not
takes
emaciated if there's
weeks
no food?
to a month to make a baby become emaciated. It
Your
takes
assertion is
months
they
to
have
a
no
year
food.
for an adult.
But there's no food.
I've seen, but sir,
That's what I'm
sir,
trying to
sir,
say.
I have
Jesus
seen
Christ Almighty.
the elderly wither away. So it's not just the children. I've seen elderly
Exactly.
pictures.
If you
And
don't
who's-
have food, you're
Sir,
gonna wither
sir,
away.
Sir, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up because you don't know. You have never been there. You don't know if these are
Neither have you.
volunteers with the
Neither
children.
have
You
you.
don't know. They could not even be their parents. They could be volunteers that just came there.
So whoever's taking
who's to
care of them
know?
was eating. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, if somebody comes across a baby that they found under the rubble, and that person to that point was from another country, or who fucking knows, maybe they had the flour that the other ones didn't, and that baby didn't have it, and they happen across this baby who they get under the rubble and it's already emaciated, and they take a picture of these two people, this one 2D fucking picture, and Maddie says, "Oh my God, look at that adult." Why is that adult not skinny, but that baby is? It's
let me
very
clarify.
easy to understand, Maddie. I can't make you understand it, and this
No, I
is
see what you're
annoying.
saying, brother.
No, this isn't. No, I don't think you do. I don't think you
I'm
do,
ceding
and
a
you
point if you
purposely
listen.
don't.
If you listen, I'm ceding a point. Okay. Now what I'm trying to clarify, Lib, is that your assertion is that they were starving with no food. Okay, Lib, if you go without food as an adult, you would say that I'm not a skinny fuck, okay, and I would say that you would think that you're not a skinny fuck, correct? Would that be a fair assertion? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Now, if you, Lib, or I go without food and we're starving for a year, are you going to be emaciated?
No,
How? You're not having food, Lib.
no,
Now
not
Now
necessarily.
you're gaslighting, brother.
No, I'm not.
You're
No,
gaslighting. If you don't eat
no,
for a
you're
year,
you're
not
asking
gonna
a
be
very broad
emaciated?
question that I cannot answer because that doesn't mean that they didn't have any food whatsoever in that year.
No, but that's not what y'all said.
If you're
You said that
saying
there
if
was
for a year somebody has
famine.
had zero food, because I didn't make the
First of
claim.
all, you're going to be unalive if you have zero food in a year.
I mean, you would imagine so, yes. And you can eat things, Maddie, that still result in you being malnourished to the point of emaciation, even if you're getting food.
So you would say that there was food, but not abundance.
I don't
correct?
know. I don't know.
Was there food or not?
I don't know.
Not
I can't.
enough.
I
If you're
cannot
not
look at a
eating, you're
picture.
alive,
Listen,
man.
Maddie. I
Not for
can't.
everybody.
I can't look at a picture and tell you if that person has had food for the last year or not had food for the last year.
But you would have symptoms of it.
What's
When
your
people
point?
stop eating, like when people stop eating, they lose weight. Not
No
whether they
shit.
want to or not. In other words, let's call it 2 months of no food.
Okay,
You're
are
gonna
you
lose 30
okay? Is
pounds.
your claim that babies are not being starved to death in Gaza?
No. My
Okay, then what are
claim-
you why are you arguing
Here's
this?
my
This
claim.
is
Let me
stupid.
clarify. All right, fair enough. Let me
No,
give you
no,
my
I
claim.
think I know what you're saying is that these adults are eating and letting their babies starve
No,
for
no,
propaganda. Is that what you're saying?
My claim is that the whole premise was on its face misleading at best when it comes to the intake of food in Gaza. Let me clarify my statement. When you have people saying that there's a freaking famine and they're not eating and they're eating dirt, that these children are eating dirt rather than food.
Which is true.
Okay?
It is true.
I'm telling you that these pictures of these malnourished kids that were emaciated and withering away, I will grant that. What I'm saying is the picture of the handler or i.e. parent was not emaciated or fading away.
And we've already established why.
But if you're not eating,
No. We've already listen, Maddie.
But you can be
Maddie,
eating, but
hold
not
on,
have enough
hold on,
nutrition,
Zelza.
or do you not realize
We already established why. That person might have, the adult may have eaten in the last month and may have fed that baby some little bit. The difference is that that baby is growing. The adult is not.
My assertion
The baby requires consistent calories and nutrition, consistent, daily. They require it. And whenever they don't get it, holy fucking shit, when they don't get those calories and that nutrition, they will waste away much faster than any adult in that area.
True statement.
It is a true statement. And so when you ask me, why do I see images of an emaciated baby and an adult who is not emaciated, there is your answer.
But you have symptoms if you're not eating, Lib.
You can't tell what symptoms that person has or doesn't have from a picture. You can't tell from a picture. You brought up a picture. You brought up a picture.
Y'all brought up pictures.
I didn't bring anything up, Maddie.
No, the lady above
no, I don't. Look, then don't
children.
apply to me what she did. I don't even know what picture she put up. I didn't see it. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, so are you granting what I said has validity?
No, what you said is ridiculous.
Okay. Let me clarify it then. So if a human that's a handler that's not a child is not getting the nutrition that said children are receiving or not receiving, that the human adult would not be losing weight.
I don't
How do you know that they're not?
Exactly.
Because
From a
you can see in the
picture.
picture.
No.
You can see in the
From
picture.
Dude,
how
okay,
can
let
you
me
tell?
Maddie, if that person was 350 pounds 7 months prior to that picture, would you know that? Nope.
No, the picture.
No,
that
you
they're
wouldn't know
showing
that.
was
And
after
that
the
adult would then lose weight. Yeah.
No, I had a notification. I
You
had
don't
to
know
check
what
right
that person looked like 7 months prior. You're making
I
what's
know
called
what I had in that moment in time.
You're making what's called an assumption. You are assuming that person was eating.
If
You
adults
don't have
don't
any
eat-
proof of it.
if
But when you
adults
look
don't
at the
eat, do we lose
baby,
weight?
what we know for a fact is that the baby is not eating.
Fair. If adults don't eat, do we lose weight, Lib?
Well, I think that's a stupid question that
No
answers
one
itself.
is
answer is
contesting that. No one is contesting that. We're saying there's
So
no
why are they not
of you.
emaciated?
We just
do you know
answered
that?
the
So we
fucking
can't-
question, Maddie.
I think y'all know that this is flawed reasoning.
No,
that I'm
you're
bringing,
being
but you
ridiculous.
just can't take the L.
No, there's no
No.
L to take, Maddie.
Yes, there is,
even in
Brandon.
an
I
airplane,
cannot help
you are
I
told-
can't help your lack of intelligence, Maddie. I can't help that. That is
It's
you.
not
That is a
Now
you problem.
you're gaslighting. Lib.
No. I'm calling you out
are, brother.
for lacking intelligence here. You conceded the fact
have a
that a
make clarifying
baby
statement.
that doesn't eat is going to waste away much faster than an
Correct.
adult. That is a
Correct.
fact. So
That is
when
a fact,
somebody puts
yes.
up a picture of an adult who isn't pencil thin, you don't get to say, well, why is that person not emaciated? Because we know that the babies
Because
are
they're getting
emaciated
calories.
faster.
The
No,
adults
it
are
doesn't
getting calories.
necessarily
Correct.
mean that.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
And
If
here's
they're
not-
and
No, it
here's
doesn't.
Maddie.
There's a
Here's
famine.
another point. That
Y'all are
baby.
saying they're eating
Listen,
dirt.
Maddie. That baby could also be getting calories and still become emaciated. That's a fact too, because again, it requires consistent calories and nutrition for a baby to not waste away because they're
Well, that could
growing.
be
The
genetic
adult
if the
isn't.
parents
Oh,
don't
it's
like-
just genetic. Shut up with that.
Okay.
Shut the
okay.
fuck up with that.
Can I say something, Lib?
Yeah, go ahead. This is ridiculous.
Maddie, I've heard a lot of shit. This is absolutely the most disgusting and ignorant argument I have ever heard come out of an op's mouth on this panel. It's gross and it's stupid. And sir, the only thing you have illustrated is just how fucking ignorant you are. So can we please move on to the next topic? Because we've answered your question. Lib has answered your question about 10 times at this point. Just because you don't believe the sky is blue doesn't mean it isn't. Now shut the fuck up about the shit and move on. Thank you.
You don't get to come up here and tell me what to do, Jules. This isn't your live. This is Lib's live.
Okay.
You don't get to come up and say what people can say.
Yes, I do. I can say whatever I like, sir. If Lib doesn't want me to say it, he can mute me or he can boot me. But he doesn't have to do either because I've said what I wanted to say. You need to shut the fuck up with your stupid, ridiculous shit and go
Can
the
I
fuck
just ask a
on.
question? Sorry
And you're
to
a
jump in like
trash
this.
human. So, you know.
Can I just ask what period of time are we talking about? Because I mean the question is to you mainly. Are you talking about?
Sure. Yeah. The whole premise of the entire argument was from me that a lady were in the box that you were in. We were talking about pictures that they were starving people in Gaza. That was the assertion that they said they're eating dirt, they don't have food, this and that and the third. Okay. My assertion was then why are these pictures of these said children that were indeed emaciated? I grant that, and that they were well underfed, and I also granted that. My assertion is that the pictures also, or excuse me, the photos in these said pictures also had either the handler of this said person or the parent of this said person was not withering away at all. They were getting either A, calories, or A, more food.
How do you know?
Than said that.
How do you know?
Because when you don't eat, you
How
lose
can
weight.
you tell?
Hey, Lib.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the person above me, respectfully. Hey, whoa, that was the assertion from the very beginning, okay? If you are, as an adult, are not eating calories for months on end, you're going to wither away. It's as simple as that.
I just wanted to know which period were you talking about? I mean, the photos. I'm going to say one thing.
This was months or up to a year of showing these
okay.
pictures of not getting food.
Yeah, okay, because, well, ever since the ceasefire, there's food trucks going into Gaza. There's aid coming in.
Correct.
That's one. That's A. The second thing is,
these kids shouldn't
we
be
know, I mean,
malnourished.
at least I know, and whoever actually also researched and looked into it, that some photos of babies with, let's say, an autoimmune or bone diseases were photographed as babies who were suffering
Yes, it
from
was a
malnourishment.
genetic horrible thing. Yes, correct.
Yes, and also we also have seen photos that have been completely staged with, kids who were holding
It's not staged.
like hands.
Correct.
Lib.
Is it Maddie? Is that your point? You think that this is all staged and that they just, or they purposely starved their own child to take a picture?
You asked me a question. I'll answer it. I don't believe.
No, not purposely.
No, because I'm not sure what your point is at this point. We have a baby of malnourished and emaciated. We have pictures of malnourished and emaciated children. So what is your point?
Lib, can I just say something? There's a stage photo that you can actually research. You can fact check it. You will see that there is a photo that the person who took the photograph is actually taking a photo of children who are standing with their pots and pans, and they are laughing because they are in the middle of having a bit of fun staging a photo. Now, this is not okay, so you can actually fact check me on that if you want. and this is what I meant.
So you think it's all fake? You think there's no babies that are being malnourished. There's no babies that are starving. There's no human in Gaza that is starving.
That's not what I said.
Israel didn't have a policy of caloric counting to just so that they just won't starve, because that looks really bad to the world when you're making people starve. All of that is just fake. It's all fake. We just made it all up. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, but can you at least fact check this photo?
I'm asking you do you believe that all of it is fake?
No, I don't believe all of it is fake.
Then why do you bring this up?
But why do I bring this up?
If you don't believe it's all fake, then why do you bring it up?
Because it's a symptom.
If it's not all fake, then why do you bring it up?
Because it's a symptom of incredibility.
Okay, so you're suggesting then, what you're suggesting is that it's all fake?
No, you.
Okay, then stop bringing it up. If you think that it's happening, that babies are being malnourished and are going and are starving, if you believe that's true, then you wouldn't then turn around and say, "Well, we've got these pictures of these babies who are laughing and they're having a good time."
But why would they make that picture then? If it's not happening.
Okay, so Maddie, you think it's fake?
That's not the issue. Again,
So
that's
Maddie,
not the issue. I believe it or not.
Hold on, Maddie, you think it's all fake?
No. I don't believe it's all fake. I believe.
Then why are you bringing it up?
No. I'll tell you why. Because there's a lot of propaganda that's coming out of Gaza that's only by Al Jazeera that can only get in and out of there. That's what I'm trying to say.
Wait, journalists are being unalived in record numbers per capita. We've never seen anything like what we're seeing. Israel is purposely unaliving journalists because they don't want them to go in there and see. And if you're going to tell me that some age group got these kids together to make this fake picture, what I would then counter with you, because you have no proof of that, what I would then counter with you is that Israel is the one setting it up to take the picture, so that people like you can come up on panels and make these claims. Because there are two groups of people here that are generally fighting. One of them lies through their teeth constantly, and that's Israel. And the other person has been oppressed since Israel showed up on the block. So when you have two different narratives, I'm going to not believe the one that lies to me constantly. I'm not going to believe those people. So if you come up here and tell me that there's an image of this baby that's laughing and having a great time, I'm going to call bullshit on that and or believe that Israel is the one that set it up, because that's what they do.
It's a group of kids.
These are propaganda masters. They're propaganda masters. Israel is a propaganda master.
So let's say that
master.
Israel. Let's say that Israel has staged this picture. Do you actually think that Israel is going to go and find some?
Do you actually think that somebody is going to starve their own baby or lie about starving babies? No, because let me point something out. Let me point something out, woke. You came up here and I asked you very clearly whether you believe that babies are starving, or that if you think that the starving babies are false, and you said you didn't believe that they were all fake, which means you believe that some of them are starving. So why in the fuck would they, if there are babies that are starving, why would they need to fake pictures of a starving baby? Why would they need to do that? If you believe through your own words that there are starving babies, you believe there are starving babies, so why would they need to make it up? Woke,
because they
go
need
ahead.
you to believe that there's no.
Maddie, that was to woke. Woke, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was muted there.
Yes, you were muted. Yeah. Why? Okay, so you believe that there are starving babies. Why would they need to fake a picture?
Why would they need? They don't need to fake. First of all, they don't need to fake a picture.
Okay.
To actually, to me at least, prove that. I mean, I don't need to see a fake picture to actually say, oh, you know what, it's all fake. The point is, you just said that you see it as very binary, like, oh, Israel is lying all the time, and the propaganda of Israel is. But
wait. Let's not lose track of what just happened. Okay, woke, because you made a claim that in your implication was that the picture was fake. You said that they took this picture and then there's a video of these kids that are dancing and laughing. But you acknowledged in this, when you got up
That
here, you
specific
acknowledged,
picture
hold on,
is fake.
you acknowledged that there are babies that are starving. You said that you don't believe that it's all fake. You said you don't believe it, which implies that you believe that there are babies starving. And then I asked you, why in the
Okay.
fuck would they stage a fake picture if by your own admission there
Because
are
they've been
starving
doing it
babies?
for
They wouldn't
years.
have to. And so,
But they've
if
been
your
doing it
claim
for
is that
years.
if your claim is that they created Hezbollah in order to get the community upset about a fake starving baby and didn't bother taking a picture of the real starving baby, I would submit to you that in fact it was Israel that made that picture so that people like you can come up here and obfuscate and confuse and make people question their reality, because that's what Israel
I'll
does.
tell you why I don't think Israel made that picture. I'll tell you why I don't think in this case Israel made that picture, because that picture was, I think, on I think it was on.
It was done by Palestinians.
The front page of the New York of the Times.
Wait,
the
I
front
thought,
page
wait,
of
aren't
Newsweek.
Israelis from the area?
Newsweek,
Maddie?
and it was debunked in the end because they showed the same children when you had a photo that was completely edited and it was completely cut in the corners, and you just had some kind of a medium shot of the full shot. Now the full shot was the kids behind the kids that are basically, looking very emaciated and hungry. They are laughing and giggling behind them. And then once this one came
what
out,
are babies?
there was
What are they
another
supposed
photo.
to do?
Okay, well, I mean, again,
Well, no. I'm serious question. If you are oppressed and you are being
Then why did
starved
they cut-
and
then
you don't
why
have
did
any
they cut
food,
the photo?
are you
Why-
supposed
okay.
to, in order to speak to your own view of how they're supposed to be, are they supposed to just stand around
Yeah,
and
I
hang their
want to
heads?
see. I
Do
think
they? Are they
because-
supposed to constantly
because,
cry?
Because there needs to be
Or
an
is it
amount of
real?
authenticity.
Right,
The
is it-
authenticity
you don't think
cannot
that
have
children
who are hungry
who are
and
laughing
emaciated
and
behind
playing-
them children who are giggling.
You think?
Because it
let me
kills the
tell you
credibility.
something, woke. I starved as a child. I was homeless as a child. One thing that we also did was play and laugh. We got the fuck beat out of us constantly, but we still played and we still laughed. So when
Yes.
you sit up here and you tell me that, oh, it must be fake because these children were playing and laughing, I have to look at you and wonder,
They were
are you a
giggling.
robot?
I think
Were
that's
you
what was
ever a
saying.
child
They
at some
were-
point?
No, you can demonize
And you're
me,
telling me,
but
no,
you
you're
can
telling
watch-
me, you're telling me that those starving children, they have to, in order to not be, accused of being fake, they have to cry and do nothing and not have a good time. They're not allowed to have a good time while we're starving. Woke says you cannot have a good time while we starve you, motherfucker. And
their
if you
demeanor
have a
changed.
good time, I'm going to turn around and say that you're faking it.
Do you, Woke and Maddie, do you understand that two things at the same time can happen? They can be starving, but they can also find a snippet of joy in their day.
Yes.
And if that's the only thing that they have and their families have to get through this, then so be it.
So they were used for propaganda, is what we're saying.
And who benefits
They-
from
they- exactly. This is what Matthew said.
No.
They were used for propaganda.
They were
and
used. Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't
Let me tell
think
you.
that
Let me
when
tell
I
you
see.
And who is doing the
The
propaganda?
Palestinians.
Yeah, but this is a really low point.
Because it doesn't
this is-
benefit the Palestinians. It benefits
Okay.
Israel.
Right. These kids were laughing as if they were staged and made to do something.
Let them have.
What about the same baby that appeared? The same baby, that appeared in a few other pictures. The same one that was appearing in a few other
Do
pictures.
you understand that these are snippets in time? Do you
Yeah.
understand that these pictures are taken in a moment of time?
By the way,
that the
it's not the
right
same picture. It's not the same. I'm talking about
It
kids. I'm not
doesn't
talking
matter.
about adults.
These accusations have been they've been doing this since the beginning of this. Every single thing. No, hold on. Every single fucking bad, terrible thing that Israel has done to the Palestinians, there has been Hasbara sent out to these news agencies and to social media to get you guys to come up here and act like it's all fucking fake. While Woke even acknowledged himself that he doesn't believe that it's all fake. Yet he wants me to believe that they, for some reason, chose a perfectly healthy child to take a picture of to lie to everybody that they're being starved while ignoring the starving baby that woke acknowledged
Here's what's
existed.
problematic, Lib. Here's
It doesn't.
Again, it's
No,
not
what's
what I said.
problematic
It's not
is that
it's not
what's
entirely what I
problematic
said.
is the fact that we have to sit here and argue over this when you both know that babies are starving. You both know that they don't have any fucking food over there. Maybe there's scraps here and there, but you both know that, and yet you choose to, instead of calling that out, you choose to argue over bullshit
In the last 3 weeks, they've been
propaganda
spread.
Hezbollah that is being spread not
I'll
by
drop it, Lib.
Palestinians, but by
In the
Israel.
last 3
Israel
weeks,
is pushing this.
In the last 3 weeks, there is aid coming into Gaza. They are receiving aid. They are receiving food. They are receiving medicine.
Not enough.
And
Not enough.
okay, in this
Jewish
case,
people, whoa, did you know that Jewish people in the concentration camps also got food? Did you know that?
I know that.
Was it
I
enough?
know that.
Was it enough food? Woke, was it enough food?
Okay, Lib, you're going
Was
to
it
find,
enough food?
You're going to answer
Was it
everything
enough
I'm going to say.
food?
You're going to debunk by saying, "Oh, this is not enough."
No, I'm
and
just
this
asking.
is not happening.
I'm just
Well,
asking.
Other countries can contribute.
Was it enough?
Can tell you. Okay, I can tell you one thing
Lib,
that
was
you
the
might
food
believe me or
sustainable
not
food?
believe me, but
Lib.
I have seen a person
second.
from Gaza talking about Arabic merchants, okay, who were coming in and having their trucks outside, as well as the aid that was coming in, and they were trying to sell to these Gazans every goods 8 or 10 times the prices that they would usually pay. Now, they were also blaming the Arab merchants who were selling food to Gaza. I mean, these are Arab Israelis, yeah, as we call them, and they said, "Oh, listen, we actually now we open the supermarkets again. We have some restaurants which have opened, but everything is also very, very expensive now because our brothers are selling everything 10 times than what it used to be, and because they're taking advantage of the situation."
Do you?
So
let me
Israel
ask you
is-
this. Let me
Israel
ask
is
you this.
guilty, but
Do you?
he's
Let me
not
ask you
always
this.
guilty.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe that when the supply of something is low, the price goes up? Do you agree that happens?
Yeah, I do agree.
Okay.
But then I also
So you don't.
then
But
I
you don't
also-
like it. You don't like it.
No, I'm saying. Listen. I'm
Do
saying.
you like that? Do you think it's okay?
Hamas seized it and sold the aid.
Well,
That's
hold
what
on.
he's saying.
Hold on. Do you like that?
In what way, like that?
Do you
Listen,
think that
not-
it's acceptable that when the supply of something is really low, that the price always goes up? And this is true anywhere you go in the world.
No, but
do you like
but
that?
but that's the wrong question. If I like it or
No,
not.
it's the right question because it's the one
should
that I
be-
asked you. No, the question should be the one that I just asked you. Do you like it? Do you agree with it?
I don't know. I can't answer that question because it's not a matter of me liking it or not. It's a question of where.
Okay, so whether you like it or not, it happens. You acknowledge, yes?
I acknowledge that it's happening.
Okay,
but
so
also I'm saying-
if it happens, so if we can criticize it when it happens in Gaza, even though it literally happens in every city, in every country,
No, but it
all
was
across
Hamas
the
that was
fucking
seizing
world. Whoa. It doesn't matter. This is true
Whoa, wait,
everywhere you go. It's true everywhere you go. Yet you
Hamas
only
was
have a
seizing it, Ed.
hold on. Yet you only have a problem with it when it's this one group, right?
No, Hamas was seizing the aid.
Yeah, capitalism. Isn't that capitalism?
Whoa,
Isn't that capitalism?
Hold on. Liv,
Yeah,
are you
that's
saying
capitalism.
that you are okay with Hamas
No,
taking
no,
the aid and selling it to other Palestinians?
nope.
No, we're not saying
Of course
that.
not.
That's what he said
No.
that happened.
No, what are you talking about? I asked you a question. I never made a fucking statement of how I felt about
No,
it.
I
I wanted to
agree.
know
If
how
if
you
it's
felt
low-
because here's the thing: both of you are capitalists. I guarantee it. Both of you are capitalists. And if something gets really expensive, what you'll say is, "Well, yeah, I mean that's supply and demand." I guarantee you. I know for a fact,
that's not
Maddie.
what I said.
I guarantee
Again.
shut the fuck up. I know for a fact that Maddie said that because Maddie's been up on my panel before and we
No,
talked
I
about
agree
this.
with Lib. I agree with Lib. If the
Right, supply and
low,
demand. But the moment
correct.
the moment that it's somebody else that you don't like, now it becomes a problem.
I have a problem because they're
Okay, so if it's a problem, let's call it a problem, no matter where it happens. Can we do that? Because I don't like it. I don't think it's okay.
Didn't that happen during C-19?
Yeah.
Here in the U.S.? Didn't that happen here when we were under?
Y'all telling?
No,
Excuse me, sounds like
Maddie, shush. I'm asking Lib a question.
What's
Didn't that happen to us here in under 19?
Sure did, and they blamed Biden for it too.
But it was actually Kroger who came out and admitted it. So yes, we can call. Stop talking.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
So we could. It's like I said before. Two things can happen at the same time. You can be outraged that the supply and demand, and they raise the prices.
It's bullshit.
You
I
know,
agree.
I'm saying that there's a distinction between this, what you're saying, and what I'm saying. The distinction is that hold on, let me explain what I'm saying. There's a distinction here. You're saying that it's bad across the board, which I agree. If your supply is low and you jack up the prices,
That's bullshit.
I would agree with you in that assessment. What I'm saying is there's a distinction between what I'm saying and what you're saying. My distinction here is very, very simple. All this ties back to
Israel.
HMAS. No,
Israel.
Hamas. They're
Yes,
the ones
Israel.
that seize the aid.
Israel.
No,
No.
seized the aid.
It goes back to Israel. Let me tell you why it does.
Let me finish.
No. They have
Let me finish.
been under blockade,
Hamas seized the aid, and they
Maddie.
jacked up the prices and sold
Yeah,
their own aid. That's what they
Maddie.
did.
And guess what? They wouldn't have been able to do that if there wasn't a blockade.
You're
There's been
downplaying it,
no.
Will.
I'm not.
You're
I'm not.
downplaying
I'm explaining something to you. Israel has been doing what you're claiming that Hamas is doing. Israel's been doing that since they got
Can you
there.
denounce Hamas what they did?
So, Maddie, let me ask
Hamas, what they did?
No, will you denounce Hamas taking the aid?
No, I will not.
And selling it.
Nope. And
That
I'll
was for the
explain.
Palestinians,
No,
Lib.
and let me explain why I won't denounce them.
Lib, come on,
because
man. Take that
listen, shh. The reason why I won't denounce them is the same reason
that
that
back,
I
man.
want every European that exists in the United States of America to get on a goddamn boat and float their fucking asses back to Europe. The same fucking reason.
Yeah, come on, man. Don't do this. brother.
Listen. You people are enemies. You white supremacist fucks are enemies of myself, my people, and the fucking Palestinians. So if you're going to ask me if I justify or am going to call out something for October 7th when an oppressed people finally fucking fight back, no, I will not criticize slaves for revolting against the slave owners. I will never do that, Maddie. And the fact that you're going to sit here and even ask that question tells me that you're the slave owner. You're the guy that wants to control and dominate other people, and then you want to cry foul when those people bite back. So no, I will not denounce what Hamas did on October 7th because, and I still shut up, I still believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is the one that orchestrated the entire goddamn thing, and you won't be able to convince me otherwise.
So, Maddie, let me ask you a question about H7.
Hold on. Lib made a statement to me respectfully. Hold on. Lib said I was a slave master. Hold on. Lib, brother. I can't believe you just said this, man. You just said you're not going to denounce Hamas stealing aid from Palestinians.
What? That's not what I said.
That's what they were doing.
You asked me if I denounced what they did on October 7th, and I said no.
Denounce Hamas taking aid
I
from
already
Palestinians.
said, Maddie, why don't you open your fucking ears and listen? I already said that it's bullshit. And it's bullshit
It's
when it
not
happens
bullshit. Woke
anywhere.
said it was. Woke
I
showed you
just
that.
said they shouldn't be doing that. I don't like that.
So
I
you do
already
denounce
said
it.
that.
You do denounce it.
How many times do I have to say that?
Do you denounce Hamas taking aid from Palestinians?
Holy fucking shit.
Do
I
you
have
denounce
already,
Hamas
Maddie,
taking aid from Palestinians?
why don't you take the answer that I give you? Because I've already answered it, 3-4 times now? Anybody that takes food and then for a starving population and then turns around and sells it to them are scumbags. anybody
Hamas.
that does that. You say it's Hamas. I don't know if it's Hamas.
No,
Whoever
Hamas
the fuck
did
is
that.
doing it. No, you
Hamas
say
did
that.
that.
So you're telling me, Maddie, that Israel, that's so anti-Hamas, they bring this fucking aid to Israel and they only give it to Hamas? Is
They
that what you're
dropped it
going
off.
with?
Hold on, let me tell
Is
you
that what
they-
you're going with?
They dropped it
They
off.
didn't
in
drop
the
it off.
LG.
They didn't drop it off. No,
was
they
some
didn't.
parachutes.
No, the fuck they
was some
didn't.
parachutes.
No, you're talking about a single fucking instance.
No,
There have
no,
been
that's what
trucks that
Woke's
were brought
talking
in
about.
and that the people were fired upon. Did you know Palestinians were shot at by Israel
No,
trying to
the
get at the
Hamas-
food? No, that's Hamas. Everything to you is Hamas. And that's bullshit.
No, what I'm trying to say
No.
is I'm happy you denounced Hamas taking aid from Palestinians. Good for you.
I denounce anybody. I denounce
That's good.
the same
That is
thing
good.
right here
Good
in
for
this
you.
country. We do the
I'm
same
happy you
shit to
did that.
to this country. They steal from us and then restrict it and then turn around and charge and
God,
exploit
you
people.
reversed that, man. Thank God. Thank you.
What? I never said anything other than that.
No, I asked you the first time if Hamas was to be denounced from taking food from Palestinians. And you went on this
No,
diatribe
that is not what you
about
asked
I'm a
me.
slave
You
master.
asked me if I denounced Hamas for October 7th.
No, now you're putting words in my mouth. I asked you specifically if you denounced Hamas from taking aid from Palestinians and selling it twice what it's worth. And you went on a diatribe calling me a white supremacist because you said, fuck me.
No, I'm
fuck
pretty sure you
Europeans,
asked
and
me
didn't
about
denounce it."
October 7th. If you
No, no,
didn't,
no,
then
no,
that's
no,
my
no,
bad.
no. I
Well,
said,
if you didn't, that's my bad. I heard October 7th in there. I'm going to go review because what you guys do is gaslight. So it's possible that I misheard you. It's possible that I heard October 7th in there just magically in my ear, even though we were talking about food.
I was on the panel and he said October 7th.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I have-
I have to say one
okay,
thing.
thank you. Yeah,
I
so
have
you're
to
going to
say
sit
one
there.
thing.
Hold on, Woke. So, Maddie, you're going to sit there and really fucking lie. And I've got somebody up here that said, and in the comments section, there are multiple people that said October 7th. You're sitting up here trying to
I
make
said
me.
fair enough.
Yeah,
You misheard
no.
me. I said fair enough.
No. You're sitting here lying to me because there's multiple people now that.
misinterpreted what I said.
No. You October 7th stolen food? Is that what you said? October 7th stolen food?
You just said you misinterpreted what I said.
No, I said if I misinterpreted. And then what happened was this person on the panel who listened to it said that you said October 7th. Multiple people
I never
in the
said October
comment
7th
section.
this time.
And see, now you're lying.
I never said
Now
October
you're lying.
7th the
Now
first
you're
time.
gaslighting.
No, I
Yeah.
did not.
Yeah.
You asked Lib, so do you denounce October 7th?
Bullshit. Now you're gaslighting. Bullshit. You're lying.
Did not.
Bullshit.
Okay,
that.
okay,
Where-
Maddie, let me.
Yes, Maddie.
Let me clarify.
Maddie,
Just let me clarify.
I'm
Can I clarify?
simulcasting. Do you want me to review? Let's
May I
rewind.
clarify what I said? I know what I said.
No.
I asked you, will
No.
you denounce?
No, because if you said October 7th, then
Never
either
said
you
October-
misspoke or you said what you wanted to say and then and now you're lying about it. So did you misspeak?
Hold on. Let me tell you. My first assessment to you before you went on the diatribe, I asked you, will you denounce what Hamas did when they took aid from the Palestinians? That's fucking what I said. And y'all know it.
No.
Y'all know it. And
Okay.
you're lying
Well,
now.
Maddie, I simulcast. So you want me to rewind? Do you want to hold
Sure.
true to
100%.
that
You want to
statement?
make a bet? You want to make a bet?
I don't know.
No.
But
I'm
look,
asking if you want to
you've
make a bet.
got a person that was on the panel at the
I
time that
don't
you said
care.
it,
This is between me
saying
and
it.
you. This is between me and you. You
I
wanna make
heard
a
it.
bet?
Shh, Maddie, I heard it. This person heard it. You've got
Well,
about
you
6
heard
people
wrong.
in the
You
comment
heard
section
wrong.
that heard it.
You heard wrong.
Okay, well, let's find out.
Do you want to make a bet before you do it? Yes or no? Hurry
No.
up.
No,
That's what I
because
thought.
I said it's possible that I misheard
You
you.
know I said
And then
about
multiple
aid.
other people heard it too.
You know, no, they're covering for me.
Multiple
You
other
know I
people
said
heard it
aid.
too. In your implication narratives,
That's
I'm
also
going
not.
or counting to just so that they just won't starve, because that looks really bad to the world when you're making people starve. All of that is just fake, because they're
You need to fast forward a lot.
they're taking a picture of the
There needs to be
Or
an
is it
amount
real?
of
Way forward,
of
yeah,
joy
like
in
3 or
their
4
day.
minutes.
Yes, believe that it's all fake. Yet he wants me
Exactly what I
problematic
said.
over
Okay.
bullshit
In the last 3 weeks, they've been
propaganda. Did you know that?
I know. I mean, these are.
I just asked you. That's
saying
capitalism.
that you are okay with Hamas
No,
taking
no.
the aid and selling? Barry, rewind it. 20
No,
seconds.
hold on. We're not there yet.
Rewind it 20
Do
seconds.
you like that? Do you think it's okay? Let me ask you
always
this.
guilty.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe it happens? Like it?
No, I'm saying, listen.
Do you like that? Do you like that? That when the supply of something is really low,
No, but
do
I'm-
you
but-
like
but
that?
that's the wrong question. If I like it or
No,
not.
it's the right question because it's the one
should
that I
be-
asked you. No, the question should be the one that I just asked you. Do you like it? Do you agree with it?
You can actually fast forward probably 30 seconds.
I don't know. I can't answer that question because it's not a matter of me liking it or not. It's a question of where. You know,
Okay, so whether you like it or not, it happens. You acknowledge, yes?
I acknowledge that it's happening.
Okay,
but
so
also I'm
if it happens, so we can criticize it when it happens in Gaza, even though it literally happens in every city, in every country,
No, but it
all
was
across
Hamas
the
that was
fucking world. Whoa. It doesn't matter. This is true
what?
everywhere you go. It's true everywhere you go. Yet you
Hamas
only
was
have a
teaching it,
hold on. Yet you only have a problem with it when it's this one group, right?
No, Hamas would seizing the aid.
Yeah,
Bingo.
capitalism. Isn't that capitalism?
Bingo.
We're not done yet.
Okay,
Isn't that
hold on,
capitalism?
Hold on. Liv,
Yeah,
are you
that's
saying that
capitalism.
you are okay with Hamas
No,
taking
no,
the aid and selling it to other Palestinians?
nope.
No, we're not saying
Of course
that.
not.
That's what he said
No.
that happened.
No, what are you talking about? I asked you a question. I never made a fucking statement of how I felt about it.
I
I wanted to
agree.
know
If
how
it's
you
so
felt
low-
because here's the thing: both of you are capitalists. I guarantee it. Both of you are
No,
capitalists. And if something gets really expensive, what you'll say is, "Well, yeah, I mean that's supply and demand." I guarantee you. I know for a fact,
that's not
Maddie.
what I said.
I guarantee
Again.
shut the fuck up. I know for a fact that Maddie said that because Maddie's been up on my panel before and we
No,
talked
I
about
agree
this.
with Liv. I agree
Yeah,
with Liv. If the
right.
is
Supply and
low-
demand. But the moment
Correct.
that the moment that it's somebody else that you don't like, now it becomes a problem.
I have a problem because they're
Okay,
cheaters.
so if it's a problem, let's call it a problem, no matter where it happens. Can we do that? Because I don't
No,
like it.
this is
I
a
don't think it's
cheat we're
okay.
talking
Didn't that
about.
happen during C-19?
Yeah.
Here in the U.S.?
And I want to point out, how many times did I say I didn't like them taking the food?
Okay, so are you going to?
But hold on,
Didn't that happen
no, we're not there yet. We haven't got there yet.
No, you've already went past it.
No, we
You've
haven't
already
got
went
there.
past it, brother.
No, we haven't got there
Yes,
yet.
yeah. Oh, come on.
No.
Now you're gallered me, Liv.
No.
Yeah, like,
Maddie, shush. I'm
this is
asking Liv a question.
bullshit. This is bullshit,
Didn't
Liv.
that happen to us here in under 19?
Sure did, and they blamed Biden for it too.
But it was actually Kroger who came out and admitted it.
Y'all have already
So
went
yes,
past what I was
No.
talking about.
Yes, we can call.
The fuck you have I said about the
talking.
aid? Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
So we could. It's
Right
like
now,
I
Liv.
said before. Two things can happen
You
at the
already
same
went past
time.
it. I said the
You
aid,
can
and
be
you heard me say it.
outraged that the supply and demand, and they raise the
This is
prices.
such bad faith.
It's bullshit. So
This
I
is
may
such
not have
bad
gone
faith.
back
I'm
far
saying
enough,
that there's a
actually.
This is such bad faith, Liv.
Maddie,
Come on, what I'm saying.
shut the fuck up.
distinction is that you hold on. Let me explain what I'm saying. There's a
like
distinction.
me.
You already You're saying that it's bad across the board, which I agree. If your demand, or excuse me, if your supply is low and you jack up the prices,
That's bullshit.
I would agree with you in that assessment. What I'm saying is there's a distinction between what I'm saying and what you're saying. My distinction here is very, very simple. All this ties back to
Israel.
HMAS. No,
Israel.
Hamas. They're
Yes,
the ones
Israel.
that seized the aid.
Israel.
No, Hamas. seized
No.
the aid.
It goes back to
Bingo.
Israel. Let me tell you
Let
what
me
it does.
finish
No.
clarifying it for
They
you.
have
Let me finish.
been under
I
blockade.
never said October
Maddie,
7th.
Maddie.
Jacked up the prices and sold
Yeah,
their own. I never once said
Maddie.
October
And guess
7th.
what? They wouldn't have been able to do that if there wasn't a blockade.
You're downplaying
There's been
it,
a
though,
no.
Will.
I'm not.
You're
I'm not.
downplaying it.
I'm
You're never gonna
explaining
hear me say October.
something to you. Israel has been doing what you're claiming that Hamas is doing. Israel's been doing that since they got
Can you
there.
denounce Hamas what they did?
So, Maddie, let me ask
Hamas, what they did?
No, will you denounce Hamas taking the aid
No, I will
and
not.
selling it?
Nope. And
That
I'll
was what the
explain.
Palestinians
No.
lived on.
And let me explain why. Okay, so he did not say October 7th.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
You
I
took the bet. That's why you didn't take the bet. You knew I didn't say it.
said
That's
from
why
the
you didn't take
beginning,
the bet.
Maddie, I said from the beginning, what did I say? I said I may have misheard you. Didn't I say that?
But that's why.
No. Didn't I say that? I've never said that. I knew for a fact that you said it. But then multiple people started saying that they heard it
because
also.
they lied. They were covering.
Or they heard what I heard too.
When this is what happens. Wait a minute. This is what happens when everybody talks at the same time. You hear
That's
snippets.
true.
So I apologize, Maddie. I was wrong.
Thank you.
I misunderstood in the conversation, and I will admit when I'm wrong. But I want to ask you a question.
Very cool. That's super cool.
Well, I'm not going to apologize to you because I never said that I knew for a fact that you said it.
But
Well, you already did apologize for it, so that's cool.
I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
And this is and I normally do not talk about Israel and Gaza because I'm not well informed. I'm not representing this group, either group. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But let's say for the sake of the argument that October 7th was a surprise, which I don't think it was, because you want to know why? Because if Netanyahu was so concerned about attacks from Palestine or Gaza or Hamas or whatever, where was the protection? Especially knowing that there was,
they had
wait a
security.
minute, I'm not done.
Sorry.
Knowing that there was a group of young people at a music festival,
Mhm.
and that there was I can't remember the kibbutz, all these places around the border.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the protection on the border?
They had security on them on
I guess not
site.
enough. I guess not enough. I guess the IDF.
Correct.
I guess
Hamas
the
didn't
IDF
care.
was
They ran
not
over
there.
them. Hamas.
So you know what?
Netanyahu took into consideration what he got. He took into consideration the info that he got. That's why they had
Netanyahu's a piece
that
of shit.
security. Hold on. I'm answering your question.
Netanyahu-
You asked me a question. Let me answer. They took into consideration the info that they got that it might happen or that something may go down, which is why they had as many security armed at the music festival. So your assertion falls on
Bullshit. They
its face.
stood them down. Bullshit. They stood
No,
them
Hamas
down.
ran over them. That's what happened.
Listen here, you nefarious nitwit.
No,
I've
y'all
heard
just
you
need to come with
twisting
better
words,
propaganda.
pivoting and pretzeling to protect an illegal state. It is a wet dream of colonizers. That's all Israel is. Israel was the tribe of Jacob. It was never a place. Real Jews who actually believe in what they say they believe in do not align themselves with that ideology. You guys who protect this place, who protect this kind of action, I really don't know what to say. We have failed
care
as
about Israel
humanity,
either way. I don't
allowing your roots to take root in the consciousness of our people as if we were and ask for protection. We've allowed laws to protect that illegal state. We've allowed things that we should never have allowed, and we certainly shouldn't be allowing you to pretzel and twist and turn,
I haven't pretzeled
catching
anything.
people's words, trying
My
to
logic
make
is
bets
sound.
when we're talking about starving children. I'll tell you that at the border where the food is supposed to be distributed, it has been nothing but a free-for-all for nefarious bastards like you. If you look up the Trump bike riders, the Trump motorcyclists who were at the border, who were getting paid to be there by the USA, who were actually taking pot shots and aiming and laughing when they were catching children in certain parts of the body. How fucking dare you sit here pretzeling, trying to protect that kind of action, that kind of ideology. And IDF soldiers themselves have come out bragging about them taking pot shots at children. Doctors have come out saying on a daily basis they would see different types of wounds, abdomen wounds, leg wounds, head wounds. Why? Because the Bush soldiers, so-called soldiers, conditioned idiots, had decided to take it upon themselves to play a game when they're taking another person's child's life in their hands. How fucking dare you? You stop pretzeling for that kind of ideology.
I don't care about Israel. I
Remembered.
don't have any
You will
ties to
be
Israel at
remembered.
all.
Then why are you protecting them so
Because
damn
I'm
much?
telling the truth. I'm telling
You
the truth.
arrogant bastard. You've sat here
These
gaslighting,
security guards, these
pretzeling.
security
Why?
at the festival, who were they
Why?
funded by?
Because
The
you're
fact that you gotta
conditioned
call
to
him
do
names,
so.
is not going
yes,
to change
you
the
too,
fact
you
that
too.
we have
Okay, so
a point
I
as well.
All of those names go
And
to
you can
your
call
point
me
too.
names as well.
I've
and you
given
can
you
say-
factual.
Okay, who's
well,
doing
you
what
can
now?
Take those names. I don't need to repeat
What
them.
happened? So I went
know,
back.
but you went
I
a
went
bit
back.
off topic.
What's
You went
going
a bit
on?
off topic
Telling them
because he
about
was
the
talking
Trump-
very specifically about
excuse me.
something.
I'm telling
So
them
what's going
about
on?
the Trump riders that were at the. I'm telling them about the Trump riders that were at one of the food source
Yeah,
border
but just
lines.
before
if you
that,
look
you
them
would-
up, they were laughing and joking about taking pot shots at children of certain parts of the
We're talking
body.
about October
Doctors
7th,
then
though, man.
confirmed. Shush. Doctors then confirmed that we're talking about the overall. And I'm telling them to stop being so gaslighting, pretzeling, sitting here trying to protect that kind of ideology. If you look up the Trump bike riders, and you'll see that all of them are criminals.
I'm not
They've
sure
been allowed
what
back
you're
into
talking
the
about.
USA. They've allowed being. I've told you what I'm talking about.
What's the Trump
They've been allowed.
bikers?
I missed something.
Yeah,
I don't even know what the Trump
I've
bikers
just
is.
explained to
even know
you.
what
If
this
you
has
look
anything
them
to do
up,
with anything.
they took on the role at being at one of the food borderlines.
We're not talking
Just
about
look it
that.
up.
Where?
We're not talking about that, though.
Do you think
have
that?
been
Do you
talking
think
about
that the
that
food
tonight.
the food is not going through Hamas? Do you think Hamas is not conducting any of that aid coming in?
If you
Here's
look that
here's
up,
what
that
I
will
know.
confirm that most
Here's
of
what
it
I
isn't.
know. What I know is that if Israel wanted to feed people in Gaza, they would do it. That's a fact.
Okay, but we've already established
If
the fact
Israel
that
wanted
ever
to
since
feed every
the
fucking person
ceasefire,
in Gaza, they
there is
could
food coming in.
absolutely do it. This
But
country that
but we've
can
established
do
that.
a global booming campaign all across the fucking world using pagers and walkie-talkies. You telling me these motherfuckers can't figure out how to get food in the mouths of people?
Again, I mean,
Really?
this is what I'm saying. I'm going to repeat what I said.
What they could do
in
is
the
remove
last-
the
in the last
goddamn
3
wall
weeks,
and let
there is
all those
food
motherfuckers
coming
into
Gaza.
Saying out loud out
Israel,
of his own
and
mouth.
so they can
There
eat.
is
What
there
he's
is
going to do
food
with
coming
Gaza?
into Gaza.
Are we just to ignore Bibi? What out of his own
No,
mouth?
I'm not
what
ignoring
he plans to
Bibi.
do with
I
Gaza?
actually
Why
think
are we dancing
I'm
around
not
while
a
you
big
guys
Bibi
pretzel
supporter,
about this
as
when
you
there
might
is
think.
no?
I'm
So
not
I-
a big Bibi supporter, as you might think. I have no other identity besides me being born in Israel. And you can call me a Zionist, you can say I'm pretzeling or whatever, or I'm defending this and that ideology. But I also I grew up with Palestinians. I grew up in a state that was always in a war, in a conflict.
Victim.
And there are things that I will agree with. There are things that I will not agree with, and that I know as well that are
So
coming
profound. There are things that you will agree with and things that you won't
Yes,
agree with.
I will agree.
That is
I mean,
very profound. That's very
I will
deep.
not. I will
Thank
not
you.
deny the Palestinian tragedy because I've never actually denied it. And when I
am
was here on
inspired.
the first, when I was here talking for the first time when
Brought me
LaQuisha
to
was here,
tears.
I did say that that is you may say that Israel is Jacob, Jacob is Israel, but there are
No,
dozens
you would say
of
that.
proof. There are
No, I
dozens
said that
of
because
proof.
it's true. It's the
that
tribe
there
of
are
Jacob. It was
dozens
never a
of proof.
place.
Okay, I don't know what your sources are.
Oh, that's a fair point.
Biblical proof? You've distorted all of the biblical proofs.
Except for
Really?
that those
It's not even
people
biblical.
will
It's
feed
not
off
even
the wealth
biblical.
of
It's
nations.
historical.
They do
It's
that.
historical.
Yeah.
They do that.
Parasites.
I did say that
Parasites.
if I put the context of the Bible aside, you will find many historical and archaeological proofs.
I think I will
nonsense.
find that the Palestinians have just as much, if not more,
if you put-
archaeological things.
if-
You know,
No,
you
they
can put on any
haven't.
voice
No,
you
they
If
like.
you
haven't.
put
Because
if you
there's
put the
nothing
Bible
written in
aside,
Arabic.
listen. If you put the Bible
There is
aside,
no
the only thing left is skin
Palestinian
cancer.
establishment.
If you
There
put
was
the
no
Bible
est-
aside, the only thing left is skin cancer.
Okay.
That's what happens when people who aren't from that area move to an area where the sun just cooks them. That's what happens.
65% of Israelis are from the
cancer.
Levant.
Bullshit.
65% of Israelis are dark
A
skinned.
liar. European
It's not a lie. You've never been
colonialist,
to Israel. Go
white
and visit
supremacy,
Israel.
white supremacy.
Are Jews white? Are Jews white, Lib?
Apparently, you can't tell what a Jewish person looks like.
No, it's not true. We've already
European Jews are white. European Jews are white.
And you try to
European Jews are white.
No, incorrect. That's
European
not-
Jews are
they're
white.
not.
European Jews are white.
Yeah, I'm a European Jew, and my origins are from Portugal.
Did you get? Wait. Let me ask you, Woke. Did you go to court to get that DNA test?
I seen it in my grandparents' documents.
So you broke the law. You broke the law.
What do you mean
not
broke the
allowed.
law?
You're not allowed to have a DNA test unless you get a court order. I've read the law right fucking from this show. I pulled
get a
up the
DNA
goddamn
test
law.
by
Nope,
ordering one from
you
the
can't.
internet today.
And you're breaking the law. It's against the law in Israel.
Jewish people's ethnicity is not white Caucasian. That is a fact.
Of course not.
Bullshit.
Of course
That
not.
is a fact.
But
It's certainly not Middle Eastern, you fool. It's certainly not
They
Middle
are not
Eastern. You've
white.
got the highest
Jewish
rate
people
of
Okay,
are
go to
not
Israel
white.
and see how many
I'm sick of your
dark-skinned
bullshit.
Israelis you see
guys
and how many
dance
white
around trying
Israelis
to
you see.
bring this kind of rhetoric to
Jewish
these
people
spaces
are
because
not
you want
white.
to
Oh, you
make
don't
them
want
Yes,
to
they
sound
are
like
white
this.
now.
No, they are not.
They are white
Don't say
now.
anything and just listen to you berating us
Spray
and
tan does
talking
not
about
count.
us being this
Sunbursts
and
do
that.
not count.
Are they? You know
Spray
what
beds don't count.
you know what Jewish people should look like? They should look pretty black.
Not
Right.
pretty black, but
Yep.
dark skin.
Pretty black. We're
From the
talking.
Levant.
We're
Jesus
talking
was not
dark.
Jesus was not white.
Listen, Jesus would have been black.
Jesus,
Maddie,
Jesus,
Jesus
was not
would have
white.
been black, almost black as tar, sir.
Jesus was not white. You
Didn't
are
he have
correct.
hair
Jesus
like
would
wool?
have been
Didn't he have
black.
hair like
And
wool?
are not black.
But guess who
Arabs
doesn't
are not
believe
black.
in Jesus? Maddie?
Oh.
Guess who
Arabs
doesn't
are
believe
not
in
black.
Jesus?
Who?
Jews.
You're protecting
No,
Israel, and you
what I'm
don't
trying-
even
No,
know that.
no,
You're doing
they
it
don't.
with ways
Protecting
of no
Israel
knowledge.
because
Who do
it's
you
my
think
country.
reported Jesus?
I'm giving you a value statement. I'm giving you a value statement. What I'm trying to say is,
And
Jesus
guess what the
Christ-
courts have
Hold
said
on,
that
let me tell
guess
you.
what the courts have said about Jesus Christ? They've said that he was white.
Which courts?
Yeah,
The US
exactly.
courts.
The U.S.
White
courts.
patriarchs.
Yep. Why do you think Syrians, Lebanese, Jordanians, you list all of those in the U.S. You live in the U.S., Maddie. All of those people are labeled as white. Just want to point that out.
No, my
Just an
assertion is
interesting
that-
point because
Correct. I'm
Jesus
giving
would have
a
been
value-
black.
I'm giving a value statement.
Jewish
Jesus
people
Christ
would have been
was a
black.
Jew, he was not
Are
white.
Jewish people today black?
I was giving a value statement.
Jewish
Jesus
Ethiopians
Christ-
Maddie, are Jewish people black?
Ethiopian
No.
Jews are.
No, they're not black.
Maddie,
isn't that
okay,
funny
so
as
they
well?
should be
But they're
Rothschilds
dark
threw a
skinned.
They're
coin.
dark skinned.
Why is Israel where it is?
Are
The
they dark
Rothschilds threw a
skinned?
coin. It was nearly in Africa. So if it's so important to your biblical story and ideology, which Zionism isn't even attached to, it's a political ideology. There was a coin thrown up basically with the Rothschilds as to where they were going to put you. It's not based on any
Yeah.
kind
What
of
other
biblical roots.
conspiracies? What other
That's
conspiracies
not a
are you fitting up?
conspiracy. Look it up.
Guys,
I've looked at
the end of the
everything was
day,
debunked
at the
already.
end of the
Everything
day,
was debunked.
at the end of the
Everything has to
day,
do with hate
listen,
speech.
at the end of the day, what happened is a group of white people from Europe hijacked a religion, claimed themselves to be of those people, and then dominated and controlled from that area. And that's why you see the majority of the people that are running the country of Israel, they are not dark-skinned. I'm darker than most of the people that exist in the goddamn Israeli government. I'm darker than them, and people call me white, even though I can prove that I'm not fucking white.
What about the 800,000 Jews that were expelled from Morocco,
Correct.
Iraq?
We don't care. I don't
And,
care.
We're not.
anymore.
They're
I
not the
don't
ones.
care. I don't
Listen,
care. I
they're
don't
not.
care.
They're not the ones.
Because you have a problem
I don't
with
care.
Jews. You're
Listen,
an anti-Semite. You're
listen.
an anti-Semite.
You hate
You can listen. You cannot be an anti-Semite against Jewish people that came from Europe because they are not Semitic people. But the people that you're expelling, woke, the people that you hate, those are Semitic people. Palestinians are Semites. You fucking hate Palestinians, and therefore
Palestinians are
you
Arab.
are. Listen,
Arab.
you
And they're
are.
Semites.
You can't. You
Palestinians-
shut your suck hole. You are the one that is the anti-Semite because you hate Semitic people, and you then simp for these white supremacists that claim to be Jewish who are not Jewish. They have no Jewish ancestry. They hijacked your shit, took it over, and make everybody else look bad. Those people would be black, Maddie. The people of Jewish descent would be nearly black, Maddie, and not one of them are. And the people that are black, the Ethiopian Jews, for example, are mistreated. They are sterilized by the Europeans that run the government. Yes, the fuck. Dude, they did that for decades. They continued to do it thereafter. They also wiped out all of the fucking blood from the Ethiopian Jews that donated blood because they tried to wipe them out. Because, again, and I'll say it again, this is just white supremacy latched on to another group of people who would have been almost black.
Muslims enslaved black people, Lib. Yes.
What's that?
And they castrated
white people enslaved black people?
No.
Is that what you just said, Maddie?
How Muslims enslaved
Is that what you just said, Maddie? Maddie, the transatlantic
he said
the transatlantic
Muslim.
slave trade, was that Muslims?
Muslims enslaved black people.
Maddie, how many Muslims in America put a black man on an
Would you like to
auction
know?
block
Well, let me tell
and
you.
sold them
Let me
in
tell you
America?
what the Muslims did, Lib. Let me tell you what the Muslims did to the black
Okay,
community.
listen, Maddie, I don't give a fuck. Muslims are a religion. That is a religion. You're not talking about a group of
would you like to know
people
what they
aside
did?
from a religion. You're saying a group of religious people did something? Why do you why do you dismiss the humanity of these people by referring to them only as their religion? What is wrong with you?
Muslims castrated them, Lib.
Listen, what are you talking about? White people castrated me. Maddie, they castrated you. They castrated about 80% of all of the babies in this fucking country.
I'm trying to tell you.
They castrated boys just so they could
They
sing
still do
better
it to
in the
this very
choir.
day.
They took black Ethiopian slaves.
Just so they could sing
and they
better in the choir,
castrated
they
the
would
men.
castrate boys.
Over 10 million black Ethiopian slaves enslaved by Muslims were castrated and unalived by the practice.
Yeah,
Okay?
and
They-
the practice of Judaism actually snips every boy. You get that? Yes.
It's okay for some people to snip the
Yeah, that's
isn't.
not castration.
It isn't okay. You might as
It's
well
not
be.
castration,
You're
though.
cutting a fucking child's penis, and you're okay with that?
No,
No, you're not
sick
cutting the
bastard.
penis. You're cutting
Yes,
only.
yes, you are. The fucking
balls,
foreskin.
the
The foreskin is a part
No,
of the
the
penis.
balls.
Shh. The foreskin is
putting it in
listen.
exclusive
Maybe
creams
neither
on
one of you.
faces.
Maybe neither one of you have a penis, but let me tell you, the foreskin is part of a penis. If you
balls,
cut that
yeah.
foreskin, if you cut that foreskin, you are cutting the penis. Maybe go and talk to Donald Trump. He'll tell you all about the penises. Okay, he knows all about them.
Circumcision, by the way.
Well,
The
good,
Jewish circumcision. I'm against that.
good. Are you
I have
against
friends-
the sucking of the blood of the baby's penis too?
Yes, it's completely perverted. Completely perverted.
Agreed. Yet they still do it.
The Orthodox are doing it, but not a Jewish boy or a Jewish Israeli boy who is born is not going through that. It's only the Orthodox are doing that. Yes.
Oh, it's just those other people.
Yeah, and for clarification, when
Well,
I said
yeah.
the Muslims were castrating them, I did not mean circumcision. They were cutting off their balls to stop them from reproducing.
Yeah, that's what they did.
You
That's
mean
what-
like
was
Jewish
castration,
people
not
did to
circumcision.
Ethiopian Jews? You mean like the white
Muslims
Jewish
cut off the
people?
balls
Listen, the
of
white
black
Jewish people made it so that women who were the Ethiopian Jewish women could not have babies, Maddie, and this went on for decades.
So some were okay.
It's still going on now politically.
What do you mean some were okay?
It's still going on now
You're
politically.
degrading it. You're
Stop
degrading
lying.
it. Lib.
And also, they used to do
You
it
know,
to boys
yeah, you
just
know
so they
everything.
could sing better in the choir. The Catholic Church, the Church of England, all of those churches used to do it to the boys just so they could sing better in the choir, just so, they would keep a high voice.
Why do they get okay and not the Muslim?
That's
Huh?
not an okay. It's not
So
Why
an
are they okay?
Denounce it.
What is it? Why don't
Why
you
do
denounce
they get
Jew?
okay?
Why don't
do
you
they get
denounce?
okay?
Okay, then do this, Maddie. You continue to ask that. You continue to ask us to denounce things. So denounce Jewish people snipping boys' penises. Will you denounce that?
You mean you're talking about when they
Babies.
circumcise?
Yes. Denounce
Do I
it.
agree with the practice?
Denounce it. Denounce it. Then denounce it. If you don't like it, denounce it. Denounce it. Come on, denounce
have
it.
a problem
Why
with
do you
it. I don't
denounce
have
it?
a problem with
Oh,
it.
that
That's
means
okay.
that you must support it then. If you don't denounce it. Because
No,
that's
but
what you
you're
keep.
not
No.
castrating
That's
someone
like
to
the fourth
reproduce.
time you've done that. Earlier, you were like, do you denounce what Hamas did? That was the question they asked me earlier. You didn't say what it was for.
I'm circumcised. I don't have a problem with it.
Do you denounce that practice?
I'm circumcised, Lib. I don't have a problem with
Do you
it. I don't-
denounce that practice? Somebody mistreated and caused you trauma and chopped up your penis. And
I
you're
don't have a
And now it's
problem
in a
with it.
skin
You're okay
cream
with that.
somewhere.
Yeah.
But
And
I
now it's
don't
in
have
his
a problem
skin
with
cream somewhere. Exactly. Okay,
What
so
I'm
you're
trying
a
to say,
sick
there's-
you're a sick fuck then. You think
No.
it's okay to mutilate
I think
the
it's
genitals
okay that someone cuts off
of
the balls
children.
and reproduces.
Maddie, aren't you a conservative? Aren't you a conservative?
Yes, I am.
And you have no problem with genital mutilation of children?
I was circumcised, Lib. I don't
Do
have
you don't have a
with it.
problem with genital mutilation of children because that is what that is, sir.
Yeah, I would. My balls were not removed from reproducing.
Oh, they left you a what if they just take one?
No. Hold on. That my balls were
Listen,
not removed.
that do you agree that snipping a child without a medical necessity is called genital mutilation? Do you agree with that?
I think there's a distinction between circumcision and removing someone's balls.
Do you, that's not. I didn't ask you about castration. I asked you, do you agree that it is genital mutilation? Do you disagree that it's genital mutilation to snip a boy's penis?
Right. I disagree with your premise.
On the show now, are you
Do you, okay, so you you know it's genital mutilation. You just don't want to call it that, even though that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. So, do you think it's okay for some tribes and rituals to do that to girls?
Let me clarify my stance. Hold on. Here we go. I think that
Do
there's
you
a
think?
distinction between
Hold on, no. Do you think that removing the clitoris or clitoral hood of a child, a female child, do you think that's genital mutilation?
removing the. Say it again. I want to be very clear what you say.
Clitoral hood and or the clitoris. Do you think that's genital mutilation?
Slicing that off. Do I agree that is a good thing? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I asked you if that's genital mutilation.
I would agree if you're slicing off someone's clitoris
or clitoral hood
or clitoral hood.
Female circumcision is much worse.
Woke, I didn't say, hey, dumbass. I didn't say, hey, dumbass. Maddie, is that genital mutilation?
Well, there's also a distinction between that and circumcision.
Is cutting of the clitoral hood genital mutilation?
In I would say in cutting off someone's clitoris at what age? I would say
as a baby.
As a baby, cutting it off. Yes, I would.
Yeah, or hell, even 5 years old. You go 12 years old. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
I would say yes.
To Maddie, why does it matter what age they are? If it's mutilating one's genitals, it's mutilating one's genitals.
And when it happened. I would say yes. You are correct. It is horrific, and it would be.
If you do it to a baby, well, that's different than if you do it to a child.
No, I agree with you. It's genital mutilation in this concept.
At any age. Well, good.
Correct.
It's no different than snipping the foreskin.
No. But what I said is the Muslims that were enslaving these Ethiopian.
I think the clitoris is much worse.
They were cutting off their balls to keep them from reproducing.
The clitoral hood, removing the clitoral hood, is that different from circumcision?
Than removing the foreskin of a penis.
What about the labia minora? You think that's the same or different?
The what?
No, like I said,
do you not know what a labia minora is?
Lady of Minora?
Labia minora.
Oh, the labia. Yeah, that's of course.
Holy shit.
No, of course I know what the labia is.
I don't know what the Hebrew version of that is.
That is
who
even
does
worse.
That? I'm asking who does that, Lib? Who does that?
Well,
cutting off this clitoris.
People.
FGM. Muslims.
No, I don't think they're Muslims that do that.
Muslims do.
It's not Muslims.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's
That's not Muslims. No,
Who's
it's
doing it?
That's a
If not in
cultural
Sudan?
thing. No, they're tribes. And listen,
Yeah, but-
no.
but-
Before
Listen,
colonization and the pushing of, these Abrahamic religions across any continent. They were doing those practices. It has nothing to do with religion.
That were cutting off the clitoris, yes or no?
Say what?
Was it Muslims that were slicing off the clitoris of what you're talking about?
No.
Yes or no? It
No.
was not Muslims. And
No.
who was it?
No, it was not.
No, it was just different
Why is it
cultures.
still practiced by Muslims?
I can't answer that question, but being Muslim and mutilating genitals has nothing to do with each other.
Lib, who did this? Who cut off the clitoris of
Jewish people mutilate the genitals of boys. And in fact, I would argue they're the ones that brought over here to tell us that, oh my God, we got to keep these boys from masturbating. And so
Boys
we've got to
only.
cut the foreskin. And so we've got to cut the foreskin. Oh, so it's
No,
okay
that
if you
was-
do it to
that-
boys? It's okay
This is called the- this
if
is
you
called
do
the
it to
breed.
boys.
This is a
And just
religious
per
practice.
happenstance,
Has
it
nothing
actually
to do
earns
with
them
that.
money. No.
It's
just per
okay when you do it to
happenstance,
boys,
It actually earns the money.
but not
They
girls.
sell it for cream. They sell
Lib,
it for
hold on,
creams,
hold on. Lib,
exclusive
you made a
facial
sta-
creams.
You made
That's
a
what they
statement
put it
to me.
in.
You
Lib, you made
see,
a
she
statement to me.
still believes in the protocol of Zions, so that's obviously her answer.
It's happening.
it's
I
true.
can read the ingredients
Yeah, where is
out
it
to you
at?
on
The
lots
protocols of the
jars.
elders of Zion
Lemaire-
is real.
Lemaire
and it was
Queen
true.
puts it in.
It wasn't
Lemaire,
fake news.
Look it up. It's
Lib,
a very
you have-
scientific name, but it is foreskin, like they do with lots of names. But there's lots of jars I could go and take pictures of for you that have got it in. It just so happens that Zionists love a profit, and they love a profit from people's mutilation or oppression. So that's what's
Yeah.
happening. They're doing it on the basis of religious ideology, but actually
Zionists are
they're
not
making
religious.
They're making,
Zionists are
they're
completely
making
secular.
a quick buck. They're making a quick buck. while they
Zionists are
can.
not. Zionists are
The
not
children
religious.
don't get any
That
of
is
that
true.
money. The
Zionists
children
are
don't
not
get any of
religious.
that money.
But
No, they're not.
you-
But they're using
they're
the
not
religious story, aren't they, to create the state? Listen, Lib, I've got to go to work. I'm so sorry to leave you with these bastards, but good luck trying to get through to them.
Oh, that's fine.
The two bastards. Yeah, we're two bastards, son.
Yeah,
of,
yeah.
Not one person, none of
Father-
us called you a
Yeah,
name. Not one. None of us.
Father, I don't care. I don't care. I
Not
don't
one
care.
of
I'm
us
sick of you lot. I
disparaged
don't
How many
care.
cats do you have?
I don't
How many
care.
cats?
Nobody here judged.
Do you have
I
boyfriends?
don't care.
You-
I don't
yeah.
care.
You don't care
about
because you
me.
hate yourself
I care.
mostly.
No, I
Because
care
you
about the fact
drown
I
in
ca-
self-hate,
I-
like all
can I
most
just-
liberal
can I just
women.
cook for
you
1 minute,
drown
Lib?
in self-hate, like most liberal
Hey,
women.
hey guys,
Mute up,
she's
mute
got
up.
to go, so let her finish her statement. Go
Bye.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Go hate
I do
somewhere
not
else.
care
Go hate
about
your
your
Jews somewhere
stance
else.
because your ideology is for
No.
genocide. It's for
Go
hungry
Jews
children. It is for the abuse and oppression of others. It is for
Each time she
theft.
brings a different
And
reason.
you
Holy
are the,
shit, shut up,
you
man.
are the
Children.
problem. You are the problem where we cannot create any unity or growth because you guys are the ones that don't even believe in half of the things you say,
No, you
but
just
you
hate
are
Jews.
proponents for it. Be
I know a
quiet.
liberal woman
Be
when I
quiet.
see one.
There are. Don't you speak to me. I'm speaking to you.
No,
I'm
these
addressing you.
bastards. I'm going to leave you with these
Yeah,
bastards.
these bastards.
Guys,
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
don't
these
let it
bastards.
make you
So,
butthurt. Guys, let her finish her
you-
fucking statement and she'll be out of here
You just
quicker.
love to be victims. You love to be victims. You live in victimhood. You're conditioned to victimhood. You're not victims. And actually, we have been conditioned
How do you know?
to only
Do you know
only
me?
look
Do you
at
know
the
my
Jews.
family? Do you know what I've
To
been
only
through?
look at the Jews. I don't care.
You
To
don't
only
care.
look at the Jews. When there were more Armenians killed, more Russians killed, unalived, sorry, in that time space that we've been conditioned from in WW2. I care about all people that were unalived unfairly, but I will not be a part of this virtue signaling for one group when it is used and utilized by powers that be to create a space that is okay for G-side. Thanks, Lib. Much love to you.
Thank you, Hecate.
That's about your manners. Okay,
Love you,
bye.
Henry.
We'll see. Anyway, thank you, Hecate.
Lib, can I make a clarifying statement? You asked me earlier about you asked me a question if I agreed or disagreed with the removing of the clitoris and the hood from said born woman. Correct? You asked me that question.
I said or.
Yes. Oh, I'll even grant you or. Yes, correct. Now, who were committing these atrocities on the girls.
Oh God!
Not circumcision,
People
not
in Europe
circumcision.
actually still are doing it to this day.
Okay,
People in Europe.
What religion?
It's not religious. It's cultural. That's what I was trying to
What?
say earlier. If there is some if there is some overlap, there's some overlap, it has nothing to do with the religion.
It's their religion. I'm gonna see if you're gonna be good
No,
faith here.
it's not a religion.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
see
a
if you're gonna
religious
be good faith
practice.
here, Lib. I'm giving you
The only
option.
genital mutilation that is part of religious practice, as far as I know, is Judaism.
Okay, did Jewish people remove the hood or clitoris from a born girl? Yes or no?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure.
Correct. It was not them. It was the Muslims that did that.
No, you are.
Yes.
No, that's not
Yes,
true.
sir. That is-
no,
that is
listen,
very-
Maddie, they do this in Europe. They've been doing this in Europe for hundreds of years. They've done it across all kinds of countries in Africa. They've done it across countries in Asia. This is a practice that has been going on since prior to Abrahamic religions. So again, it has nothing to do with religion. You keep. I know you hate Muslim people.
No,
I
who
know
else
you
besides
hate
Muslims?
people of color. I get it. You hate them. You are an anti-Semite. You don't like even Semitic people unless they're white Jews. I get that. But you're trying to paint this practice, which has existed across an expanse of the globe, and why the fuck
You
people
said
do
it was a
that,
practice
I
that was
can't tell you.
expansion. Who else did it?
A lot of people did it. A lot of people did it,
okay, but
and
name
some
them.
people still do it, and it has nothing to do with Muslims.
Name them other than the Muslims. Name them.
I just Google it. I can't go
No,
through the
I'm
list.
looking at it. I'm going to see if you're good faith here.
I am in good faith.
Right. So who else? You said it. You said it was expansive that did this practice, right? Expansive.
Correct.
So who else other than Muslims did this?
I don't know what the religions of those cultures would be.
Correct. Nobody.
That's
Liv.
that's false.
Nobody. Well,
That's
then name,
false.
Name them. Name them.
Name them. Name the cultures that existed
Name the
prior.
culture
Okay, I want to
or
point something out,
the
Maddie.
people that
Let
did
me, guys. This practice has been around since before Abrahamic religions. Maddie wants me to name some tribes or whatever, which is totally irrelevant. It is completely irrelevant that I'm able to list the name of a tribe whose religious practices, not Muslim practices, but religious practices, I have
But
no
the
fucking
ones
clue
still doing
about.
it today are Muslims.
No, that is not true. That
They
is not
still do
true.
it, Liv.
It
They
has
still do
nothing
it.
to do with Muslims.
They
No.
still do it.
People in Europe still do it too.
No,
It's not
yeah,
Muslims.
Muslims in Europe
It's not.
still do it,
No,
correct.
that's not true.
Yes.
No,
Yes,
it's
Liv.
not true.
Yes,
That's
Liv.
not true.
I understand. This
And
is very
here's what
disturbing.
is true. Here's what I know
I
for a
understand.
fact. Here's what I know for a fact is true. Jewish people mutilate boys' genitals all the time, and that is part of their practice.
It's not
they,
a genital.
They brought it
it's a
over.
foreskin.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is the penis part of your genitalia, sir? Is the penis part of your genitalia?
The penis is part of my genitalia.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Is the foreskin part of the penis?
I would agree with you on
Hold
that.
on, hold on. Whoa. Is the foreskin part of the penis?
It is. and I
Okay,
object.
and so if you snip the foreskin, which is a part of the penis, and the penis is part of your genitalia, as Woke just said, that is called, by definition, genital mutilation.
Right. Again, like I said from the beginning, there's
But
a
it was the
distinction-
Muslims that did it to the girls. It was
No,
the
no,
Muslims.
it-
But it's
You
okay when you do it to the
big
boys.
word in
No.
this case.
It's okay when you mutilate the genitals of baby boys. That's
There's
okay.
there's two
No,
distinctions.
there
Let me-
is
let
no
me clarify.
distinction. Listen, there is no distinction. Mutilating a child's genitals is fucking sick. It's
There's a
sick.
distinction
I
between
don't
both
care
of
if it's a girl or if it's a boy.
Taking off the foreskin and
Mutilating genitals is disgusting behavior. And anybody sitting up here acting as if that's perfectly normal, it's okay because I had my genitals mutilated, is fucking gross. That's called well, I was a victim. Everybody else could be victims too, and it's perfectly acceptable. No.
You're trying to throw genital mutilation into what we're trying to say here.
It is
That's
genital
what-
mutilation,
Hold on. I
Matt.
told you there's a distinction. I told you
There
there's a
is no
distinction.
distinction,
You won't
Matt.
let me tell you.
Let
Can I
me.
tell you?
There
May
is
I
no
tell you?
distinction.
May
There's
I
no
tell you?
no because there is
So I
no
cannot
distinction. Listen, if the foreskin is part of the penis and the penis is your genitalia, when you mutilate the foreskin, you are also mutilating genitals.
You won't allow me to clarify my distinction. You won't allow
Because you're ridiculous. I just proved to you that it is genital
May I give you
mutilation.
my premise around the distinction? Yes or no? Can I give you my?
I
premise
don't
around
give
the
a fuck. No,
Okay,
you're up here.
it is.
No, and
You're
let me
trying to
let me explain to you why I don't care what is about to come out of your fucking face. You're defending genital mutilation. You are defending cutting little boys' penises. You're defending that. I don't care what you have to say about
I
it.
don't have a problem because
I don't give a fuck what you have to say about it, dude. I don't care. Go tell it to somebody who gives a fuck, because I don't. If you think it's okay to cut babies' penises, that's not okay with me.
I'm trying to give you a clarification. I agree, but the reason why I don't care is because I'm circumcised, Lib.
What fucking
People
difference
say I
does
don't
that
care all
make?
the time.
I was
People
a
say I
victim.
don't care.
I was a victim of genital mutilation, and therefore I'm going to sit up here and defend genital mutilation.
I'm not defending it. I said I don't care.
You don't
That's what
care.
you're not getting.
You don't
That's the
care
distinction.
about right.
For
You're
me.
defending it. I don't care if somebody mutilates their child's. I don't care if children have their genitals mutilated. But Maddie, let me guess. You don't think that children should be able to have sex changes?
Now you're trying to get away from this. You're moving the goal.
No, it's
completely
annoying
different.
because I don't
Right.
listen. No, because I'm going to point out the hypocrisy of you, because I already know what your stance is, Matt. I already know how you stand on that. And I know you're a hypocrite because you don't care on one hand, but when it's something that goes against what you could perceive as normal, then you have a problem with it.
Let's go here. All right, let's go here.
Hypocrite.
All right. Would you like to know my stance on this when it comes to gender affirming care and what they do or say do?
Sure.
You want my stance so we can talk about it? Okay. Here's my stance on it. I believe if you're going to give a little boy said medicine that is also giving to schmedophiles in jails to complete your affirm, I believe that's bad.
Well,
If
do
you're
you?
the same- hold
Well,
on,
that's
hold on,
interesting.
let me clarify.
Well, no,
If you're
you made
giving
your
the same-
statement.
hold
That's
on.
interesting because let me ask you this: do you think if a P3DO in jail has a headache, do you think they'll give him ibuprofen, Maddie?
Now you're doing semantics.
No. Do you think that they would take ibuprofen? I cannot believe, sir, that you would take the same medication that they would give a P3DO. I can't believe that.
Are they giving the same medicine to P3DOs that they are giving to little boys that think they're girls?
If you have a headache, guess what? You're going to take the same medication.
Hold
That's
on.
ridiculous.
Are they giving the same medication to P3DOs as they are to little boys who have gender dysphoria? Yes or no?
Do you think that a
No,
child
I answered your question.
should be
I
able to
answered
go
your question.
through a doctor?
No, Liv, let's do fair.
No,
let's
because
do
I don't
good
care
fair
about the medicine. I don't care about that.
No, I answered your
No,
question.
you have an
Say
issue
that.
with it. I get it. You think that
No, you have an issue
for
with
some
it too, but you're
reason
not allowed to.
offering medication to a child that is also used in other means,
yes, to castrate
assuming that you're
P3DOs,
even telling me the truth, because I don't know.
Yes, to
assuming that they
castrate P3DOs,
chemically castrate somebody. Yes, you have a problem with that. Fine.
I have a problem with you giving
Okay.
boys.
That has
gender
nothing to do with
dysphoria.
genital mutilation, though,
Hold
sir.
on, Let me tell you my. Let me tell
That
you
has
my
nothing to do with genital mutilation.
If you are giving
Which
little
was the
boys
point?
that have gender dysphoria,
Okay. So basically, I'm going to mute you. Basically, what Maddie is saying is Maddie thinks that if you're a child and you're a boy, you can have your genitals mutilated. But Maddie clearly is not okay with surgeries for children and or making sure that their gender congruence is up to par. He is against that, which makes Maddie a hypocrite. Maddie, that makes you a hypocrite.
okay, let me defend it why I don't think it's so. I think if you're giving little boys that are suffering from gender dysphoria the same medication that you are giving P3DOs in a jail because they raped kids, I think that's a problem, Lib.
Well, you know
That's
what I
my
think is a problem? Supporting a group of people that uses P3DO
Now, I
files.
answered your
Whoa,
question.
hold on. What I have a problem is that you've been up here this whole time defending a group of people that uses children and traffics children to be raped by white males who are very rich, and they use P3DO files to do it. And you're up here defending all of that because that's how they've taken us over.
You're moving the goalposts.
No,
This is
you
bad
brought up
faith.
P3DOs. You brought up P3DOs,
Yes,
and so I'm
'cause
talking
they're
about
bad things. They're
P3DOs
horrible things.
and
They're
how
horrible.
Israel seems to always have some fucking P3DO trafficker that is connected to them, and the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, for example, that is running a fucking game on people to take over politicians, and
But I'm in good
you're still
faith.
up
I'm
here
answering your
defending
questions.
it. No,
I'm answering your questions.
no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
asked me
You
yes
brought
or
up
no
something
if I
totally.
agree with gender
No,
dysphoria, or
you.
that I said no.
No, I said
Okay,
trans
so a definitive
surgeries.
No.
No, Maddie. I said trans surgeries. That's what I said.
I said no. I do not agree with it. But you
Okay.
won't answer mine.
Hey,
You won't
like I
answer my
said,
question.
we already got through that because you're a hypocrite.
Okay. Now
You're a
I have a
hypocrite.
question for you.
Yes, you're a
Again,
hypocrite.
Do you have a problem giving a little boy suffering from gender dysphoria the same medication as a P3DO in jail from raping kids? Yes or no?
I believe that the government should stay out of your doctor's office. And if a doctor and a parent
That's
and
not
a
a definitive
child,
answer.
no, I'm getting there. If a doctor and a parent and a child have come to the agreement that this medication is necessary to make that child feel better, I do not have a right, nor do I have the understanding of that child's situation to make that determination. See, Maddie, I'm not about big government, but apparently you are. You want the government to come in there and tell them what they can do, which is interesting because you're also defending a P3DO ring and you're also defending genital mutilation. So I don't know where you exist on this scale of evil and good, but I don't think you're getting to the good part yet. I'm still waiting.
No, I'm staying in good faith. You're not.
How is that not in good faith? I just
Because I
answered
gave
your
you a
question. You asked me if I believe that they should give the same
You wanna keep it
medication
subjective.
from one person to
You wanna
another.
keep it
And I
subjective.
said that I don't have enough information about a case-by-case basis.
there is
A
plenty of-
doctor
that's the
who is
medicine they're giving you.
trained to make those decisions, giving somebody medication that is also used for other things. You know, like aspirin. They'll give it for, somebody that believes they're having a myocardial
Okay, then-
infarction,
okay, then say
right?
you
But
don't
they'll
have a problem.
also give it for headaches.
Then
So
then
you're acting as if a rug cannot have two use
No,
cases.
then there shouldn't be a problem. You should be able to say no then. If you
What do you
can
mean?
You can do it for a headache, and you're saying that there's a distinction between the two medicines, that you can do it for two different symptoms. If you're saying you can give ibuprofen for a headache and for something else, then you shouldn't have a problem with this. You should be able
Well,
to
I
give a
didn't
definitive
say
no.
that they could give it ibuprofen for two different use cases. That wasn't why I brought up ibuprofen.
And P3DO. So there's two.
No, my answer to your
Yes.
question was the doctor, the parent, and the child make that decision, not me, and not you,
Okay, I'll
and not
simplify
the
it.
government.
You say yes or no answer will suffice. Again, do you have a problem giving a little boy suffering from gender dysphoria the same medicine they get P3DOs? Yes or
I
no?
cannot give medication to a child, sir.
Bad
I'm
faith,
not a
brother.
doctor.
I answered
Sorry,
you.
Lib, I
I
shouldn't
answered
Whoa,
you.
whoa, whoa,
Because
wait, whoa. Hold on real second.
I
You're going to
answered
tell
you.
me that I'm in bad faith when I am not trained as a doctor. I cannot write prescription medication. You asked me yes or no. Are you okay with giving a child this, or would you give a child this? And I said, I'm not a doctor. I can't make those decisions. I can't give medications out to children. That is not in bad faith. That is not
Neither
my
am I,
call.
but I gave you
It's
a
not
definitive
your
answer.
call, but you're trying to make it your call.
And yet I gave you a definitive answer.
That's your problem, not mine.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
going to make
That shows
definitive
I'm in good
answers
faith.
for hypothetical
That shows I'm in good
situations
faith.
that I will never be in because I will never be a doctor, and neither will you.
Yes, but I see that I'm not a doctor, but I gave you a definitive answer anyway. That's the good faith argument. That's the good faith about it. You
No,
won't do
no.
that.
You're offering your opinion based on
No, no, no.
feelings.
I'm giving you
I'm
good faith.
offering you an opinion based on facts. That's the difference. See, you operate under feelings. I operate
No.
under facts.
And
So
yet
if
I
you
gave
tell
you a
me, oh my
definitive
God,
answer.
this child is getting this medication from a doctor and they shouldn't be, that's what Maddie would say. And what I would say is, I'm not trained as a doctor. I don't know that child's situation. I did not sit in there with the doctor's visits, and therefore I am not going to weigh in on that because I have no fucking skin in that
So you
game.
don't have good
But
faith in this
you
argument.
believe that you have a right to push this crap on other people. You can't have that as a
Exactly.
child.
You
We're not
answered my
going to
question.
allow doctors to make these medical decisions. No. We want our feelings to make these medical decisions. That's where Maddie
didn't
exists
give
in
you
the
feelings.
world.
I gave you
And
a
keep in
definitive
mind,
answer.
Maddie exists in this world while defending genital mutilation and while defending a country that uses P3DO trafficking to get politicians to take over our
I
country.
gave you a definitive yes. I mean, I gave you a definitive no. How is
It
that
doesn't
feeling?
matter. You can
It does
say
matter.
definitive yes or no all you want, but that
It's
doesn't.
yes or
that
no
doesn't.
definitive.
What difference does that make? I give you a
It's
definitive
yes or
answer.
no, a definitive
I gave you a
answer.
definitive answer,
No,
Maddie.
no. You won't give me a definitive yes or no. You're bad
I
faith.
gave you a definitive answer.
No, you did not.
Yes, I
No,
did.
you did not.
Maddie,
Yes or no is
Maddie, am I trained as a doctor?
No, but you still won't give a
Okay.
definitive answer.
Am I okay? So can I write prescriptions?
Again, you're in bad faith.
Can I write prescriptions?
You're in bad faith, Liv. I gave you a definitive answer.
Can I write prescriptions?
Knowing I'm not knowing.
Okay, again, I'll just repeat. This is getting old. I'm not a doctor. I did not sit in a fucking room with a child. I cannot therefore make a valued assumption or belief about a situation
Okay,
that I
I'll offer
know
you an olive
nothing
branch.
about.
I'll offer
And
you
this
an olive
actually,
branch.
no. There's no olive branch here, Maddie, because I don't operate that way. You're trying to force me to answer a question based on something that I don't know because I can't answer that, nor will I ever be able to answer that. And therefore, I say, leave it up to the fucking doctors. That's between the doctor, the parent, and the child. Has nothing to do with me. That's definitive.
My olive branch is because you won't give me a definitive answer.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm going to give you an
Yes,
olive
you
branch.
want
What
you
is
want
your-
me to
what
answer
is
a
your
question.
opinion?
My
What is your
definitive
opinion?
answer is it's not up to me.
What is your opinion then? That's the olive branch. I hope you could do that.
What is my opinion about what?
What is your opinion on a little boy suffering from gender dysphoria getting the same medication as a P3DO? What is your opinion?
My
Not your
opinion,
definitive
sure,
answer.
I'll give you my opinion. My opinion is that if the doctor prescribed that medication to that child and that doctor has been in good faith seeing that child and the parent has been involved, then I am perfectly fine with that doctor doing what that doctor believes
So
is
your
medically.
opinion is a little boy
Hold on, I
suffering
wasn't
from
done with the. I wasn't done offering my opinion. Again, I'll offer this opinion yet again. If that doctor has been seeing that child and that doctor believes it is medically necessary to give that medication to that child, then I'm perfectly okay with that, Maddie. Does that work for you?
Sure. Okay. So your opinion is that if a little boy is suffering from gender dysphoria, again, this is your opinion. Your opinion is that if a little boy is suffering from gender dysphoria, which is obvious, that does happen, that if a doctor says that it's okay for your son to receive the same exact medicine as they give to a P3DO that grapes kids to castrate them and to make sure that they can't do it anymore, you're cool with.
Well, you forgot about the parent
No,
because no.
already
You
said
said
yes.
doctor. No.
Yeah, you
No. You said only doctor in that hypothetical. Shh, Maddie.
offered it.
Maddie, that's a bad faith question. You said you only said doctor. I said, and I've repeated many times, if the doctor and the parent. So at that point, when a doctor makes their medical advice to the parent gets to say yes or no. So if in that moment I was to make a decision about it, I would base it on what the doctor has said, what
Your
I
opinion is
viewed
yes.
about my child, and maybe I would or wouldn't. But I guarantee you what the doctor isn't
Right.
going to say is, hey, we also prescribe this medication to P3DOs to castrate them. I bet you the doctor isn't going to put it that way because it doesn't matter. You're trying to conflate two completely and totally
No,
separate
your-
things.
your
No.
olive
Whoa, hold on. You're trying to conflate two as if taking this medication also means that somehow it's conflated with P3DO, which is weird given that you're defending a
That's not what I
nation
said.
that uses P3DOs to gain access to our politicians. You defend that. You defend genital mutilation of boys, but you're not okay with a doctor making a medical decision about a child that is seeing. That's fucking weird, Matt.
That is the olive branch that you
That's
offered.
fucking weird.
That's the opinion you offered.
What opinion?
I gave you an olive branch, and I gave you a distinct opportunity. I said my My initial assertion, again, was to offer you an olive branch and ask you to give me your opinion, not a definitive
gave you my opinion.
answer. Correct. You didn't.
Are you okay with doctors prescribing
Hold on.
content?
Let me finish this with him real quick, and I'll leave. Your opinion was that you're okay with a doctor giving a little boy suffering from gender dysphoria the same medication they give P3DOs to castrate them, to stop them from doing said P-medios.
As long as that doctor has been seeing that
So, yes,
child,
so your
and as
answer is
long
yes,
as
you're
the
cool with it.
parent is okay with that.
So you're
it
cool with it.
Listen, it's none of my business.
But you just said it's your
It's
opinion.
none of my, Maddie, that is none of my business. That's between
your
a
opinion.
medical
You just said
professional, the parent, and the child, which I've said like 10 times now.
I gave
Manny,
you a.
how
I
does
gave
this
you a.
affect you? How does this affect you?
Again, this is your opinion, Lib, and your opinion
Right.
is you're okay with it.
Well, I have a
My
we both
opinion
have
is
an
based
opinion.
on fact, though.
Yes,
the
you're
fact of the
okay
matter
with
is,
giving
we've got a
boy
trained
suffering from
guy, a
dysphoria.
trained woman, a
So what
doctor,
if he's a doctor?
and
So
the
fucking
parent
what?
and the child. You
So
want to
fucking
make
what?
decisions for that doctor. I'm saying leave it up to the doctor.
I
You
don't
want
think
big
you'd ever
government.
give someone
I want little
something that you
government.
can't reverse.
I'm a liberal. You're a conservative. You are a hypocrite, Matt.
No, you are, Lib.
No,
you don't have a problem
you
with
are.
giving a little boy the same medication to get P3DOs. That's your
Oh my
opinion.
God! Here we go back to there are two.
they also
two
give-
things can happen at once.
Go
Two
ahead.
things can happen at the
This
same
is
time.
this is
Go
annoying.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm out of here. This is creeping me out.
But Maddie, how does it affect you? In your daily life, how does it affect you?
Okay. How does it not? How does it affect you?
It
I'd
doesn't. So
offer
I
you-
don't have an opinion on it.
So why are you pissed off?
I'm not pissed. What I'm pissed is that you support a government that wants to be all up in a business.
You just said you don't care. Why are you falling over yourself for this then?
I'm not. I'm just saying
you are going off on me and this dude above us for our opinions on something you don't care about.
because you're pushing a narrative on people
No,
like,
ma'am,
oh my God,
you're
yes,
not
you
thinking in
are.
logic. You're
The ones who
thinking
are
in
pushing a
ideology.
narrative are the ones who are telling a child to chop a penis because
Correct.
he feels like he's a girl. Or because he plays with dolls.
And do
They're
you
telling,
guys-
oh, maybe
wait
you're
a
in the
minute.
wrong body.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Maybe
minute.
you're in the wrong body.
I'm asking a question. Have you gone into spaces of the trans community and have you discussed this with them? Say, hey, I have some questions about it.
I know that if
They're
a
being
child
more
comes over to his parents and say, Mommy, I'm a boy, I'm a girl, if he's a boy, then the job of these parents
there
is
is
to
a
tell
long
him
process.
no, darling, you're not a girl because you are a boy. You were born as a boy. And if he decides at the age of 18 to do a surgery and transition, then it's his right. But once he's a child, then his parents need to tell him, no, darling, you have to do that when you're old enough to decide.
You're basing your opinion on assumptions. I've asked you this once. Have you gone? Because there are many TikTok live creators on this app that love to have people come in and just say, hey, look, I'm not part of your community, but I don't understand it, and I would like to educate myself so maybe I can understand.
I tell you what I do understand. When you're talking about pushing a narrative, I think, I can say for myself, I have no problem with anyone doing whatever they want, whatever they feel like, or whatever they identify is. But when it comes to go into women's spaces or taking their accolades in sports, then I have a bit of a problem with that. When this is a man who is transitioned into a woman, or when somebody says to me, you have to accept that this is a woman, when actually this is a man who transitioned and his chromosomes will never going to change no matter how many operations this man is going to do. He's not going to be able to have any babies and he's not going to be able to menstruate and all that.
So you
I
disagree with the Israeli government then? Yeah?
Oh, is this going back to Israel now? About what? I don't even know.
Well, that's where all this started from, was Israel.
No, it hasn't. No.
But I want to point out to Maddie, maybe
think it started
Maddie
with
doesn't know this, but you can get those same, medications that you were so upset about.
how
You
is
can
it
get those as a
connected to the
child
Israeli
in
government?
Israel. You can also get trans surgeries in Israel, and I believe
Yeah, you
they're
can,
actually
you
paid
can.
for in Israel
Yeah,
by
of
Israel.
course you can. Of course you can.
Yeah, how does that make you feel, Maddie?
Sorry, I was on mute. I was across the room. What'd you say, Liv?
How does that make you feel that you can
That
get all those
Israel-
things
no,
in
no,
Israel
I denounced
and it's
it.
paid for by taxpayers?
You're under the misapprehension that I glaze Israel. I don't give a shit. If they're doing it too,
I'm
fuck
not
'em.
misapprehending
I denounce it.
anything. You've been glazing them this whole time.
No, you're under the misapprehension that I'm like a big into Israel or Zionism. I don't give a shit about it, bro, at all. If they're doing it, fuck them too. Denounce that too. It's bad.
So you just ate the propagandas, basically what I'm hearing.
Turn the leaf.
No, I agree with the dude above me. I believe you should. After 18 years old, there's a reason why we have a law to protect children, right? Their parents are to protect them because their brain is not developed. Okay, but after you're 18 years old, you have the freedom to do whatever you want. But before that, that's why you have parents.
Yeah, but
There. Well,
it's
no, let me
okay.
finish
It's well, just real quickly, but
Okay.
it's okay when the child can't consent for you to mutilate their genitals.
No, like I said,
Yeah.
after you're 18 years old, I believe you have the right and freedom to do whatever the hell you want to do. But before that, you have parents that are there to protect you and to say, you may have, you don't want, we have, it's up to the parents to decide what they think is good or good out for their children. We have laws.
We actually agree on that. I agree.
Good. Sweet. No, I 100% agree with woke. After you're 18 years old, go nuts. Do whatever you want to do. It's your body, your life.
Hey, liberal loudmouth, I got a question for you. Then this
What's
may
up?
would you allow a child at 5 years old to go get a I don't know, like Bugs Bunny tattooed on their face?
A Bugs Bunny tattooed on their face?
Yeah.
Would I look at a
with the Bugs-
parent as a bad parent if they allowed their child at 5 years old to get a tattoo on their face? Would I look at them with judgment? Fuck yes, I would.
All right, just wanted to see if you were consistent. So you'd allow a Bugs Bunny to get? What if they wanted to drink
My
a
child
beer?
would not be getting a fucking tattoo on their face or a tattoo at all. Granted, mine is about identification and the government being able to identify you more easily with tattoos that you may have on your body.
What if he was going to drink a beer while he got his tattoo of his Bugs Bunny? Would
In
that be
which
cool?
country?
Legal?
In which country? In which country?
Oh, I
here,
don't.
here in the
United
U.S.,
States, man.
you got to wait till you're 21.
To drink a beer?
Correct. That's what the law says.
Wait, I have the right to cut off my genitals, but I can't drink a beer?
What does a beer have anything to do with mental health?
Well, like, what if I'm an alcoholic and I need the beer?
You're an alcoholic
my
at
disease.
what age?
Whatever, 7. I want to drink a beer.
Okay, then go get a beer.
Should it be legal?
Well, you said at 7?
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't be drinking at 7.
Can I go into the store and buy beer with my mom and dad and just start drinking it? Like
No,
walking down the street.
and you can't go into a hospital as a 7-year-old and tell the hospital, "Hey, I want to get trans surgery," and then they'll do it to you. Faulty comparison.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I guess to me, like, we have these like age of consent laws for a reason, right?
Uh huh. And I'm perfectly
So I
fine
guess
with
why
that.
wouldn't it apply to this?
What do you mean? It does apply to this. There are age restrictions, as far as I'm aware, in the United States for surgery.
I guess for me, like,
I'm not sure.
I'm with the guy
Do
in the
we
left,
have
like, once
anybody at 7 years old in the United States getting trans surgeries? I am not aware of this, even though I'm only using 7 years old because that's the analogy you made. I'm not aware of a lot of people that have received trans surgeries like under the age of like 17 or 16 or whatever.
Would you be against it?
That depends on the situation. Just like I told Maddie, I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to make that determination. This is a medical issue that is between the doctor, the parent, and the child. I'm not a doctor. Hell, I'm not even a lawyer.
Well, I'm a doctor, and I can tell you.
Quit. That's funny. I mean, that's my point. I don't want the government in my doctor's office telling me that the doctor can't give me a certain number of pain medications because half my arm is missing, and they're like, well, you have to take some Tylenol because we can only give you like 3 days worth. I don't.
So
like
are you anti universal healthcare then?
No.
What?
I'm pro universal healthcare.
You just said you don't want the government involved in your treatment.
No, in the doctor's office.
Well, that's what they would be doing.
That's not what they would be doing. No, that is not correct. What you just said is not true. That is a gross misunderstanding of what universal health care means.
Okay, can you walk me through if the government is the payer of the doctor and the government is allowed to pay based on whatever treatments they want to pay, how is that not the case?
Because you're assuming that the payer gets to decide what is done and what isn't done. You do not have to have universal health care where the government gets to dictate what happens. All they get to do is pay for it. Right?
But that's not how it works today with Medicaid.
Well, then let's not do that. Right? Let's not do that. Because currently, right now, you know who gets to decide what surgeries you can have paid for and not? The insurance company.
Well, yeah, but
a corporate bureaucracy gets to dictate to you what medications you get. They will deny prescriptions written by doctors. Non-doctors that didn't see you get to deny you medications that a doctor said you needed, get to deny procedures that a doctor said you needed. That currently happens.
Yeah, and my argument back to that would be is if you have a contract with the insurance company and the insurance company is denying you your insurance payment for your schmugs, like maybe instead of the government taking a hold of it, maybe they should do an even better job of ensuring the insurance companies are enforcing their that the contracts being upheld.
I mean, sure. We don't even need health insurance companies. They're the scourge and the bane of our healthcare. Our healthcare in this country. This system is fucked because of insurance companies.
And now they're saying that if a surgery takes too long, they're only going to pay for so much of anesthesia time.
Well, they started to do that, and then one of them found themselves face planted on the sidewalk, and they walked that one back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess again that's where I come into like you sign a contract with the insurance company. If the insurance company is not upholding that contract, then the government should ensure that the government should do a better job of making sure that the insurance company is upholding their contract.
I see what you're saying. Unfortunately, that boils down to a civil matter, and that sucks. You know what I'm saying? That's between a private citizen and a private company. And that means that you have to then take them. And a lot of times there are arbitration clauses in there, so you don't even get to go to court. You have to, sign away your fucking rights to this stuff. It's pretty gross. But I don't disagree with your premise about making the government hold those contracts, holding them accountable and having some form of ability for people to make those civil lawsuits. Which I think would be
I think we should do a better job there. I guess I just get worried, and I guess I ask my friends on the left, if J.D. Vance and Trump had the control they have today in universal health care, like how would that funding look to these doctors for the things that like if you guys say AB is women's health, I don't know, like this sort of gender affirming care is like health, like Trump and J.D. Vance, and if they had control Congress and the Supreme Court, could technically come in and pull funding to these things while people are mid-cycle or mid-whatever. And then what are you going to do?
You codify it.
Right.
You can uncodify things.
Well, and then that's when you vote the fucking people out that do that. And that's the important part.
So I have to vote on my health care now and make sure that the politicians that get voted in are the ones that are going to give me the best health care?
You lobby.
We're saying you vote for the people that will protect you.
Yes, you lobby your government. Yes, because you can have universal health care, which is just a payer. They don't get to dictate. They don't get to, this, that, and the other. Obviously, we know that they probably will at some point, but that's when you have to intervene as a people and get them out and make them change the law. That's all you have to do. I mean,
Yeah, I
it sounds
guess
simple enough.
we
but-
have that today in certain circumstances, like with Medicaid, and I can assure you, in states where they're democratically run, like that doesn't work out in anybody's favor. So, like, turning it over to bureaucracy and saying vote on my health is kind of a scary thought.
I mean, it's scarier dealing with health insurance companies that get to deny you, and then if you need that, you have to pay it out of pocket. That sucks.
Yeah,
The government should only be able to say, we take care of the financial part, and we let the doctors and the medical profession take care of the rest.
That's right. That's the way it should
but
be.
there's still denials. Sorry, I think there's a lag.
Yeah. But you got to remember too, and everybody seems to forget this, is that the government works for us. We don't. We put you in, we could take you out.
Yeah, but the problem is if you put somebody in, and I see you guys, like, if you put them in for 4 years, then again, that's the risk, right? And if these things become popular and Republicans just win again, then what are you just going to say, hey, we'll just, I don't know, maybe vote them out next time?
So you're not for universal health care?
Absolutely not.
Oh, so are you one of those doctors that over?
He's not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor. I'm like Dr. Dre.
Oh, Jesus. I thought you were a doctor.
Or Dr. Pepper. I'm like a soda, you know?
You want to talk about insurance fraud? It's about, not saying all, but there are doctors that will, like, I'll give you my situation. My dad is in the very beginning stages of short-term memory loss. I don't have no proof, but the neurologist that we refer to keeps on telling us, oh, he needs this test. Oh, he needs this test. Oh, one more test. Oh, one more test. And my brother and my sister-in-law and I sat down at dinner and we were like, does it feel like he's just like racking up procedure after procedure? Because if I walk into a doctor's office with my father and I say, this is what we're dealing with, I know you have a protocol of what tests that say these are all the tests you can do, make your appointment, and then we'll come back and talk. For 3 appointments, we've had result appointments. And in those results, we didn't get results. We just got, oh, he needs another test. That's insurance fraud.
Yeah, I mean,
that's someone illegal getting insurance. That's not somebody who doesn't need Medicaid getting insurance. That's insurance fraud, dude. That's where the problem is.
Yeah, it costs
I mean,
a lot.
first and foremost, I'm sorry you're going through that with your dad. I'm going similar things through my mom, so definitely my heart goes out to you on that.
Fire!
Whose fire alarm is that?
I don't know.
Sorry, that's me. That's my fire alarm. I didn't even know I'm not muted. Sorry.
Holy shit! I thought that was in my house. It's so
Well, I
loud.
hope everything is okay. Woke, you good?
Yes, everything is fine. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. So MBW. I mean, first of all, yeah. Again, like I'm going through the same thing with my parents, so I definitely understand the emotional and frustrational part about that stuff. I truly do, and I do agree with you. Like, there is fraud, there is waste, there is corruption. I think even if you turn this over to the government, this portion of it, you're still going to have the pharmaceutical companies and the doctors sort of doing their thing within the system. And now, like, sure, maybe there's more government involvement, like there's a single payer, et cetera, et cetera. I guess for me, I think I'd rather the government spend its resources making sure that these private actors are actually living up to the contracts that we sign with them. And then if the most vulnerable can't get coverage or can't get help, well, fuck, like, let's just directly help them instead of involving the insurance companies like the Republicans have to funnel money into them.
Well, okay, so I don't know if you ever dealt with going through like the process of trying to get, SNAP and everything, because I have.
Well, SNAP's different than medical, but
No, but you go through the same agency. Okay, so every state is different about what their income level is in order to qualify. I make less than $30,000 a year. Okay, I don't qualify for Medicaid. My father, who's only receiving Social Security and a small pension, makes $5 over and doesn't qualify for Medicaid. So that means we don't get outside help. We don't get somebody to come in and just make sure that his day's started. We have to pay out of pocket for that. So when everybody just says, well, just go get Medicaid, the process is hard.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's not that I'm saying just go get Medicaid.
If you make $1, there's no grace, there's no thing. You make $1 over that required amount, you don't get to qualify. So I don't make enough to, like, I my mom lives with me, but when she goes, I'm going to have to work 2 full-time jobs at 55. Why do we live in a country where people need to work 2, 3, 4 jobs, or work a full-time job and then go have to Uber or DoorDash at night?
Well, shit's about to change because, I don't have health insurance anymore. I had to decline it. It's too expensive. You're paying $9,000 a year just for premiums. That doesn't include your deductible. That doesn't include the fucking co-payments, the fucking, the deductible shit. It's ridiculous. So they just want us to all unalive if we're poor. If you're rich, you get all the care that you need or want, and they're okay with that. And, at some point, though, it's going to bite them in the ass because people aren't going to be able to afford insurance. Insurance companies are going to go belly up. I think that's coming sooner than later. And then hopefully it'll fucking reset itself because cash pay is a lot cheaper than what the insurance companies oftentimes will end up paying these people. So, it might right itself. But the fact of the matter is that everybody should have health insurance in this country. You have a right to, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You can only do that if you're healthy. That means you should have a right to health care, just basic fucking health care at the very least. But we don't. We can currently with the amount of money that we pay health insurance companies, we can already afford universal health care. And we can say the government doesn't get to dictate what is done. They just get to pay for it. We can do that. Dr. Gold. So the situation you're having a problem with, we don't have to have that situation, right? We can choose another way. And I think we should. It'll be cheaper in the long run. Everybody will be cared for. And then we can move on and bitch about something else.
Well, Liberal, if I may, I may agree with you, and maybe, I don't know, maybe we disagree. I would make the argument if we weren't deficit spending, and I'm not blaming this on either party because I think both have done this.
They have.
If we weren't deficit spending and this wasn't going to cost us to deficit spend more, sure, if you get free medical, cool. The problem is now everything else is going to start to become more expensive because, again, as the government deficit spends, we continue to devalue our currency. So where I'm with you on this is if we weren't deficit spending and we were able to afford universal health care for our people, I don't know if I'd push back on it as much, although I still disagree. I think my problem, Liberal, is we have a government that is allowed to deficit spend and funnel money to the rich through this sort of deficit spending mechanism. And we're just allowing it to happen. And I think that's the first problem we have to solve so things actually become affordable for people.
Well, so my response to that will be that we do not have to deficit spend to cover health insurance for everybody because we already pay more than it would be required to cover the cost of universal health care. We pay more currently than it would cost us in insurance premiums. In the amount of money that we pay. So if people are, instead of spending the money on this insurance company, this private insurance company that'll then turn around and fuck you every chance it gets, because that's how it makes its profit, is by not paying out. If instead of paying that, you're paying into a pot of money for health insurance and it just gets doled out of that pot, we'll pay for it. But you're obviously, you're still going to pay that money, right? You're still going to be paying that, whatever your premiums are, probably a little less, probably 10% less than what you're currently paying. You're still going to pay it, but you're going to get access for everybody, and it won't cost the U.S. a dime. Not a dime.
Well, hold on a second. So, and just you could stop me if my math is wrong on this, but we pay about $1 trillion in premiums today. Out of the $1 trillion in premium, insurance companies are probably making anywhere on average between $9 to $20 billion a year in profits, right? And that's according to estimates and whatnot, et cetera, et cetera. Even if you were to say, hey, there's probably going to be some cost savings for administrative stuff, right? You're not going to need 40 million staffers and all these different insurance companies. So, hey, let's throw maybe another 10 billion on it. You're also missing the fact that there's still 25 million Americans today that don't pay health insurance premiums and don't get anything covered. You're also taking into account that even if we transferred everybody to a universal healthcare system, if the government was going to flip the bill on things like the high deductible plans and cover me at 100%, which my insurance company is not doing today, and if they were going to cover all the denials, it's hard to make the argument that it's not going to cost the U.S. government just as much, if not more, than the insurance companies. Because, I mean, let's face it, Medicare today doesn't cover anything anyway. It doesn't cover everything today. We still have large out-of-pocket expenses for Medicare.
Sure,
So I don't see how that changes.
it's underfunded, sure, but look at this: $6 trillion spent by 2027. That's per year. $6 trillion that we're
What
already
number is
paying.
that?
That is the cost of healthcare in this country.
Yeah, between
out
Medicare
of
and
pocket. No, well, yes, that's total. Correct.
Okay.
We already spend more than we need to cover universal health care insurance or health care for everybody. We already pay.
Can I say something about
Sure.
this?
Yeah, go ahead,
This is
Alibi.
this is my subject. I'm going to compile a bunch of paperwork and go on TikTok and talk about this, because the truth of the matter, there are many other things that drive the cost of our health insurance. One of them, and I've heard it explained, like every time Bernie had a debate, he explained it. I don't know if you watched any of those, but he laid it out pretty clearly why it would save us money from what we're spending now. One of the big drivers is preventative care. In the UK, several other countries, they give bonuses to doctors who try to get people healthier instead of our system that pretty much turns people away until their condition is where it's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to be repaired for a heart attack, for cancer, because we lack the preventative care. That is also a big driver. Now, here's the other part of it.
Can you explain the math behind that, though? Like, you could just say that.
I'll tell you what, I'll compile it and I'll come back and show it to you. It's not very complicated. I'm out in public, so I can't look it up. But I've heard it explained at least a dozen times. And honestly, any libertarian or Republican that I have spoke to who have researched this thoroughly all agree that universal care is the way to go. Once
No
you get the
libertarian would
information.
agree with that.
Yes,
No
they do.
libertarian.
My
Well, it's
brother-in-law is a
cheaper.
libertarian. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
It is.
it's certainly cheaper.
It absolutely is. Can you explain why the entire civilized world uses it? Why doesn't France use our system? Italy? Why doesn't Germany, Canada, Australia? Can you
Yeah, I
give me
can tell you
one
why.
other? Why? Explain.
Yeah, I can tell you why. So we could use Singapore, for example, and we'll go to Denmark as well. So
no, no, we won't, because you're trying to
Oh.
cherry pick. No.
Cherry pick what?
Take the whole system,
So
take
you just
all
said-
of them, and average them out.
Right.
Let's
I mean,
average
that's
them out.
fair.
What the hell does that even mean?
Yes.
Because
you're
you-
not
you-
going.
Yeah, because if you take, because there's always going to be a bad example of everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
There's
Singapore and Denmark are
always
the two
gonna be.
best.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Go
So
ahead,
I
go
can't say that. But
Make your
make your
case.
point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, I agree with you that Republicans would agree with you on the preventative care thing, considering they were the ones that passed HMOs and PPOs that made healthcare providers, the free checkup thing, and that was supposed to reduce costs as well, which
They
didn't
also
work.
are the ones, like Ronald Reagan said, Medicare would be the end of civilization. They're also the ones that tried to prevent Social Security from being implemented. Every social program that helps people, they've been against. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, sure. They also expanded Medicare Part D, but I guess you just ignore that.
Well, no.
Well,
now,
let me. Okay,
now
so
they do.
I found a way to
You
kind
think-
of simplify it. Okay, maybe John,
Yeah.
you'll be able to understand this. So, as a percentage of your GDP cost, right? So, on average, what the OECD found, or the OECD countries pay on average 9.3% of GDP. Look what we're paying currently, 17.2%. We're over here. You see this? We're 5 percentage points higher than the next most expensive country, which is Germany. And so by going to this model, you're going to absolutely save. You're going to save money just based on that alone.
Who's going to save money, though? The government or you?
No, we will. This is
Who
taking
is the we?
cost. This is taking cost of healthcare, right? Total cost of healthcare as a percentage of total GDP. So it may not be that because I'm participating in the GDP. It's saying what percentage of dollars are a percentage of the country's GDP. And that graph that I just showed you is the result of that. And as a percentage of GDP, the United States is paying 17.2% in total healthcare costs as a percentage of the GDP versus the next most expensive country, which is 12.3. But when you take all of these other countries on average, when they have universal health care, the average is 9.3. As you can see, that's why it's in orange here, OECD 38. So the average is 9.3% of GDP. We pay
Sure.
almost double that currently.
Can you stack obesity rate on top of that, too?
Well, sure, but that's even goes to the point that Alibi was making. Because when you do this, the preventive care, when you can go to the doctor, it's not going to cost you a dime walking through there, and you're more likely to go to your yearly checkups. It's also going to be incentivized that we eat better, and so then the government, because they'll want to save money, they're going to push corporations who've been putting preservative crap and sodium and sugar in all of our fucking food. They will then turn around because it'll save us money and tell them to promote healthy fucking natural fucking food. That will be
I guess you can
a
convince
side
me with
effect
that.
of it.
Yeah, I guess you could convince me of that argument if there's ever been a time where the government's worried about deficit spending from either party, liberal. I mean, come on.
I don't even
Well,
understand that argument. What is
It's not necessarily the argument of deficit spending, because that's more of a macro look at things, right?
Yeah.
It is a
Well, you're
political
using GDP.
football. Well, think about it. It can be a political football. Look, we're spending X amount of dollars on shitty foods that are causing our obesity rates to go up. If this passes, they'll be like, we've got to reduce the amount of money that we're spending on this, not as GDP or not as our deficit, but just in general. We need to spend less on this. And what can we do to do that? We can do public health campaigns like they tried with DARE, and they do all of these public service announcements. They've been doing this stuff for a while, try and convince the public to do one thing or another. And they can do the same thing with healthy food, and they can start penalizing companies and start taxing those things at higher rates if they've got a bunch of salt in them, if they've got a bunch of, you know what I mean? They haven't done this because it's,
You know what,
there's no
liberal? You know what would
incentive.
be an even better idea? The government should just take over our food supply, and then they should produce whatever we should eat.
No, I'm sorry. I was reading what Maddie J had said. What did you say?
Yeah, why don't the government just take over our food supply then and just give us? Huh?
That's a silly argument.
Why?
Okay, so here's what I would grant you. If we wanted to
That's
do
the argument
that,
you just made.
Fruits, vegetables, meat. The government could offer these grocery stores that are like, it's like a fucking God, the name of it's all the market, the fucking farmers market. They could put up these farmers market and fund the building of farmers markets in every fucking town, and offer some kind of, incentive to farmers to go and sell their stuff at these farmers markets daily, not just once a week, but every fucking day of the week, right? They could push that. They absolutely could.
You could take it a
And-
step further, and you could do what Cuba does. And I go to the doctor, and they give me my caloric intake, and then when I go to the grocery store, that's
Just get
the
it
food I get.
injected. They need to just put the Big Mac in an injectable and just right into the vein.
There you go.
Fixed. We've solved all.
We'll call it the Trump diet. Go ahead.
You got it, but you got to mix it with the Diet Coke. Isn't it Coke that he drinks, or is it Pepsi?
I do want to make a point about the libertarian remark. Libertarian believes in less government involvement, but they also believe in freedom to be a small business. And before the ACA came along, being a small business was a ridiculous proposition if you had to pay for your own health insurance. Many
That's
people
true.
I knew that were self-employed did not have the health insurance like me. So when they say
And
that
me.
the small business people are the heart and soul of our economy, that's a sure funny way to treat your heart and soul.
I actually disagree with you. I actually wrote insurance policies for small business,
And I was an insurance agent for many years. Go
Okay,
ahead.
cool. Yeah. What's your point?
Yeah, what's yours?
So,
Yeah,
well,
so if
let
you
me
were
let me
fully
say,
healthy-
as a small business owner, I've been self-employed for the last 15 years or so. I've never been able to afford a premium on my own. Never.
Yeah. What is the average premium, sir? You should know. You're a numbers person. What's
right
the average
now?
health cost for Americans? Yes.
Fucking.
What is
Well, I mean, again, you'd have to, if you're looking at the ACA, you'd be looking at.
I'm not
I don't
looking.
write.
I'm not looking at the ACA. I'm looking at real
Yeah, I don't write
cost.
individual. I haven't wrote individual health insurance in over.
It's
25
around $1,000 a month. Does that seem
okay.
affordable to you?
Again, you're talking about current day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, it was like that in 2018. 'cause
No, it
I was
wasn't.
shopping them. I was shopping them for $600 with
Mm-hmm.
like a $4,500 deductible. Yes. What does that add up to?
No,
$5,000.
you're actually wrong, because back then high deductible plans weren't even popular prior to the ACA. You should know this. Copays copays were the primary plan that most people were under.
It gave to individual businesses because you weren't part of a collective. You weren't a group insurance plan. Why don't you see this? They charge you a lot more fucking money. You think I'm going to get the same prices that someone who works for someone else gets? Are you
Well,
serious?
maybe
That
you-
has 100 employees? Come on.
No. Well, maybe
can't
you didn't
be
write
that
for
dense.
maybe you weren't a good
No.
insurance salesman, man. I don't know.
About
No.
3 years ago, working for a small company, and yes, my cost was very low, but my deductible was $6,500.
Yeah, that's how insurance works. Yes.
Yes, I was paying for insurance that I could. It's like it's like going into a car lot and saying, "Oh, I love this car. Oh, you qualify for this car, but you do this, but you can't have it because you need to, So it's like paying on a car that I can't have. So I have health insurance that I can't use because I have to, go to. I had to do $6,500 before you'd even pay for an office visit. Come on.
Hey, Al, where did you write insurance? Just curiosity.
I was in an independent agency. I had 16 different companies.
No, I asked you like what state?
Iowa.
In Ohio?
Iowa.
Oh, Iowa. Sorry, man. So if I was coming off my work insurance and I wanted to open up a business and I was on Cobra and I had diabetes prior to the ACA, how would you have written me?
And you had diabetes, you would be a high risk policy.
Oh, I would.
I don't think you remember that they had pre-existing condition clauses, which
Right,
I always
so
thought was
let me back up
insane.
again.
I
Let me
thought
give
it
you-
was insane to sell insurance and have to deny people because they have a pre-existing condition. That's what's
real quick,
wrong
let
with
me
health insurance.
let me read this first part. The cost of employer-sponsored health insurance rose for a third year in a row in 2025, approaching an average of almost $27,000 for a family plan. And of that, the workers contributed $6,850. So this is costing businesses a fuck ton of money as a benefit. That is very expensive. $27,000 for a that's an entire goddamned wage. Like what is poverty level now? Like 34,000?
No, not where I am at.
What is
Poverty
the poverty
level where
levels?
I'm at in the Midwest is 17,000.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Good God.
Listen to this.
Yeah, I couldn't get Medicaid because
Wow.
I make too much.
My point being, though, that's almost twice what poverty level is for an insurance policy.
In Michigan, they want a single person, which I am because my kids are grown. They want me to make $17,000 or less in order to qualify for food assistance and Medicaid.
What the fuck? Guys, $30,000 is shit in this country. I don't care where you live, even in low-cost states, even in Mississippi, $30,000 is trash.
I know.
And here's the thing. My next
It's
check,
ridiculous.
I'm very open. My
God.
next check, after my insurance is taken out, and I go into a 401k,
What the
and
fuck?
after my taxes are taken out, I make about $1,200 every 2 weeks. And after all that's taken out, those three things are taken out, my check is around $805. My car payment for my next check is $465. So take $465 minus that from $805. That's how much I have to live off for 2 weeks. And then I
Right.
have to pay a water bill, which is $65. So minus $305, $65, I'm left with $100 for 2 weeks. And I
Yeah,
still had
it's-
to put gas in the car and food.
Well,
Yeah. Well,
my insurance agent told me, because I dropped out, he said your insurance would be $1,200 a month with a $6,000 deductible.
See, that's crazy.
That's just me.
That's
so I said, you know what? Fuck it. Just let me die. So that's what's going to happen.
Wait, are you on ACA?
No, not any. Well, not anymore. No.
Why not?
I have a terminal illness, and I was just going to try to get a policy on my own, but you can't, of course. I just dropped it because I'm not pursuing any more care. I'm not going to go through any. Yeah, I was. Yep, and it was around $400 a month. It was cheap.
What plan did you have?
Oh God, it was the state one through the ACA.
Yeah, but
in
like
Illinois. Now I'm in Illinois.
but there's like there's a name. There's 4 names for them.
Am better.
No. Were you on the bronze, the gold, the silver?
Hold on a second. What's that?
I have you scheduled for tomorrow.
I know. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
you're
just
doing
doing the outside.
today?
It's going to be 30-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's why I don't do specific days, by the way. Just so you know. With about 100 customers that I have to fit in.
Are you talking to us?
No, that's fine. I just making sure you were still going to do
Okay.
the inside, but I would rather.
Okay.
All right, how many
I was like, wait,
conversations?
I couldn't tell if he was talking. I'll go ahead and mute him so guys, this is fucking nuts. $27,000 average for a family. Like, and people are like, what is that? What would that be like? $15,000 just under, or $15 an hour? Let me do the math here. Because I think $15 an hour is what, like
It's around
34,000.
15.
Let's see, 15 times 40.
I make 16.20.
Times 52 is 31,200.
Well, and here's the other thing. Which country has the worst, what do they call it, life expectancy out of all the industrialized countries? Which one is it?
Would be us, I imagine.
Yeah, it is. When you start
Lowest
comparing
life
things like that, then you start to understand that the information is out there that universal health care is a much better system. When you give the doctors incentive for people to lose weight, to quit using smoke products, to, take care of themselves, it turns out that you get better health results. That's what they do in the UK. And every one of them, from Germany to UK to Australia, they all have variations on it, and none of them are perfect. But
That's
they,
Michigan's plan right there
yeah,
for health insurance.
but
Let
they're
me see.
Yeah,
better
but when you
than what
when
we
you look
have.
at when you look at
Better.
health outcomes for other countries, though, when we have double the obesity rate in this country, like wouldn't you say that could be a driving factor?
I
Of
mean, yeah,
course
yeah,
it is.
I can't deny that. Yeah,
So
true.
is it so? As I was trying to talk about before, Singapore has actually a 20% denial rate, and they have a system that a lot of people say is really good. And out of some recent surveys, there's a lot of people who are very unhappy because the government, one, isn't approving treatments, and two, the treatment list isn't growing with the new medications and schmugs that are coming out because the government is having issues with funding to the medical, so they're cutting back and they're not approving certain treatments.
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't know about Singapore. I haven't researched that particular one. I mean, I could do that. I could bring in a pile of papers to debate this with people, but I guarantee you by the time we got done, you'd be on my side. I'm just telling you.
I mean, you
I
could
am
also
different.
look at Denmark. Denmark, they pay $10,000. The average middle class person in Denmark pays $10,000 more a year for this quote unquote free medical, which is equal to most people's deductible. So you're still just paying it out of pocket. You're just paying it to the government, and their denial rates are the same thing.
Our health insurance is on average $27,000 for a family plan. Did you just say Denmark pays $10,000?
I'm talking about the individual who's
Yeah.
in the middle class, who's paying out of pocket, not GDP, not any of that other stuff.
This is what happens when you discuss statistics. I'm also going to do a live on this. There's a way to twist them. So you're cherry picking two countries that are I'm not familiar with, but
hold on. Let's
I'm
see.
talking about major, little bit bigger population, larger countries.
Sure, pick one. That you're familiar with.
Let's go with the UK. And let me give you a little background. So I do work in people's houses now. I do a doctor's house where she's from the UK. Her mother was a doctor in the UK. And she actually says the thing about doctors getting paid a lot less is not true. The results are so much better. Now, this is a doctor telling me.
Sure, anecdotal doctor telling you this. Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, show me the statistics then. Compare it.
Well, I don't know. What's the denial rate for treatment in the UK?
I don't have that on the top of my head.
Okay, so you have an anecdotal story.
It sounds like that's your only argument. So go ahead and give it to me. What is it?
I don't know. I'll look it up. Hold on.
Okay.
I was looking something up. What's going on?
What's the denial rate for treatment in the UK?
Well, I looked it up, and it said the U.S. has the highest denial rates of all the industrialized nations.
Wow.
But when I clicked on the link, it had a lot of other additional stuff, so I'm looking for a more specific thing. But it did say that the U.S. has the highest denial rates.
Yeah, well,
which wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't.
Medicaid has a 20% denial rate. Actually, the UK, it says it ranges between 10 and 20% treatment requests may be denied.
Oh, so better.
How is that better?
You said 20%.
I said between 10 and 20%.
Right. 10 and between 10 and 20 is better than 20. Is it not?
Yeah, but a lot of the United States denials, once you start to carve out things like coding issues and appeal rates, it's actually much lower. So in the United States, like when you look at United Health, and I'm not simping for them because they do deny too much anyway, but even still, when you say the 36% denial rate, the leading cause of denials is the people putting in the wrong codes at getting denied and appealed. If you strip that out, their denial rate's right in line with the UK.
Well, now when you say Medicare, do you mean a Medicare Advantage?
No, well, Medicare Advantage and Medicare are two different things.
Correct. So when
yes.
you're citing denial rates, I'm pretty sure you're citing a Medicare Advantage, which is about 15%.
Right, which went up
Which
because
is a
Biden
private.
got funding to it.
It's a private. They're trying to privatize the only thing that we have that isn't completely for profit, which is Medicare. That's why they push those Medicare Advantage plans, and then those elderly people not understanding what it is that they're getting. They end up getting fucked by these private insurers.
Right.
How do people get fucked on Medicare Advantage?
Through those denials that they weren't getting before under Medicare.
Actually, I sold policies in that market, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield had a standard procedure. They denied every claim to begin with.
Okay, what policies did you sell?
They have to resubmit it. I'm not going to go through every part of everything I did with you, sir.
No. I'm saying, you sold Advantage plans?
I did not. No.
Okay. What plans did you sell on Medicare?
Oh my God, you're talking about 30 years ago. I don't know. I just sold supplement policies.
Because Advantage wasn't around 30 years ago.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so you sold supplements like A, B, G, D, E, F, G?
I did sell supplements, yes, like that. But I also sold nursing home insurance and stuff too. But
so let me look at this. Insurers of qualified health plans sold on healthcare.gov denied 19% of in-network claims in 2023 and 37% of out-of-network claims for a combined average of 20% of all claims. And again, you could say, oh, that's the problem with the Affordable Care Act, but these are private health insurance plans.
Well, what's the number one cause for denials on those?
I don't know. I mean, we could, which worm was found crawling across the ground one day.
No, it's coding
I'm not
issues,
sure.
liberal.
Well, coding issues. So we have an issue with coding.
Yes, that's right. So you put in the wrong code, they deny it, it gets appealed.
What about Singapore?
What about Singapore?
Is that why they have denial rates?
Well, actually, the funny thing about Singapore is they actually don't really release that much data on what their denials are. So you have to go to studies because the government itself, they don't actually go out, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. They don't have good data around what they provide. So, but you can take that up with the government, I guess, and then maybe they'll give it to you.
Okay, so give me an example of a coding issue that results in a denial.
Oh shit! For what? Singapore?
For the United States, because here's what I understand it is that they code it for something. The insurance company says no, we don't like that. The health insurance person or the healthcare provider can then call them and explain it to them. So, are you saying that initial refusal was like part of that percentage, and just because they put it in wrong? I don't really understand.
Yeah, they get appealed. So a lot of the biggest number, and then I got to run after, so I'll be back though. I have to do something for half an hour. But the biggest reason for denials is, they put the wrong code in for the wrong procedure. It gets denied, kicked back, and then they have to put the right code in, and typically it wins on appeal. That's usually what happens. They don't just outright deny it. It's this sort of appeal process.
So you think this percentage that is showing here that denied 19% of in-network claims, you're saying that those actually were eventually paid? Is that your claim?
Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to dig into the data you're looking at, but I'll be right back. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at. So
right, but you continue to say, well, it's just because of coding. And
I'm saying that's the number one reason
usually went
for
on
denials.
appeal.
Yeah, that's the number one reason.
With that percentage,
I don't know
it's
what
not saying
percentage you're
here.
looking at.
I don't know. Well, I just read it to you.
Well, DM me the link. I'll take a look at it and I'll dig into it. You might be right, man. I don't know. Just send me the link and I'll take a look.
I got one question before
I
you
got to
go.
run. I'll be back in like a half an hour.
All right. So, appreciate it, Galt. So let me read. Of limited information available on in-network claims denials reasons, the most common reason cited by insurance was other, at 34%, followed by administrative reasons, 18%, excluded service, 16%, a lack of prior authorization or referral, 9%, and only 6% based on lack of medical necessity. So maybe, I don't know which of these would include coding errors.
It's not provable.
Yeah.
This is a ridiculous argument.
Consumers rarely appeal denied claims. So I don't think they're talking about that back and forth between the healthcare provider, because this has happened where they would get it kicked back and then they would, the healthcare provider would say, no, or they would call you and then you would explain it to them. This has happened to me several times. I don't think that's what they're talking about here, but I think that is what Galt was talking about.
It is.
But that doesn't go down, based on this sentence here, that doesn't go down as a denial, because it says consumers rarely appeal denied claims. Fewer than 1% of denied claims were appealed. And when they do, insurers usually uphold their original decision. 56% of appeals were upheld. So no, that's not what we're talking about. Like that coding error or whatever, where there, it was just wrong.
It's just, he's just trying to put you in a bunch of minutia to try to explain his position.
Well, sure.
It's silly.
Well,
And
here,
just so you guys,
go ahead.
the federal, I just looked it up. The current federal property guidelines is the current FPG for one person is $15,650 per year. For two people, it's $21,150, and for each additional person, you add $5,500.
Yep.
That may be why I thought it was 30,000, because for my family it would be.
You're thinking of a family, yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So if you're single, if you, like I always say, because I'm
That's
single,
crazy.
I get screwed.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
Same thing.
you know what? Find somebody who's also getting screwed, and you've got to live together, and then get married.
Right. I know. I have to like you, but it's going to benefit us both.
Look, they do it all the time, right? These, fuck it. Well, why not? If it's, you could talk to that person once a year to work out all the fucking stories that you need to get straight.
I mean, like last year, just for shits and giggles, I applied for SNAP. You know how much they gave me?
Fucking $20.
$20.
Was that right? Was that right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, my mom at one point was getting, she used to get like $24 a month. And then when she got like a cost of living raise for, I guess, Social Security or whatever, they dropped her down to like $8. And I'm
telling you,
I'm like, it cost them more money to do the accounting and dispersal of that shit. Like, what is the point?
I know. I was like, well, $20, it's a gallon of milk and a dozen of eggs. So.
I mean, I guess it's better than nothing, but damn.
Fucking coupon.
What a slap in the face.
That's a bit of an insult.
And so, and here's the thing: all these, right people, MAGA, whatever you want to call them, they're like, "Oh, you just need to get a job." I've got 3, asshole. I've got 3. Well, you just need to get a better job.
Right. Yeah. Let's start a business. Immediately you become wealthy.
Years old. I am 55 years old. I don't have time to go back to school. I don't, degrees are freaking useless. And with the Department of Education now classifying nurses and, all this.
Oh my God. I can't believe that one.
Yeah.
I heard that yesterday. I'm like, that is unbelievable. What the hell?
How am I going to get a grant to go to school if I can't get a grant or if I can't get a loan? Because my profession that I want to go into is deemed it's not really
not a profession. Yeah, that's crazy. Now, Sustain, I sent you an invite. You were saying something in there. I was a little confused by your comments. Well, what's that?
Okay, the cat is just nagging the flip out of me here. Okay, thank you. Okay, she ran. Okay, what? You know what? I'm Canadian, so I live, and I'm a remote, so I'm Canadian, but like I live remote. Okay, so I live, watch the news, stuff like that. I could be anywhere in the world technically. But you know what? The complaint, what I'm hearing is look, it's a struggle. Okay, the perfect world utopia. It's a struggle. That's what we're always voting for a better tomorrow, and it's not going to happen with one vote or one election. However, I believe in the United States, you step back. The United States has stepped back several elections with the recent choices, and I appreciate the turmoil you're feeling. However, in Canada, it's universal health care that of 85 years. It's a model that is functional that the Americans utterly do not want to face because we burnt your White House down and we are still Canada because we won. And yeah, but seriously, in this modern world,
Canada won.
Take a lesson, okay? Take a lesson. Learn how to listen. Take a lesson.
I see
We're
what's
fine,
happening
okay?
here.
Oh, who's cutting me off?
No. Okay, I see.
I'm sorry. I
Are
hear
you?
you, host. Sorry.
No, are you one of the groups from the Rumble we had on the panel the other day? It was Canada versus
No,
US.
I've just stumbled upon your live tonight.
Okay.
Me, and I joined you, and appreciate you. Sorry.
Well, so you said Canada won. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? I find that funny, and I'm intrigued.
Do you find it funny?
Yes.
What is the flag north of you? What is your northern border's flag, sir? I mean, don't laugh.
Make
please.
your point.
You've been
You
attacked
said
once by your president.
Hold on.
What is the flag, sir?
Which I disagree with my president and his.
Sir.
Okay, yelling.
What is the flag?
Yelling doesn't.
Say it.
Yelling
Say it.
while interrupting me doesn't help your case. What is your point? You said that you won. I'm curious to know what you meant. You said we burned your White House down and we won. Can you elaborate on that? Because I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I know you don't. So let's start with the basics. What is the flag north of your border?
Make your point.
Can you answer my question?
It's the Canadian flag. What?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Don't laugh.
It
is the Canadian flag, strong and free standing, not American. Okay,
And?
now we're on the same page. Next question.
No. You said Canada won.
Yes.
What did
we
you
won.
win?
We beat the fuck out of you guys.
When?
More than once. More than once.
When?
World War II, which was 6 years long, okay, we were involved well before you. And in Afghanistan, we were alongside you. And we took on the toughest missions.
Okay.
I just don't understand why your president chooses to treat us like a rag doll.
I don't either.
We have no use for this president.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, now we're on the total same page.
Yeah, we have no use.
May I apologize?
Okay. Well, I mean, the prompt, did that not give you any indication of our politics? Did you think we were all MAGA?
Okay, the white lettering, I don't see the full prompt. Okay, and Trump is a Russian asset? Yes.
Yeah.
Trump is trying on purpose.
So you thought we were all
But
conservative?
the conversation was going in another direction, I thought, when I was listening to the conversation.
Oh, we were trying to explain why universal health care would
Is a
be
good
more
thing.
beneficial than our current system. And the
Oh
MAGA
my
dude
good
was
Lord.
taking the other side of it.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
We can forgive.
So Canada
And
just
that
lost.
that is so awesome.
Canada just
I'm
lost.
so sorry.
It's okay. Okay.
Okay, that's why I was confused, because I didn't know. Anyway. Okay,
Can I
yes.
ask
Go ahead, Alibi.
I want to ask you a question because I don't have my computer right next to me. Is there a way we could look up this denial rate for Singapore and Denmark and what it's about? Because I'm not understanding why he's making this his platform.
I don't either. He's brought up Singapore in the past. I can look it up.
I'd appreciate it. It's not one of those countries that I look into often. I don't think. Who strikes the example for the rest of the world? Singapore. No, it's not it.
It turns out they were all Americans that went to Singapore to get health insurance.
There you go.
Let's see.
So
According to the, go ahead.
So it's an AI overview, and I hate AI overviews, but there's no single denial rate for Singapore health insurance as it varies by insurer and plan type, or complaint data suggests low rates for certain issues. For example, less than 5% of health insurance complaints to the Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS, between 2019 and 2021 were due to non-disclosure of health conditions, which is a major cause of rejection. It's important to distinguish between the universal lifelong MediShield Life, which does not deny pre-existing conditions, and private integrated shield plans, which are assessed by private insurers.
Yeah. So, what proportion of these MSHL requests were patient-initiated, insurer-initiated, had their claims rejected by the insurer despite the claims being made for medically necessary treatments? It says over 90% of the claims processed by the integrated shield plans insurers in 2019 were approved. The remaining rejected claims were mostly for treatments or medication not covered by the IP, such as for pre-existing medical conditions excluded by the IP, or for medication not approved by the Health Science Authority. We do not have data on the medical necessity of IP's rejected claims. That's interesting, though. Pre-existing medical conditions being denied? That's weird.
That's difficult to tear apart, isn't it? Because then you have to start looking at which ones.
Okay, I found something about this 20% here. This was from 3 years ago. This was Insurance Asia. MAS monitors 20% health insurance complaints made due to unsuccessful claims. The majority of the complaints were concerned with treatments not being covered. The Monetary Authority of Singapore said that in the past 3 years, about 20% of health insurance-related complaints made were due to unsuccessful insurance claims. Wait. These are health insurance-related complaints. That's not right. That's not rejections. Right.
Right. I knew he was posting it somehow.
The majority of the complaints relating to unsuccessful claims were concerned with treatments not being covered under the insurance contract, claims that exceeded claim limits or were made after the policy had lapsed, or failure to submit supporting documents required by insurers to access the claim application. So wait, they use private health insurance companies? Is that what I'm reading from this?
It's probably like Germany. You have a choice. You can do public or private. You know what I mean? I don't know because I've never researched that particular country.
Okay. Well,
I think it's interesting that he brings that one up.
Let me.
And I'd be curious about Denmark too. 20% denial rate. I haven't heard this argument, so it's a new one on me.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, somebody asked, to the Ministry of Health, in the last 3 years, how many MediShield Life claims have been denied annually due to the non-disclosure of minor unrelated health conditions? And the answer is MediShield Life does not deny claims due to non-disclosure of health conditions. All Singapore residents receive universal and lifelong protection under MediShield Life, including for pre-existing conditions. The member may be referring to integrated shield plans, which are private and optional plans that provide additional coverage on top of MediShield Life. So it's like Medicaid, Medicare Advantage, and Medicaid Part D or whatever. That's what that sounds like to me. IP claims are assessed by the private insurers based on the contractual terms agreed to. Okay. So he's referring to the denials of private health insurance companies.
That's not a fair comparison with other universal healthcare countries.
Right.
Yeah. I knew he was digging somewhere that wasn't right.
Yeah,
I think you should just play Bernie's explanation for him, and then he can just shut up about it.
And while less emphasized in public regulatory data as with other jurisdictions, errors in claim submission or miscoding may also contribute. The MOH uncovered 29 inappropriate MediShield Life claims involving miscoding. So they also have a coding issue.
Right.
But it very clearly, the Ministry of Health said we do not deny claims based on not listing, health conditions and, non-disclosure of health conditions.
If I'm not mistaken, and this is easily found, we are leading in infant mortality, and we have the worst life expectancy out of any of the industrialized countries. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, probably, most likely. Yeah. But let me, real quick, guys, I do have a gifting goal, or did it expire? Oh, yeah, it did expire. Well, let me put this. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so the show ended at 1:00. I'm actually going to jump off here, guys. I appreciate everybody being up here. Probably won't be live for much of the week. I may go live for an hour tomorrow, but my wife is here at home, so I'll be spending time with her as much as I can. But yeah, we will catch you guys tomorrow. I'll probably come in at 9. Be there for about an hour or so. So thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Y'all have a
Thank
good
you.
day. Peace.
Bye-bye.